know that the animal is responding, and it's shifting from being stressed to being in pain or being being irritable, not being able to eat, not being able to sleep. Suddenly there's a shift, and the animal's relaxed and is starting to eat or drink or receive attention in a way that's more comfortable.
That's remarkable. And you just started getting into this, or you've been doing it for years?
I've been doing it now since the experience I had with the cancer. That was in 2011. And I've been working with animals for about full time, pretty much since then. I've had several animal Reiki websites, and the one that we have now is called animalreikiplanet.com. And you can go to Animal Reiki Planet, and we have a telephone number now. You can text me and send me an image, a picture of the animal in distress, and if that's healing, see if I can take it off the Reiki and see if that's very common. All of the feedback that I've gotten, and we did have some amazing testimonials on the website to see that very it gives the owners freedom. I don't want to say owner, because I don't think that we own animals. I think they give us the privilege of letting us live with them, because really animals feel us. That's what I think is the great secret for me about doing this work, to be with an animal is very healing.
Can you prefer people text you a picture of the animal?
You can text me a picture with the animal's name and a little bit of description of what's going on, and then I'll get back to you in the next few days and see if I can fit an auto Reiki and can let you know then. There's also a contact form on the website. If you'd like to sign up for my newsletter, I'll also be doing a Zoom free animal Reiki session sometime in the next few weeks. So start to fill out the contact form and just write, email in the subject line. I'll add your name to my email list. This is kind of a new thing for me.
You want me to give us the text phone number?
Sure. The text phone number, do you have it? I think it's...
I have it. It's 305-778-1773, which I assume you also have on your website, right?
Yes, it is on the website, and there's a contact form on the website as well. And you can also send a picture of the description of what's going on. You can email me at animalreikiplanet@gmail.com and send me a picture and see when I can fit with the animal. I had a very interesting conversation with a friend of mine who lives in East Central. This was a couple of years ago. She had a cat that she adored, and the cat had been very sick, and the vet had told her there was nothing more they could do. The cat had liver damage. And so I asked her, would you like me to see if I could sit with the cat and see what happens? And sometimes the amazing thing to me is that very often in this very quiet stillness that I have to go into to connect with an animal, I'm really connecting with the essence or the soul or the energy of an animal. Sometimes I'll get a message, and in this case, the cat spoke to me and said that through images and a few words, a few of the words, the cat said that she was a fighter, and that she loved her human very much, and that she was going to fight to live. And that cat lived for a year and a half.
Or else they would have put it down had you not gotten involved.
Right, they would have had to put it down because they would have said that the vet said there was nothing more that they could do. But, sometimes, and Reiki is not a substitute for taking your animal to a veterinarian and getting the right medication, getting the right information. But sometimes, just like with people and doctors, right? I mean, nothing works all the time for everybody. Not surgery, not aspirin. And sometimes we really need, an animal just needs something that's going to connect energetically and facilitate his or her own natural healing response. And that's really important thing was an animal that said, no, leave me alone. I don't know you. My friend had a horse, and she asked me if I could, because there's sometimes people say, do you send Reiki? And we don't send Reiki. It's not like doing hands-on Reiki. We just kind of create an offering of a state of stillness. And so I went into that state and I asked the horse in meditation, would you like to receive Reiki? And the horse said, no, I don't know you. So why?
Good move by the horse.
Yeah, horses are very vocal during Reiki. I would say they're very communicative and very expressive. And my friend called me and she said, well, I was busy. She liked Reiki, and I said, well, she told me she didn't want Reiki because she didn't know me and I should go away. Hold on, Larry, we're at a break. We'll come back and finish that story.
Look at that on the Sugar Channel. It's for the business out of my neck.
Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Sugar Channel on the Sugar Channel.
Migrant tenants in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's some information about the woman who survived 4 nights in frigid temperatures after crashing a pickup truck near Mount Baldy. Authorities say the blankets the woman had in her truck helped her stay alive. Family members said she also managed to drink rainwater to a crack in the truck's damaged windshield. She was rescued on Sunday after a hiker heard her calls for help. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch from Vandenberg Space Force initially scheduled for Tuesday night has been rescheduled to 12:59 Thursday morning. There'll be a backup launch available at the same time on Friday. SpaceX has not said why the launch was postponed. The rocket will take 22 Starlink internet satellites into low Earth orbit. And the National Weather Service predicting gusty winds in SoCal today and tomorrow. Southside weather from KL5, sunshine on the way, highs around 60. Right now it's 40 in Brea and Costa Mesa, 45 in Southgate, and 42 in New Hall. We leave local from the KL5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenner.
In Encino on the 101 north on Haskell Avenue, look out for a crash blocking the left lane. Traffic moves slow as you approach. In the Cascade, still have that trouble spot on the flagstop on before Templin Highway. It's an overturned vehicle. Everything there is off to the right shoulder. Make your way through Corona, 15 north on the 91. It's always off to the right shoulder. And you over into the 91 eastbound before Gypsy Canyon. Look out for debris in lane. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. New Year's resolution number 2. Do more work for my hotel stay at the London. And hit the marketplace for drunk too. And now the top 5 reasons to visit the London. Number 5.
The best way to keep the new year is relaxing in one of our luxurious rooms. Get a special rate as low as $99.
Number 4.
Experience Mimosa Magic, a pancake paradise, and a Benedict no-life room. Weekend at the ootd Marketplace.
3.
Anytime Marlon Wayne, live January 20th.
And the number 2.
Winter gift giveaway. Get a thermal lunchbox when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. For 16.
And the number 1 reason.
Big game group. The big game. Big prizes. Big fun on big screen. In our big family. February 11th.
London, the best casino resort in the Southland 2 years in a row. This time.
From the creator of Up and Down comes a new true crime mystery podcast series. This week's episode of Talking to Death joins Ian, Lindsay, and Beth as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Really cool. Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if the aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. On there, you won't die.
In this week's marketing report, we hear about the importance of local radio. From Allison Griffin, how does marketing get state farm?
iHeart has such a
Probably podcast reach.
local, and for us to be able to help customers with a local field at a national scale,
iHeartResults.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Knowing you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Nice. It's good.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Gorey. We'll take your calls next hour with Dr. Lori Nadell. If you're a pet owner, check in. If you're a dog that wants to call, check in with us as well. ParanormalBait.com keeps cruising along. 471 people. We get 183,000 signed up members at ParanormalBait.com. Now your partner at ParanormalBait.com is Sid. And if you're looking for somebody 60 plus, we've got you covered there too. ParanormalBait.com/seniors are for people that are 60 plus and think like you do. You've got a choice. ParanormalBait.com, that's for everybody. Or ParanormalBait.com/seniors. At ParanormalBait.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm really feeling with a steam.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you can't find anyone who fits.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Anyway, in a house, really can't find a website for my unique filter. Hey, boy, it's good. Have you thought about ParanormalBait.com? What? Well, who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalBait.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Aha, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalBait.com looks very interesting. So you really saw yourself?
Well, yeah, it was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalBait.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalBait.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalBait.com. You are not alone. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put buying Byrna less lethal pistol at the top of your resolution list. That's BYRNA. A Byrna pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Byrna provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. If you work the night shift, make sure you have protection to and from. Byrna is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Byrna SP launcher, a great complement to my firearm. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearm. Byrna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Byrna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. Now, if diabetes, high blood pressure, and anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-529-2856. Big Lou will answer your call and work to put you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-529-2856. And welcome back to that short story of Dr. Lori and Adele. Lori, tell us about the horse that rejected your place.
Yeah, so the horse that didn't want Reiki, I don't know you, go away. And my friend just started laughing and she said, oh, that sounds just like Reiki. So she knew that was an authentic response from her horse.
She knew her horse.
She knew her horse, and the horse was very blunt, I guess is the word I would use. I had another experience with a horse. My publisher, HDR Books, published my last book for 5 years. I was talking to him, he has a number of racehorses, and I asked him if there were any horses that he might want to receive Reiki, and he gave me the name of one of his horses that had won a couple of big purses, but ever since then, the horse would start off okay at about a third of the way around the track. The horse would stop and just walk off the track, just stop and walk away. And the jockey could not get the horse to complete running around the track. So I started offering Reiki, and the horse showed me that there was something going on with his peripheral vision, and that it was very difficult for him to manage distance perception. So he couldn't tell how close or how far away the other horses were when he came around the curve, and that it was disorienting for him, and so he had to stop. And he said he was very disappointed in himself, that he would keep trying. And so I passed that information on, and I said, I don't know if there's any way you can, if there are other ophthalmologists, the horses, I don't know how they could possibly test for that or test that. But my boss, my publisher said, well, keep trying. And I would communicate with, and I would offer Reiki to the horse, the unionizer. And the unionizer would say, I really want to run, and I really want to race, I really want to win again. I watched him one day after he had told me he was really ready to go race. And a third was sitting in an ootd parlor, and about a third of the way around the track, the horse, he just stopped and he walked off him. And
That's unheard of.
yeah, so at that point, my boss called me and he said, listen, you need to tell this horse that we invested a lot in him, and we need him to be a leader and inspire the other horses, the younger horses, and you need to tell him that. And I couldn't exactly say to him that that's, I don't want to be rude and say, hey, that's not my job. I'd rather stop and the horse make me, and the horse can accept it or not accept it. And if I'm blessed by having the horse trust me enough to give me information or impressions, then I'm happy to pass on that message. But when I sat with Unionizer again one or two more times, he said, I really feel like a failure. I'm so disappointed. I need to retire. I can't do this anymore. And the last time I checked in with my boss, he said that in fact they had decided to retire Unionizer. And so he's now, I think they have him in a it's annoying. And I don't know if you've ever had a peripheral vision problem, especially when you're driving. Because I had one for a couple of years. And I started driving at night because I couldn't tell the lights were flashing. I couldn't tell anything that was happening on the left side of the car and at the driver's side of the car. So I could really empathize with what the horse was describing. But again, even with humans, I mean, it's a very hard thing to diagnose and it's a very hard thing to treat. But the horse was telling me exactly what he was experiencing, and emotionally as well as physically. And it was very, what can I say, very frustrating for me that I wasn't able to offer him Reiki that was going to fix the situation. It was also very frustrating for me that my boss seemed to think that it was my job to give enforce instructions. And that's not something that Reiki is designed to do, nor do I think it's my place to tell anyone, whether it's a person or whether it's an animal, what I think is best for them. And it's the school of Reiki that I'm trained in.
If you did every racetrack would have you there.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately for the horses, they know better than we do, and all animals know better than we do what they need in order to heal. And that's the real gift of it's called the let animals lead method of Reiki, because the animal has to animals know when they're getting ready to pass. Animals know when they're going to when they're getting to the end of their journey. Animals are very sensitive to what we're going through, and um, they don't need us to fix them. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. They don't need a Reiki practitioner like myself to sit down and say, okay, now I'm going to send Lizzie the horse Reiki. Her human wants me to fix her and send her Reiki. It doesn't work that way. And I think the beauty of this particular approach is that the animal is a sentient being who is consciousness, and it has the right to make the choice. Either say, yes, I want to move towards this unconditional kindness and stillness that's being offered to me, or I'm not in the mood, or I don't think this doesn't feel right to me.
My grandmother used to own cats, and it seems like whenever they got to an older age, 19, 20 years old, which is close to the time they're going to die, they would take off, they would escape, they would leave. And these were cats that would go out and come back, but they never came back. And we always thought that they knew they were going to die, and they went off someplace and passed away.
Well, I think that cats are basically wild animals that we domesticated, and especially cats that are outdoor cats. I've had that happen a couple of times where the cat was just waiting their time. And there was one cat, like I let him out in the morning with the other two cats that I had, and I was planning on calling the veterinarian that afternoon when he came back. He never came back. So he didn't have any symptoms. He was eating normally, but he's gotten very, very, very sick. And I realized that we needed to get checked out. But I guess he must have picked up that I was planning on taking him to the doctor, and he thought, yeah, I'm not going to. So he just took off. And it was the time. And some animals know, that they actually. I had one animal that I was sitting with Reiki, and he told me that he knew that his time was coming, and that he wanted to, he wanted to face into it like his feline ancestors. He really be remarkable.
And you've done a lot of work in the area of precognitive dreams too, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Tell me about that. How did that
I
start?
had precognitive dreams. I started having them when I was about 11 years old. And I really believe that we all have the ability. I think, Ryan, Dr. Ryan, who did this study of
J.B. Ryan. Yeah.
David J. Ryan, Ryan Jack, and the first cause studies that were EFC. They did studies on precognitive dreams, and they found that so many of us have them. And in many other cultures and societies around the world, it's considered a normal part of life. So when you have these precognitive dreams, it's important to talk about it with somebody who will validate that the dream has a message. And of course, we don't know until the event in our waking life reveals itself that that's what the dream was telling us about. I've had dreams about people that I haven't met yet, and then I meet them within 2 weeks usually. I've had dreams about things that were going to happen in my family. I had a dream, actually the first precognitive dream I had was about a pet. I had a pet turkey, and in this dream the birds were lying dead at the bottom of our cage. And a few days later, my grandparents were bringing my pet bird back from upstate New York. And as soon as the car arrived, I ran out, and there was the bird lying dead at the bottom of the cage. I don't know whether I was more upset, I was horrified that the bird was dead, but what absolutely, completely freaked me out was the fact that I had dreamt of that exact scene a few nights earlier.
There you go.
Very good child.
Absolutely. But it stuck with you, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And then when I went on to write my book Sixth Sense, and then we got several chapters on dreaming and precognitive dreaming, because I think that, very often we have this ability as children, but then, we get shamed for it, or it gets poo-pooed, or we're ostracized, and we're told that, that wasn't really a precognitive, you couldn't possibly know that from a dream. Or my favorite demeaning put down is, well, it was just a dream, it doesn't really matter. Dreams are very important. We spend so much of our life asleep, and we receive all kinds of messages in dreams, both from our inner self and from spirits, from entities, from animals, and from higher beings. We said many people have guides and angels who appear to them in dreams.
They're powerful tools, aren't they?
Absolutely. And I think it's really important, to journal and to write down. If you can't write down the entire dream, then I always ask people, especially if I'm working one-on-one with somebody, take note of your dreams. When you wake up, write down the first 2 or 3 words that come to you when you wake up, because then we'll be able to kind of tease it out and discover what is the real message of the dream. What is it bringing to you in terms of a message for growth, or for guidance, or even could be a dream about something that hasn't happened yet, something that will be revealed.
Why are some people better dreamers than others?
I certainly think that it's genetic. I really think that a lot of just as some people are very gifted in mathematical ability, musical ability, some people are innately intuitive, and dreaming is it's one way in which our intuition signals us. Intuition, sixth sense, it functions like a satellite dish in the brain, and it's able to pick up impressions. Some of the impressions may be from sources that we don't understand. It could be entities, it could be intelligences, it also could be messages from our own unconscious or subconscious. And the ability to receive guidance in a dream that helps to give us a sense of direction and purpose. Some people just have a natural ability for that. It's like artistic ability, or musical ability, or mathematical ability.
Lori, what is your take on the collective consciousness?
Well, it's funny you should ask that. I think our collective consciousness in this country is wounded. It's part of it. I don't know, I'm the most profound statement ever made, but, we've become such a fractionated, fragmented society. Collective consciousness, we're turning against, like our collective consciousness is at war with itself. And it's actually very sad to see what's happening to it. I think that we do have well, obviously I'm not the only one that strongly believes that we have a collective consciousness and that it contains archetypes, universal symbols, myths, and of course now we're getting bombarded with memes and viral images and things that kind of spread very, very quickly and affect millions of people, right?
Absolutely. And it's truly dramatic to be sure. We're going to take calls next hour with Lori Nadell, and her website, look up at coasttocoastgames.com. You've got one especially for the animals called animalracyplanet.com. And you can text her a picture of the animal for her and do a little legwork for you to 305-778-1772. What is the most gratifying aspect of working with animals for you?
I feel it's a privilege to be for an animal to trust me, for an animal to feel comforted by anything that I might be able to share or offer. And I think that the big secret for me about doing this work is that really animals heal me, and I'm the one who receives the healing. So that's really the great gift and the great blessing.
Interesting. Okay, Lori, we're going to take a short break at the top of the hour and come back and take some phone calls with you. Dr. Lori Nadell with us. You know what the subject is. And we'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch your dial, and don't forget, go to her website often. Look at some of the works that she has done. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
From the creator of Up and Vanish comes a new true crime weekly podcast series. This week's episode of Talking to Death joins two Lindsay and guests as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Ray is real. Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
In today's marketers report, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
Pivot feels.
And particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the number one audio company, why not you to get marketers access to the audience's influences, insights, and data you need to grow? If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. If you have rats in your attic or walls, don't make the mistake of putting out poison or wasting money with a company that charges you monthly to check rat traps. Rat proof. For a one-time fee, Rodent Stop will identify and seal all rat entry points, trap and remove all rats, sanitize your attic to remove any nasty viruses, and remove and replace all rat nest infested attic insulation. Rodent Stop is so confident that they can stop your rat and mice problems that they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. Orange County. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Amy King.
Good morning. Happy hump day. It's 5 o'clock on your wake-up call for Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Amy King. Thanks for getting your day started today. What can we do? Everybody's freaking out because of the weather kind of across the U.S. But there have been tornadoes, snow, rain, wind. As the people are sitting there doing their stand-ups, the reporters, going, there's snow in Iowa. I'm like, it's January. Of course there's snow in Iowa. And the rain and the wind, it's a normal thing. The tornadoes not so good. Tornadoes hit down in the south. Think in the panhandle of Florida. God, they do a lot of damage. And we've got speaking of damage, we could have some damage coming. We've got some strong gusty winds coming. 30 to 40 miles an hour expected to blow today. Gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour. So put the umbrellas down, put away the pool furniture, otherwise it could be gone. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. The LA County District Attorney's Office has decided not to file felony domestic violence charges against former Dodgers pitcher Julio Urias. He was getting into a violent confrontation with a woman believed to be his wife outside an LAFC soccer match in September. The case has been sent to the LA City Attorney's Office, which will now consider misdemeanor charges. Nearly 700 flights have been canceled already today as storms batter the U.S. We're talking about that. At least 4 people have been killed in severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, damaging winds, and baseball-sized hail move across the U.S. Ever seen a baseball-sized hail? The size of a baseball. And it's like they're pelting you. I've seen people just running for cover. The biggest I've ever seen is about probably ping pong size. And it still hurts. A Napa Valley winery has turned to AI with its robot sommelier called RoboVino. Mario Cinetti winery owner Maria Resnicosa says the winery has seen a 30% increase in foot traffic since RoboVino started assisting customers with tasting. Critics say there's no way a robot can replicate a human's expertise with wine, so it is just a passing fad in selfie. At 6:05 on the news, the World Economic Forum says we're at risk of a global catastrophe within the next 10 years. Isn't that a great way to start today? We're going to dig into that. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Boeing's CEO has used the word mistake when talking about the Alaska Airlines flight that had to make an emergency landing after a door plug blew out. Dave Calhoun says they're going to approach the situation with complete transparency every step of the way.
Suspended.
Investigating the accident itself, carried out the recall too.
Calhoun says all 737 MAX 9 planes with door plugs are grounded until the FAA inspects them. The flight from Portland to Ontario on Friday was carrying 177 people when part of the plane was crashed. Nobody was killed and nobody was seriously hurt. Thieves in California could soon pay a higher price for retail theft.
Assemblyman James Ramos has introduced a bill that would have thieves with at least 2 prior theft convictions facing up to 3 years in jail for retail theft. California law currently does not assess prior convictions with classifying theft of up to $950 as a misdemeanor. The bill will need to be approved by the legislature, governor, and then voters to become law. Ramos says shoplifting and snatch and grabs are endangering customers and store employees. What's Trolley KFI News?
2 men have been charged with sexual assault in separate cases out of Culver City and Long Beach. LA County DA George Gaston says one man broke into a home in Culver City last month and allegedly raped a 12-year-old girl while her parents were in the house.
And because the victim was told that there was a man with a gun outside and the first family would be killed. She reported it, the family was unaware of what was going on with the victim's brother.
The second man allegedly impersonated a police officer in Long Beach and sexually assaulted a woman in his car in late December. They both men have criminal histories unlikely other visit. Super excited about this one. Okay, I am super excited about this one.
Well, it should always be the sound of some pizza. This is the way. This is the way. This is the way.
Here's something that's on the way. A new Star Wars movie, The Mandalorian and Grogu, will be the first big screen film in the Star Wars universe since 2019's The Rise of Skywalker. Jon Favreau, who created the Mandalorian series for Disney Plus, is set to direct the movie. Production is set to start later this year. Can't wait. Love The Mandalorian. Let's take a look at your early morning view. We do have a crash that's been going on the 91.
It's going to be busy for folks that are making their way what's on right now, past Spring River. It looks like it's, well, anyway, it's the opposite coast. Let's leave it. Definitely see the repost. Expecting some response out as lost areas are coming out of the riverside area. So definitely give yourself a look at the time getting out the door this morning. Your travel is taking you 90 westbound from the Inland Empire into Orange County. Then that's it on this problem, leaving us going downtown to 15 and south on the seaward. Is chaos traffic, south on the side of the 15, if you come through your home pass from the Horses Escape Ramp. That is the late bridge to 138, taxi sticking around for you from the south on between Likeforlike and Kenwood. This comes up enough for you to not have too bad of a headache getting into the door area. So the 15 and 215 split. Now, further south on the 15, it's that usual stretch of slowing that we've been seeing as of late. From Toyota to Ontario, 15 south on making the transition on the 60 westbound, and then 60 west itself on the 15 getting a bit of a slow going drive for even a great for pavement. Otherwise, it is decent. You will have problems to get into Hollywood on the northbound side of the 101. Further exterior from like northbound side of the 101 around the Normandy area, right around Vermont Avenue. Everything on the right shoulder, but still going for you heading northbound on the 101 coming out of downtown. Okay, if I'm the sky helps get there faster, I'm calling your team.
Thank you, Nick. It's 5:07 on your White House call. Let's say good morning now to ABC's White House correspondent, Karen Travers. Karen, I think what we can say is what we have here is a failure to communicate.
And so many questions.
Yeah, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has a serious health issue, and no one, including the White House, knew about it until yesterday. Well, they knew about it before, but we didn't know what it was until yesterday. So tell us what it is and why we're just finding out now.
Yeah, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization, which was kept secret for days, and now is due to urinary tract infection and intestinal complications following a doctor's help in minimally invasive surgery to ensure his cancer. He was initially going into the hospital back in December. He was diagnosed in early December with prostate cancer. He underwent general anesthesia for a procedure on December 22nd and recovered uneventfully, according to his doctor. He returned home the next morning. But then on January 1st, he was readmitted to the hospital because of complications, nausea, pain in his stomach, hips, and legs. And the doctor said that was due to urinary tract infection. The next day, January 2nd, further evaluation revealed abdominal fluid collection, and then he was treated with a non-surgical brain replacement. So he was still hospitalized, and the White House, as we now know, didn't know until last Thursday that he was in the hospital. It took several days after he had gone in with the complications, and the White House to be informed. It was yesterday, but they didn't know until yesterday, 5 days later, that he was being treated for prostate cancer. So 5 days went by from the time the president was informed Lloyd Austin was in the hospital before he was told that his defense secretary had prostate cancer. A lot of questions at the White House yesterday about the process here, the timeline of who was informed of how. John Kirby said bluntly that this was not optimal, as he put it. He said this is not the way it's supposed to happen. The president understands that.
Okay, just like you said, not optimal. There are so many things that we're doing here. So going all the way back to the first surgery when he was
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hi, ladies. How's it going? It's going really great. I'm in my new podcast closet. I moved from one closet to another closet, but this is my permanent podcast closet. It's for podcasting. This is the third closet I've seen you in podcast. Right, because I did casino night from my daughter's closet. Well, let's tell everyone what we're here to talk about today. We're talking have the episode Back from Vacation. It is season 3, episode 11, written by Justin Spitzer and directed by Julian Farino. Let's hear a summary. All right, well, in this episode, Michael returns from his all-inclusive trip to Jamaica. He is tan, he is happy. We find out who he went with. Yes, we do. Jan. Scandalous office romance. Well, despite Jan's insistence that Michael keep their vacation a secret, Michael accidentally circulates an intimate photo of them to the entire office and beyond. So he and Dwight are going to spend this episode trying to retrieve and delete the photo while Michael awaits Jan's arrival in Scranton. Meanwhile, Angela has to throw together a last-minute luau, and Pam gives Jim advice that helps his relationship with Karen. Yeah. Let's jump into fast fact number 1. This episode was written by Justin Spitzer. Now, we talked a little bit about Justin before. He created the show Superstore. And remember, we found out that he's the person that wrote the twin absorption line for Dwight in grief counseling. Yes, that was the Jen Salata deep dive. We found that out. Well, this was Justin's first full episode. So I reached out to him because I've kept in touch with Justin since we wrapped. Justin's just one of my favorite people, I have to say. He is so lovely. So I reached out to Justin and I asked him, where did the idea for this episode come from? And he said it was really simple. Greg really wanted to explore this idea of that feeling you get when you have to come back from your vacation and go back to your work grind. And that was it. They built the whole story around that one theme. You know what I love about that is that I find the stories I like the most have such a simple premise. They're not heavy on premise, and I find them usually the most relatable. Same. I feel like that's what made Halloween so great. You have to fire someone on Halloween. Yeah. That's it. You've just had a great vacation and now you're faced with the reality of your life back home. Yes. So then I asked Justin, what was it like being your first full script? And he said he was incredibly nervous about doing a good job. And he remembers that it was normal for writers to get a full week to write their first draft. You would usually get sent off on a Friday, and you would have the whole next week, and it wouldn't be due until the following Monday. You'd get about 9 days. So he said that this script, though, they did not finish breaking it until Monday night, pretty late. And Greg said, I'm going to need this Friday morning. So he only had 3 days. This is reminding me of when Gene and Lee had to do their first script in like 3 days. Yeah, or the time Steve had to write his script over a weekend with his in-laws visiting. Yes, exactly. Justin said he grabbed a case of Diet Coke out of the kitchen. He said he basically lived on that for the next 72 hours. Oh, gosh. And I guess apparently after Justin left to go write the script, because you could write your scripts at home, one of the other writers said to Greg, we're not behind. Why does he have to write it so fast? And that Greg smiled and said, to keep the pressure up, just tighten in the screws. Oh, Greg! And he said, I think in retrospect, it weirdly did relieve some of the pressure of it being the very first script that he was writing, because no one really expects a script that you write in only 3 days to be very good. So he was like, well, this is what it is. He did a dad mind trick. Oh my gosh. He was like, yeah, I need it in 3 days, but also knowing that way Justin wouldn't like make it too precious and take too long with it and kind of just shake off the cobwebs and jump in the deep end. How many analogies can I use? It was good. I liked them. Well, Justin said he wants everyone to know that what we ended up shooting was way, way better than what he originally wrote. That he brought that script back, and he said he was not able to write the script that you see on the screen in 3 days. It went through a bunch of rewrites. And basically he said, if I showed you my first draft, your reaction would be, yeah, that pretty much seems like something it would take a person 3 days to write. But anyway, I thought that was so sweet. I love all of that. That's some really great behind the scenes in the writer's room. All right, fast fact number 2, Angela, directed by Julian Farino. Julian was born and raised in London. He attended Cambridge University. We loved him. We loved this British man. Well, Jenna, we were so excited to meet him because he had directed an episode of Rome on HBO. And you and I, at this time, were binging that show together. We were really into it. Jenna, I even remember one day when he was on set that we quoted a line to him. We were like, do you remember the line where you and I were like, 13! Oh, yeah. That was such a good scene. And he looked at us and he was like, okay, ladies, well, if you could go back to reception, we're gonna But anyway, you guys, Rome was a show at HBO, and in my opinion, Rome was the first Game of Thrones. It was very Game of Thronesy, yes. It's extremely violent and bloody, and there's lots of warring political factions. What are you wearing? I'm wearing my Game of Thrones shirt because I don't know, Rome makes me think of Game of Thrones. So today on the podcast, I'm wearing my Game of Thrones shirt. Well, Julian also directed the first 3 seasons of Entourage, including Rainn Wilson's episode, I Love You Too. Oh, I just think it's very funny because Charles McDougall, our other director, had also directed episodes of Rome. I just think it's really funny that we had these guys who had been directing bloody battles come into our little paper company, but they were so fun. I mean, yeah, the scale of production that they had to do with chariots tipping over and people flying through the air, and then literally it'd be like, hey, can you use the stapler slightly harder next to the copier? Like the difference in like our quote unquote action sequence on Dunder Mifflin versus Rome. Well, I think part of Greg's thinking here was remembering that our show was not just a comedy, that it had dramatic elements and was about real human people. And so by having some of these directors who are known for doing these dramas, these character-driven stories, I think that might have been why he was drawn to them. I'm speculating, but that feels right. I like your speculation. I like it. Thank you. Okay, I am moving us to fast fact number 3. In this episode, Michael circulates a photo of himself and Jan in Jamaica on their vacation. Yes. And then the guys in the warehouse blow it up into a poster and hang it on the wall. Mm-hmm. Right. All right. We got a lot of mail about this picture. Yeah. We have a fan question from Prisha Singhal, Amanda McKnight, Megan Keel, Meredith Warlow, Stephanie Callahan, and many others. They want to know, was the Jan Michael photo made? Was it photoshopped? Some people want to know if Steve and Melora went to Jamaica to take this picture. Did they do a photo shoot there? How was this picture made? A lot of curiosity about this picture. We never had the budget to all go to New York or Scranton, so I doubt they went to Jamaica. Just kidding. I know they didn't. They did not. Well, I reached out to Kent Zabornak, Kentopedia, and also to Phil Shea Props, and they explained how we made this photo and poster. Are you ready? Yes. Kent told me that they built a tiny beach down in the warehouse, a little like set that looked like a beach. It had sand and lounge chairs, and it was against a green screen. I remember that. I remember us all seeing it, being like walking over there. I have a total memory of going down into the warehouse, and there was this tiny beach. And then he said that he and Phil Shea reached out to the people at Sandals Resort, who donated all kinds of product, which they feature, like the umbrellas and all of the stuff that said Sandals. They put it all in there. So then Melora and Steve got on the little beach set, and they took a bunch of pictures. And both Justin and Kent remember that, Melora did not have to get nudie for this. They did that in Photoshop, you guys. And Phil told me that then he had the posters printed from a little graphics shop in Culver City. And that is how they made the picture. That was some good fast facts, lady. Hey, well, thanks. All right, why don't we take a break, Jenna, and when we come back, we'll be back from vacation. I like it.
get into this episode. There's a really fun cold open. It's Jim. He's got the sales team in the conference room because he's in charge while Michael's away, and he's running this sort of sales meeting. Dwight, of course, I'm sure, is bumping up against Jim and his authority. So he sets a little recorder in the middle of the table to record the meeting, and then Jim, of course, has to mess with him. He has to mess with him. He starts being like, Dwight, why are your pants off? And he's like, my pants aren't off. And then everyone starts chiming in. And then, of course, Andy takes it to an absurd place and is the fun stopper.
Yeah. We had a fan question about this cold open from Sam Terrazaz and Eva Mars. How much of the cold open was improvised? And Ange, I went to the script and it's basically all scripted. Like all of the stuff that Jim says that Dwight is doing and Karen's line and all of that, all scripted.
I would have thought it was scripted. I feel like this is our writers at their best. Like they were so great at heightening a comedic moment. So that tracks for me. I did write down everything that Jim accused Dwight of doing. Do you want to hear?
Of course.
Okay, so first of all, he says, Dwight, you're not allowed to take off your pants in the middle of the office. And then he's like, oh God, he's got a knife. He's naked and he has a plastic knife to Stanley's neck.
I'm sorry, he's what? He's naked? Like his neck holding up his head is naked? Or he's naked?
This is like a whole thing. My husband's always like, say that again. Naked, naked, naked. How do you say it?
Naked. It's an A. It's spelled Naked. Naked.
Where I'm from, it's naked.
To be fair, it is also naked where I'm from as well.
Really? In St. Louis, it's naked?
Well, in Missouri.
Oh.
Like, it's interesting. St. Louis and Missouri have two kind of different accents. If you're from St. Louis, you're from Missouri. But if you're from outside of St. Louis, you're from Missouri and you're naked. But if you're from St. Louis, you eat with a fork.
Yes, that's what Phyllis would always say. She'd be like, oh, I can't find my fork.
Right. So she would eat her dinner naked with a fork in Missouri. But someone else is going to eat it with a fork naked in Missouri.
Well, Jenna, if you're in North Texas, don't run around naked. And then he also says that Dwight has a baby's bonnet. And then Phyllis is so adorable. She's so adorable in this whole episode. She wants to desperately chime in, and she's like, Jim Carrey's here. Get his autograph. You're like, what? And then Karen says, is that a Muppet Babies tattoo on your belly? And then, of course, Andy takes it to the place of, I'm chopping off Phyllis's head with a chainsaw. Ring, ring, ding, 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 ding.
My favorite part of all of that is that when Jim says, oh my God, Dwight is holding a plastic knife to Stanley's neck. The camera pans to Stanley and he does not even look up. He gives absolutely no reaction to everything that's happening in the room. It's awesome.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I will point out that the scene is a conference room table scene. Noted. The table is in the room.
Table is in the room.
Let's move on. Sorry, I took us on a detour with how I say naked. So now Michael has returned from Jamaica. He's super excited. He's desperate for Pam to ask him how his vacation was.
But instead, Pam lets him know that Hannah quit while he was gone, and she's filed some complaints, and he might have to be deposed. And Michael's like, Pam, it can wait. And she's like,
Because his exact response was blah, 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 relax. There's a really sweet deleted talking head that is a Pam talking head that I think would have come about right here. And Jenna, guess what? She says that Michael sends her postcard from every vacation he takes.
I remember shooting this talking head. They gave me a bunch of postcards and I held them up one after the other, which I found sweet because that means Pam saves them.
I know. And to me, it's like, you just really see who Pam is to Michael. You see why ultimately she's the last person he speaks to before he leaves at the end of, his time on the office. Like, he sees her as family. I really think he does.
Well, we had a fan question for this opening scene. There's that moment where Michael shakes his hair at Pam because he's got some little beads in his hair on his vacation.
I'm telling you, Sandals was like adult camp for Michael. I mean, he says how you go, hey, Mon, and then everyone yells, hey, Mon. I can see him being so enthusiastic. He's going to do everything. Braid my my hair, learn the dances, learn the chants. He's in it, Jenna. He's in it. You're right. Well, we had this question from Ashley Browning, Hope Cogville, Jess Graham, Rachel Lapointe, and Teresa Rampuella. They want to know, whose idea was it to put the beads in the hair? Were they sewn in? Were they glued in? Well, Jenna, you know, we wanted to get the behind the scenes story on this braid, so we reached out to Kim Berry, who did our hair on The Office, for all the scoop. And this is what she had to say.
Well, hello, lovely office ladies. Gosh darn it, I miss both of you so much. Thank you for asking me these questions. As usual, if there were any hair gags, Greg Daniels would either have me paged up or he would come find me and we would discuss what the look would be for whatever the actors were doing in this episode. In this one, it was specifically Michael Scott, and I know on the makeup side he was going to be tan because they wanted him to kind of have that, you know, tan glow from Jamaica. But on my side, it was about having something in his hair. Could it be dreaded? Could it be beaded? You know, what could we do? And in the end, I kind of liked the idea of putting beads in. But I was a little nervous because his hair was only 1 inch on the sides in the back. He had a short haircut at that time. So I wasn't sure if something would stick in there, but I rose to the challenge and told my team I was going to be in the trailer for a little bit, and I did a couple of variations of it. And I also had human hair, so you can have these actual real human hair clips, and I would sew them into these little things called toupee clips. And I ended up braiding it down, probably about 2 inches long, 2 to 3 inches long. And at the very end, I had a little elastic on the bottom, and that really held all the beads in place. And I know I had done a few options for Greg with different colors, but in the end, he liked the red and yellow and green. So that's what we went with. And the little clip, it just kind of like hooks into the hair, so it sticks really well. And if I just combed it a little bit and then with a little bit of hairspray and then pop that clip in, it wasn't going anywhere, and it didn't move at all during that episode. So I was very happy. But that's just one of the things that I love doing. When I get challenges from Greg, it was always fun to not only make him happy after he saw it, but just to kind of really, he would enjoy it. It made me so happy when he would smile and he'd be like, yeah, that's it. So that is my story for this episode, and I miss you both so much, and I'm sending you hugs, and I'm so proud of you. I love your podcast, and I can't wait to hopefully join you guys there someday. All right, you guys, take care. Love you both. Bye.
Aw, that was so sweet. I love that. I love knowing that they didn't do anything to his actual hair. She would just clip that in and out every day. Yeah, I remember Kim always having these heads with like different like forms of hair and wigs and braids and like whatever she was tinkering on. She had like a row of like fake hair with like different versions of things, especially for Meredith. Oh my gosh. Meredith was always having something done to her hair. So yeah, thank you so much, Kim, for the behind the scenes on that one. So listen, Ange, I know we're still talking about this opening scene, but I had to bring up something else. What? So when Michael walks through the door, he's carrying like 9 gazillion bags, right? And we're going to come to learn that one of them contains this steel drum that he is obsessed with playing. He's holding a box. He's holding bags and a box. And the steel drum, I think, is in the box because it's a big rectangle. Same. But it made me wonder what is in all the other bags. And that is an amazing deleted scene. Yes, Jenna. So those bags were gifts. They were like souvenirs that he bought everyone. They definitely look like the souvenirs you bought at the airport. And it's all in the deleted scenes. He goes around the office handing them out. Well, I remember doing that scene because the thing he gives Pam is a coconut bra. And he's like, some coconuts for your coconuts. And I'm like, thanks. Then he says, do you want to see if it fits? And you're like, no. I'm not going to go try on this coconut bikini top right now. Thanks. Yes, exactly. But I remember shooting that with Steve because I couldn't get through it. Every time I opened it up, it was so ludicrous to me that was the gift he gave Pam. It would make me laugh. He gives Angela Martin a lei, and he puts it around her neck. And she's like, thank you. And he goes, you just got laid. And I'm like, no, I didn't. And you like rip it off, right? And I get really mad. Well, next we're going to find out that Karen and Jim are experiencing some tension. Oh, yeah.
And here is why. It is because Jim does not want Karen to move into an apartment that is 2 blocks away from his apartment, even though she's been having a really hard time finding an apartment and she is currently living in a motel.
She's at a Days Inn. That's what we learned that in the deleted scene. I mean, come on.
Well, she says it down in the warehouse to Pam as well later.
She needs to find a place to live.
You know what I noticed? When Karen does her talking head, she's standing at the copier in the annex. Remember in the other episode, we were like, is this copier always here? That's where she's standing. That's back by Kelly's desk and Toby's desk in the annex.
Jenna, what does it mean if your talking head is in the annex? What does that mean?
What does it mean? I think it means you're trying to avoid somebody and you're using the copier in the annex.
Yeah. Jenna, speaking of deleted scenes, there's another great runner between Phyllis and Stanley. Because, you know, Stanley says he doesn't get all of his bonus, and he's not going to work, not a lick, until he gets that bonus money. And it starts driving Phyllis crazy because he won't answer his phone. She has a phenomenal talking head, so that's in the DVD deleted scenes.
I remember shooting those, and they were very funny, and I love anytime there's a dynamic between Phyllis and Stanley. So now we're in Michael's office, and he's playing the steel drum for Pam. He's telling her all about his trip to Jamaica. He's explaining that everyone in Jamaica just relaxes all day, and they party all the time. They love it.
Yeah, he's like, write this down, Pam. Pina coladas every day at 3 p.m. Like, he is definitely not ready to go back to work.
And this is when Pam breaks the news to him that they have to do inventory, which is something that he was hoping to avoid by going on vacation. And she says, Michael, we can't do inventory without you. We had to wait. It has to be done today.
He is so bummed out. He hates doing inventory. He says it's boring, so he decides to make it a party. And he tells Angela, get the party planning committee together. We're going to have a luau this afternoon. And she is not having it. She's like, what? At 4 minutes, you get a shot of a real snarky expression from Angela Martin about this luau that she now has to throw. But please look at the outfit. Crazy blouse with a high collar, froofy collar, argyle sweater in shades of beige and brown skirt, ponytail with what Kim Ferry and I called the swoop. This is a classic Angela Martin outfit, if I have to say so myself.
Well, lady, we had a fan question from Katie Wegman, who is asking, is the shirt that you're wearing the same one you wore in Benihana Christmas? Because it looks almost identical.
No, it is not. This season, the wardrobe department had bought me all of these high-collared, froofy blouses, which only live this season and never come back. But that is not the same one. It's yet another froofy blouse.
Well, now we go into the conference room, Angela, because Michael wants everyone to watch a video slideshow on island lights. And a big thing happens. Karen does not sit next to Jim. Yeah. It's serious. This fight is serious. And then while they're watching the slideshow, Pam spots Jan on the beach with Michael. But he denies that it's her.
Jenna, hold up. I have written down here, Pam pulls a Michael. Pam, why did you call it out? Why? I mean, that's something Michael would do. I feel like a normal move for Pam would be to notice Jan, totally know it was her, and not say anything. And instead, be like, oh, right? And then maybe go be chatty with Jim about it later. But instead, Pam points at the screen and goes, wait, is that Jan? That's Jan! And I feel like that's something Michael or Dwight would have done normally.
I totally hear that. I think that's a valid analysis. I will say, I think it was probably so shocking to Pam that she just blurted it out. I mean, it's to see Jan in the picture. She just,
I imagine she was just like, oh my God. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I get it.
Well, we had a fan question about this scene, Angela, from Marin Allen. She wrote in to say, my 13-year-old daughter Dakota pointed out that when Pam notices Jan and Michael's vacation slideshow, Michael says that she's actually a German woman named Ergelgru. And my daughter would like to know if this name was improvised and if it has anything to do with Steve's Despicable Me character, Gru.
I had the same question. So I looked it up. This episode was filmed in 2007, back from vacation. Despicable Me came out in 2010. So then I researched animation production and how long it takes a movie like Despicable Me to be made, and they take 3 to 5 years. So it is possible that there was an overlap, that Steve was doing voiceover while we were filming on The Office. It's possible.
Oh my gosh. And maybe that is why, because in the script it says Earlgra, but he says Erkelgru. Maybe it was like on his mind, and that's why he said Gru.
Let's move it on. Michael, I mean, he's got to tell someone, right? He's so excited to tell Packer that Jan went with him to Jamaica. And Packer doesn't believe him. He's like, no way. So Michael's like, you know what? I'll send you a picture. And Packer's email is packer@Dunder-Mifflin. But he sends it to packaging@Dunder-Mifflin.
And how this all goes down in the scene is so great, because Michael is like, did you get it? Hit refresh. Hit refresh. And Packer is like, no, I didn't get it. And then all of a sudden he says, oh, I just got it from someone else.
and then Michael's like, wait, what? Who else? What? And then Michael realizes he has sent it to the wrong place. He sent it to Daryl in the warehouse,
who has clearly forwarded it to Packer or someone else who forwarded it to Packer, but it is out, basically. I want to point out that line at the end when Packer says, how do I get you out of this picture? That was an improv. That was a Dave Keckner ad.
Yeah, that's Dave Keckner at his best.
After Michael gets off the phone with Packer, he is freaked out.
Oh, he's freaking the heck out.
He needs to do damage control, so he runs, he sprints to the warehouse. We had a fan question from Anna Rhodes. She says, at 7 minutes, 20 seconds, where is that hallway that Michael is running down to get to the warehouse?
Anna, I had the same question. So I did some digging, but Jenna, I know you did too, and you went to Kentopedia. So what do you got?
All right, Kent told me that is the hallway where our writers work. He is running down the writers' hallway. All those doors you see are writers' offices. And when he turns the corner and he runs through that doorway, he is running into Mindy Kaling's office.
Is he really?
Yes.
Oh my God, I thought that was Kent's office. Oh my gosh, okay, I love that. Well, I have a little catch, Jenna. He runs past a woman sitting at a desk, right at the very beginning of his sprint. Well, that is Mary Wall, and she was our executive producer assistant. She's in an orange hoodie. She was the best. She did everything for us.
I love that we put Mary in that scene. So I guess they just made all the writers close their doors, but they let Mary keep working, and they just shot that scene. Steve ran right past her.
Yeah, and the desk that Mary is sitting at is directly outside of the writer's room conference room. They had their own conference room, and Steve starts his sprint right in the doorway of that writer's room conference room, and he runs right past Mary at the desk outside of it.
Well, after he runs into Mindy's office, obviously it's a dead end, so they had to cut there. Then Steve had to go down into the warehouse, walk up the steps, and get into that little fake box at the top of the stairs that actually leads nowhere.
And then come back down.
Yes, and then they would yell action, and he would come running back down the stairs as if he had actually come from somewhere.
Right.
So then he runs into Daryl's office, and I believe, Angela, this is the first time we've seen Daryl's office in the warehouse, where we've actually gone inside of it. In this scene, at 7 minutes, 38 seconds, Daryl is eating a giant plate of food. We had a fan question from Dave H. and Andrea Petit Bell. What is up with Daryl's massive plate of food? when Michael goes in to ask him about the picture. Well, Angela, it is not in the script that Daryl is eating. And usually it is. Usually it is scripted that we're eating food. Here's why I went to look. When I looked at that plate of food, it 100% looked like the stuff they would serve us at craft services.
I thought the same thing. Jenna, oh my God. When I looked at it, I was like, is Craig as Daryl just holding his lunch? Or like a snack he made?
Yeah, I think he was hungry and he was having a plate of food and they were like, oh, you should just eat that in the scene. That food brought me back. I had a sense memory when I saw the plate. I was like, that's our food. That's what we used to eat all the time.
Yeah, especially like they would bring in those big trays of chicken wings. Remember?
Yes.
Like drumsticks and wings.
Yes. Well, so when Michael is there, he's asking Daryl, did you get my email? Did you? And Daryl's like, yeah. And he's like, well, did you get my email about deleting that email? And Daryl's like, you know what, Mike, I'm very busy down here. So clearly Daryl is going to be no help in getting Michael's picture deleted.
Oh, no. Well, I want to take us back to accounting for a second, Jenna. Humor me for some background catches. At 8 minutes, 12 seconds, Andy, Meredith, and Jim are gathered around Kevin's computer looking at the photo. Now, over Kevin's shoulder, you can see a message on his bulletin board that says, don't eat the yellow snow. Maybe Kevin needed a reminder. But at 8 minutes, 18 seconds, there is a Post-it note on Angela Martin's side of the partition. And Jenna, I zoomed in on that sucker. I zoomed on it so hard. And do you know what it says?
We got so much mail about this Post-it note. Angela, you're going to make so many people very happy right now. What does it say?
Well, I have to thank my husband, Josh, because this was half an hour of our lives that I made him do with me. He has editing software. I made him screen grab, blow it up. We put different filters on it that would highlight different letters. You guys, it was a huge task, but we did it. This is what we 99.9% believe that it says after our half an hour research. Angela, comma, can I have $8 petty cash to buy some more jelly beans? I'll get you licorice and cherry. Thanks, Pam.
Oh my gosh. I'll get you licorice and cherry.
Well, you know that Dwight likes licorice.
Wow. I guess you're the one who likes cherry.
I guess so. But we literally, it was like we had found the Rosetta Stone. We're like, that's an R. I'm positive. Okay, that's a C. That's a Y. Like literally, like we were like figuring out hieroglyphics, and we became obsessed. And that's what we're pretty sure it says.
Well, what I love about that is that it reveals that Pam doesn't pay for her own candy. She gets petty cash from Angela, and that it is something that Pam is doing for the office, almost like maybe the person before her did it too. I can imagine Pam starting work and Angela going up to her and saying, you will put out candy on your desk. I will give you petty cash. You need to bring me a receipt. But like, this is part of Pam's like work list.
Yeah, it made me rethink front reception too, especially during the holidays, because I thought all those little decorations, I always sort of thought that was Pam's effort to spruce up her desk area. But now I think maybe Angela Martin is like, remember, you have a budget for decorating the front reception. It's the first thing people see when they walk through the door.
Yeah, like this candy and the decorations are mandated. Can we though
Look at this
believe that
lettuce.
Pam buys
I've never
plates
seen this.
herself?
Now this is something I've never seen in my entire life. It's incredible. This
You
is
can't keep any of
just
them
incredible.
alive. Okay. Okay.
All right, so now we have two things happening. We have Michael who tells Dwight about the photo. He says he needs Dwight's help in retrieving it. My favorite part of this scene is when we learn that Michael has named the photo Jamaican Jan Sun Princess.
Amazing.
And then the other thing that happens is that Jim, the sad Jim, is in the break room. Pam walks in and she gets Jim to confide in her. And he says that he's in kind of a stupid fight with Karen. And Pam says, do you want to talk about it? I have a question for you. What?
Do you really think that Pam wants to talk about it? Or do you think somewhere deep in her subconscious, I don't think she's a mean-spirited person, but maybe she has found a way just to spend time with him again?
Of course. Of
Right?
course.
She has ulterior motives here.
Well, I think it's also though, you know what? I actually don't think she has those ulterior motives. I think she is really trying to believe and convince herself that she can have a friendship with Jim and that this is what friends do. So yes, I think part of her is craving that connection, but I think the real thing and why she's going to break down later is that she thinks she's ready to be this kind of friend to him. And she's going to find out that she's not. Right. But she thinks that she is. And this is her attempt.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a deleted scene between Jim and Pam. I'm actually, for their storyline, I think it was the right thing to delete it because it takes Pam's sort of earnestness to want to help him and try to really be a good friend to him. And it makes it seem like maybe she just wanted to hang out with him. And it's the two of you at front reception, at Pam's computer, kind of in that canoodling form, the way you guys used to play on pranks on Dwight, and he'd be leaning in, you'd be laughing, looking at each other. You're doing all of that, but you're looking for apartments together for Karen. Oh, and it felt off. And so I think it was the right move to delete it.
I'm glad they deleted that because my takeaway from this episode was that Pam was being really earnest.
Yeah, and then just realized she can't. She can't be that yet.
Well, we also get a big piece of information about Jim and Karen's relationship in the scene. We find out that they've been dating a month. Jim says, we've only been dating a month.
That is not very long.
No. So definitely the whole dating thing started after she moved to Scranton. Because we are about 4 weeks into her move.
That kind of makes Jim's argument make sense. I mean, if you just started dating someone, you're only dating them a month, you might not want them living right down the street because you're like, what if it doesn't work out?
Yeah, but are you really going to see them that much unless you want to? I mean, it's not like they're direct neighbors or living in the same building.
I don't know.
2 blocks away is far if you want it to be.
I don't know. I might be on Jim's side on this one.
I might
be like, hey, I want to be able to go for a walk or jog. I mean, who are we kidding? I'm not jogging anywhere. But like, my point is, I don't know. That might be too close.
So in the end, Pam tells Jim that she thinks maybe he's being unreasonable. Maybe he should reconsider. She very gently suggests this. And then they start giggling about the fact that Michael went to Jamaica with Jan.
Yes. And that must feel like a little bit like they're back, and that must make Pam happy. You know, yeah. It's like that moment. I want to give a little shout out to a Toby line because Toby confronts Michael in the next scene, saying that he has to report it if he's having a relationship, with a coworker. And Michael's denying everything, but Toby says 9 different people emailed me that photo, including my ex-wife, and we don't even really talk.
I love that. And then that made me laugh out loud. And then Michael's response is, well, maybe this will be the icebreaker. That's how Michael responds to that.
But it just shows you how far and wide this photo is going now.
So now here's what's happening in the rest of the office. Angela's in the conference room. She has called together an emergency meeting of the party planning committee. How are they going to throw this luau? She's very stressed.
Oh, she's not happy about it.
So then the very next scene, we're all out in the bullpen again. We're done with our meeting, apparently. Pam is back at reception. She's fielding a phone call from Jan.
This must be a time jump. Maybe it was a continuity error.
I don't know. There are a couple times when Pam is both in the break room talking to Jim and at the reception desk.
Pam has superpowers.
Pam is in a lot of places at once in this episode. But in this moment, Jan has called the office and Michael will not take the call. He is freaking out. He says he will call Jan back. And I want to note, Angela, not only are you not in the conference room at 12 minutes, 4 seconds, you are standing at the mail cart with Andy.
Hold up, lady. 3 seconds ago, you were shredding green construction paper to make decorations for the luau. Now you're at the mail cart. What's happening?
Using the mail cart, apparently. Very important. Mail cart tracking.
What? With Andy? Well, I have a question for you, Jenna. At 12 minutes, 14 seconds, Dwight opens Michael's office window. Not the window that faces the bullpen. The window that faces, like, front reception and the couch. You know, the hallway as you come in. He slides the window open and tries to poke his head through the blinds to tell Michael he needs to come down to the warehouse ASAP. Yeah, Gemma, is that the first and only time that window's open? I'm not sure. I feel like we've opened that window before, and there were other people who wrote in and pointed that out. That why did Dwight do that? How did he do that? But yeah, he slid the window open and spoke through the blinds, I guess because he's been in the warehouse, he's run upstairs, and he needs to tell Michael immediately. And for some reason, I guess he thinks this is more secretive or something, a way to get Michael's attention. I mean, it was so jarring to me. I'm like, oh God, Dwight, where are you coming from? What's happening? Well, then Michael and Dwight, they do that run down the hallway again. They go into the warehouse to discover that they have turned his picture with Jan into a giant poster and hung it on the wall. And all the guys start applauding for Michael. Michael is so conflicted in this moment. He doesn't know if he wants to be popular or if he wants to do the right thing. Yeah. And, you know, Jan is legendary within this office. She is the corporate boss. So this is a big story. And yeah, Michael is very conflicted. All right, well, I think maybe we should take a break. And when we come back, we'll figure out how Michael is going to solve this problem and see if this luau party actually happens. Yes. All right, we are back. Michael makes an announcement in the office and tells everyone that they have to delete this photo. That is not Jan. It could be Jan, but it's not Jan. But whatever the case, just delete the photo. Then he goes down into the parking lot and he starts playing his steel drum again. It's a very wintry parking lot too. Like the trees are covered in snow. But he's determined to play the only thing he knows, which is feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, and only one note from that song can he play on the steel drum. And I'm really glad that you mentioned the weather, Angela, because we had to set all of that up. We shot this in October, but of course this aired in the middle of winter, so we wanted to make sure that our seasons on the show coordinated with what would actually be happening in Scranton, Pennsylvania at the time. And it was my idea to not come all the way out the door. I said, Pam doesn't have her coat on. I think if this were really me, I would just sort of hover inside and kind of talk through a crack in the door when it's really cold. And I just love that made that in. They liked that idea. And so that's why Pam doesn't come all the way outside to talk to Michael. Oh, I loved that. I didn't know that, but it felt very real to me that you'd be like, hey, idiot, come inside. Can I confess something? Yeah, I really love when I get to pretend to be cold. Really? Yeah, because I'm cold all the time. I feel like I have such a full suitcase of material to pull from when I need to be cold. I'm cold constantly. And so that's why I was like, oh, you need me to pretend to be cold? Well, I'll tell you what I would do. I wouldn't walk all the way outside without a coat on. Let me throw that at you. And there was an episode a few episodes ago where we were all in the parking lot and we were pretending to be cold, and I saw myself, I kept putting my mouth down into the front of my coat and breathing into it because that's something I do when I'm cold. I'm noticing all of my cold detail acting, and I'm really proud of it, so I'm giving a little flex to it right now. Oh, your cold shtick. You've got your cold shtick down. I own a sweatshirt that says always cold that my family gave to me as a gift because I drive everyone crazy. I sneak up behind and turn the thermostat off like I'm that person. So, Jenna, I don't know if I'm great at pretending to be cold, but I'm with you. I mean, you and I froze our butts off on that set. So now we're at the luau. Angela Martin is cutting up Spam because I guess that's all you could get. You couldn't get a full pig from the petting zoo, as you had told Phyllis. Oh, Lord. Well, my dad loves Spam. So when I saw that, I just got tickled because it made me think of my dad. My dad, whenever my mom was really in charge of all the cooking and meal prep when I was growing up, unless it was barbecuing. Like, they were so traditional. My dad, like, manned the barbecue. But if my mom, and it was very rare, but let's say my mom woke up and she was like, oh, gosh, I have a cold, I have a fever, you know, whatever. One of those mornings where my dad had to take over, my dad would fry Spam, and we'd all be like, ah, and he'd be like, you're gonna have Spam, and then he would fry it up for breakfast, and then if you had to make our lunch, you'd be like, well, we got leftover Spam. It was like, Dad, so much Spam.
What is Spam?
I think Spam's a lot of parts.
Does it have flavors in it? Is it a specific flavor?
It's very salty.
Okay, wait, we're getting a message from Cody. This is the benefit of Zooming our podcast. Our producer can pop on. She is telling us that Spam's basic ingredients are, quote, pork with ham added, salt water, modified potato starch as a binder, sugar and sodium nitrate as a preservative. There's also a natural gelatin that is formed during cooking in its tins on the production line.
Cody's clarifying. Ham is from the pig's hind leg, while pork is any meat from pigs.
Wait, guys, the Spam conversation is not over. I know you were worried that we were stopping the Spam conversation, but Sam just threw down that there are 15 different flavors of Spam.
Okay, well, that seems crazy.
It's what you're here for, guys. It's what you're here for.
All right, well, so yes, we're back to the luau in the warehouse. Jim gives Karen some papers. What are they, Jenna?
Yes, he hands her a rental agreement for the apartment that is 2 blocks away from him. And they're so happy, and they make up. You know, Angela, we got a lot of questions about why are they having this luau down in the warehouse. People were kind of confused. And I think that's because there were a bunch of scenes that got deleted from this section of the show that remind you that we're supposed to be doing inventory down there.
There are so many deleted scenes from the warehouse. So there were all of these little vignettes. One of the ones I loved was that Ryan is staring at a bunch of boxes and he has like a clicker in his hand, like, you know, that you would check off, like a barcode, like beep, beep. And Roy walks up and goes, what's the problem? And Ryan's like, well, we're 7 boxes short of whatever yellow paper, whatever it was. And Roy just takes the clicker from Ryan and then just scans into the air like 7. Beep, 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 and he goes, fixed. So there's like, and Ryan's like, oh. So we're just fudging it. But like there's all these different moments within the warehouse that are happening that remind you that we're actually there to do inventory. Then another deleted scene that happens is Meredith is doing inventory and she's trying to get to one of the boxes on top of the shelf. And she does that thing, you guys, I have done so many times, especially in a grocery store when I can't reach something on the top. I climb up the bottom of the shelf and she does this and the whole entire shelf comes crashing down on her head with all the boxes. She's completely buried. If you watch the deleted scenes, you can't even see Kate anymore. She's buried. No one notices. People just keep on business as usual. And then you hear this muffled voice say, hello, I'm stuck. Hello? We got a fan question about this moment. Jess Moore wrote in and said, did Kate Flannery do her own stunt in that deleted scene in the warehouse? Well, Jess, we reached out to Kate and this is what she had to say. Hey, Office Ladies podcast fans. It's me, Kate Flannery, Meredith from The Office. Yes, I did a lot of my own stunts. I kind of got the idea that as much physical comedy as I could do, I was going to do. So I said yes to a lot of my stunts, even though I know that there was a stunt double there that day. Debbie Evans, they did not use her. Happened several times. So I think the stunt people still got paid, and I never went to the hospital, so who cares, right? But yeah, we sort of perfected things. So by the time Meredith gets hit by the car in season 4, we were really off to the races. So this episode, this stunt was kind of like the beginnings of my bravery. So thanks for watching. She's fearless. She really is.
That is insane.
I mean, she is fearless. If you go and watch that deleted scene, truly, a whole entire shelf full of stuff falls on her, and you can't even see her. She's fearless.
I would have been like, Debbie, I'm gonna need you in. Debbie, get on in here, because there is no way I would have done that. No way. I am too much of a scaredy cat.
You know what's interesting is that one of the things I really wanted to do on this show, I don't know why. I think I'm a badass driver. I'm probably not, but I always wanted to do all my driving stunts. And when they let me, like, because you know, Dwight and I have a few driving scenes, I would get really excited. Don't want to do those either. I like it when they hook it up to a rig and pull the car. I'm like, I don't want to drive this down the road while I'm acting. No one wants that. I've had to do that before. I'm always terrified. Well, one thing that did make it into the scene is this very odd moment of Daryl finding his iPod. And I want you to know that is not in the script. That was an improvisation by Craig on the day. He actually found an iPod deck and speaker somewhere back in the warehouse, and he just did this bit, and it made it into the show, and it is so funny to me. We got so much mail about it. People were like, is there something I'm missing? Is there a deleted scene from a previous episode where Daryl loses his iPod? Is this product placement for iPod again? No, it was just this random funny bit. He does it with such like real enthusiasm. Well, we had to be there pretending like we were going through boxes, guys. So we were really doing stuff, which you don't really see. It didn't really make it into the show. But I think that he legitimately opened up a box and that was in there, and he got all excited. Yes, exactly. Well, I have a little Angela Roy moment that happens right at the same time. At 14 minutes, 44 seconds, you can see Angela starts to walk up to Roy and is about to like go up to him, and then Daryl yells, "I found an iPod dock!" And I with my head and I pivot the other way. Wow. You have to go and watch it. More of the untold Angela Roy story. And I'm wondering, I mean, what was meant to happen there? Like, it's not in the script, it's not deleted scenes, but I'm sure I was given some direction maybe to go over and, you know, in the background sort of talk to Roy. But yeah, when Daryl yells, I turn around and go the other direction. It's a fun little catch. Well, then we see Pam is doing some inventory, and Karen comes up to her and thanks her. She says, "Thank you so much for talking sense into Jim. Karen is so happy. Her relationship is back on. Everything's okay." And then we cut to Pam just sobbing on a bench in the hallway. And Angela, I watched this scene and it just brought tears to my eyes because I remember shooting it so clearly. So clearly. And we got a lot of questions about it. So we got questions from Joe Salazar, Angie Letworth, Elisa Goldman, Jillian Riley, and Charlie Sparkenbaugh. They wanted to know, how was it filming that iconic Pam and Dwight scene when Pam is crying? Well, guys, this was like early on in the show, and whenever we had these really emotional scenes, like that parking lot scene with Jim and Pam, we would just kind of shut down everything. And I remember that we shut down the set, and we took hours prepping and shooting this crying scene. It was really important to Greg that I really be crying. They did not want to put fake tears in my eyes. He wanted me to really go there. And this is a really big challenge for an actor. And so what they did was they made everything really quiet, and no one talked to me for about a half hour, and I put on the saddest music I could find. And it was sad because it was personal to me, right? It was music that brought up memories of breakups, music that I listened to at different times in my life when I was having a particularly hard time. So it would bring up a lot of emotions. And I had spent the previous week creating this playlist because I knew that it would evoke a lot of emotion. And I sat and I listened to it until I was crying. And then Kelly, our first AD, came and took the headphones away from me. And then they started rolling. And that's how they were able to begin the scene with me crying. Because when you play a scene, Angela, and you have dialogue and you have connection with a person, a lot of times that will bring the emotion out of you, but it's really hard to start a scene in a full cry because you would just have to get yourself there. no, that's so true. It's actually really hard because you're basically taking yourself emotionally from 0 to 60. And I had to do a crying scene in a show called Haters Back Off that was like something in the middle. And I remember they let me sort of just step away from set to get myself there. And once I was there, they started rolling. I took this acting class and it was talking about emotional journeys. And the acting teacher encouraged us to pick a song, one song, because sometimes on set you don't have the luxury of being able to like go listen. That really shows how much our show was taking care of you in that moment. I feel like, yeah. But sometimes you only have a few minutes to reset yourself emotionally and to get to that place. So everyone picked one song, and in your mind you sing that one song, and by the end of that song you should be in that emotional place. And it really worked for me. And I find for myself now, I'm older now, guys. I'm 49, and more life has happened to me. And it's easier for me to get to that place than when I was a younger actor.
Yeah, same. But music is a big way to trigger it for me. And I think for a lot of actors. I've created musical soundtracks for a lot of things I've done. I had to do a play, and I had to start out the play in a rage. I had to start out very, very angry. And I couldn't find a song that exactly triggered my anger. I had a song that would kind of amp me up. And then I realized I had some audio of an ex-boyfriend who I really was pissed at still to this day. I found this audio tape and I played his voice, and it made me so damn mad that you can hear me right now just thinking about it. It made me so damn mad that I could just walk out on stage and start screaming at the other actor on stage because just his voice triggered me.
Wow.
So I think music, something you can listen to.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, I think that goes. I mean, you guys listening, I know there are songs that take you right back to a moment in your life. That's the power and beauty of music, right? The song that would make me tear up by the end is a Lefty Frizzell song called "That's the Way Love Goes." So it's an old song. Some of you will know it. Some of you in this moment know that I'm 100 years old. It's a really old song.
Well, one of the songs I was listening to help make me cry for Pam was a Ben Folds song. But I had a whole Pam soundtrack that I would listen to on my drive to work during season 3 when her and Jim were estranged. And it was Nora Jones. Lady, she's just so soulful and wishing and a little lost.
I remember you guys doing the scene, and I remember it from the filter of your BFF. And I remember you were really anxious about it. You really wanted to get it right. You were doing all the prep. I remember when you guys went to do the scene that I left you alone. You know, you don't need your chatty 5'1". I was like, I'm gonna give her all the space she needs. And rewatching it, Jenna, it made me tear up. It's so beautiful. And I think I see Rain as Dwight tearing up. But surely Dwight wouldn't tear up, but I think Rain, your friend, is tearing up watching you cry.
Angela, it's making me get choked up when you say it because this is a little bit of a place where the line blurs between the Rain that you and I know and Dwight. Rain simply couldn't do that scene without empathizing with Pam. Every time we did a take, he teared up when I cried harder. It was like Rain Wilson, the man, was incapable of sitting next to a person in pain without feeling their pain. And this is the thing that we know about Rain, the thing that we love about Rain. And when I saw it in the scene, it just made me miss Rain so much because that's who Rain is to me on a personal level.
Yeah, I just saw Rain. I just saw him and he's tearing up. And then he has to snap back to Dwight, you know, and say the line or, PMSing pretty hard, right?
Yeah.
One of my favorite things he does in the scene as Dwight is he takes his jacket off and you're positive he's going to wrap it around Pam. And he ties it around his waist so awkwardly.
Yes, that was in the script. That's the other thing. All the little beats, all the moments, him putting his jacket around his waist, giving the handkerchief, awkwardly putting his arm around her shoulder, all of that is scripted, all those moments. It was a beautifully written scene, and they gave us great time to figure it out and shoot it. I'm really proud of that scene. It's one of my favorites from the series that I got to do.
I know. You just did it so well. Where are we now?
Well, Jan has arrived. Oh, it's so awkward.
Jan has arrived, and you could cut the tension. Even though we were acting, I remember Melora has such a presence, and when she walked into that warehouse, it was like you could hear a pin drop. Even though we knew we were acting, it just was a powerful moment.
Yes. And Michael's slow walk up the stairs was so good. So good.
So good. And then Jenna, when they get back to Michael's office, what a power move. Jan is sitting in his seat. He has to sit across from her where the other employees would normally sit.
It was so badass. I so loved it. So now in this scene, you don't know what's going to happen. You're pretty sure that she knows about this picture and she has come to just lay into Michael about sending out this photo. But she's either unaware of the photo or she doesn't care because she tells Michael this amazing speech. It's so amazing.
It's so good. She says her therapist thinks she has self-destructive tendencies and she should just lean into them. Let's try that for a change. Let's just go with the destruction.
I love it. She says in this past year, I've been through a divorce, an identity theft. She's like, my ex-husband, can't or won't share his feelings with me. And then she says, maybe she will find happiness by lowering her expectations and following her instinct to be with Michael. Everything in Melora's performance is perfection, and then it is mirrored by Steve's perfect reaction to everything she's saying. He is confused. He isn't sure if he can be happy. He's clearly afraid to react.
Yeah, he's frozen because he's like, she's breaking up with me. Wait, she's not? Wait, she likes me. Oh, but she's leaving me. Who's this therapist? What's happening? All of those things are happening. And then, she grabs him and gives him a big sloppy kiss. I wrote on my card, Jan, #DGAF.
What's DGAF?
Don't give up. Oh, because she knows the camera crew is there. She is clearly over it. She's like, I'm going to lean into this, just like my doctor said. She says, meet me back at your condo in 15 minutes. And then it's my favorite moment. I mean, well, there's many favorite moments, but this is one of my favorite moments. He's stunned. And he looks at her and says, you complete me. Like from Jerry Maguire, like that scene in the elevator. He's like, you complete me. And she looks at him and pauses. It's such a wonderful pause. And she goes, oh God.
All of that was scripted, Angela.
Oh, it's so good.
It says that he says that line, and then it says Jan pauses and then sighs. But she's like, still gonna meet him at his apartment.
Yeah, that oh God is like, well, I'm in it now.
Lady, we got a fan question about this scene that so intrigued me. Listen to this. This is from Millie. Millie said, Daniel Levinson and Roger Gould are adult developmental psychologists who have contributed massively to the field, including the study and definition of the midlife crisis. Is Jan Levinson Gould's name a reference to the fact that she is the epitome of a midlife crisis, or is it just a coincidence?
That is an amazing catch.
I think it's a coincidence because I don't think they knew that the character of Jan was going to become what she was when we started. So when they named her Jan Levinson Gould,
They were not aware that she was going to spin out and go down this road with Michael yet. That happened over time. But I will tell you that I appreciate this fan letter because it sent me down a fabulous 2-hour rabbit hole where I Googled Dr. Roger Gould adult development theory. Fascinating. I'd like you to know that you can also get a book called The Seasons of a Man's Life by Dr. Daniel Levinson. But all of their work was combined into a wonderful book by Gail Sheehy. She's a feminist journalist, and she wrote Passages, Predictable Crises of Adult Life. Did I buy all these books and I'm waiting for them? Maybe I did, Millie. Maybe I did. I'll report back. But guys, if you want to go on the journey with me, you can Google it all. It was really awesome. Jenna, I love this so much because you and I do our prep separately. So I don't know the rabbit holes you're going down. You're doing that. And I spent half an hour looking up different flavors of jelly beans. It's all valid, lady. It's all good. And all important. It's all important. Well, so we go back to the luau. It's not going great. People look like they're having a pretty lame time. And there's a scene between Roy and Pam. And he kind of cheers her up. Yeah. Roy says, remember how we were deciding where to go on the honeymoon? You wanted Hawaii, I wanted Mexico. Well, I was right. So I think he's sort of saying that Mexico would be better than Hawaii because this luau's lame. I don't track his reasoning, but Pam laughs, and I think she really needed that laugh. Yeah, this was the first moment where we show that, like, Pam is being comforted by Roy. So all along we've been seeing Roy try to make these gestures, reaching out to her, and this one lands. And this was kind of going to maybe put Pam and Roy back on track. Well, before we wrap up Back from Vacation, Jenna, I have one deleted scene. It's a Michael talking head, and I have to share it with you because it really sums up Michael's state of mind as he comes back from Jamaica. All right, I got to hear this. What is it? So Michael is driving in his car to work. It's his first day back to work from Jamaica, driving in his car, talking head. He says, you know how they say take a chill pill? In Jamaica, I took one. Guy on the beach sold it to me for $40. And after I finished vomiting, I was more relaxed than I've ever been. I lost 6 pounds too. And that's how I want every day to be. Yeah, he wants to take a pill, vomit his brains out, then be relaxed, and then have a pina colada at 3 o'clock. Yeah. Amazing. Well, guys, that was Back from Vacation. Yes, thank you so much for sending in your questions. And a big thank you to Kim Ferry. You can find her on Instagram at hairferry.kim. That's HAIRFERRY.kim. She posts so many fun behind-the-scenes things from all the projects she's worked on, including The Office. And Kate Flannery, thank you so much for your audio clip. I asked Kate, was there anything I could share? And she said, will you tell them all that I'm just so tickled that Meredith Palmer has a Funko Pop? I love that. You can see what Kate's up to at The Real Kate Flannery on Instagram. And also thank you to Justin Spitzer. And of course, Pantopedia for helping us answer all those fan questions. Thanks, guys. Yes, and Phil Shea. I reach out to these guys all the time, and they always come through for me. We couldn't do the podcast without them, just like we couldn't make the show without them. That's right. And you guys, and Sam, and Cody. Love you all. Have a great week, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hi, everybody. So, if you see a photo of us podcasting, I am now in my husband's closet. Those are not my baseball hats. That is his baseball hat collection.
I like to wear baseball hats.
You do. You are sort of like a baseball hat family. I feel like all of your family loves baseball hats.
Oh, lady, one Christmas we were trying to find a family photo that we could put on our Christmas card, and I couldn't find one where one of us wasn't wearing a hat. And so we decided to make it a bit, and we did a collage of just a baseball hat Christmas card. My mother-in-law was mortified.
She's like, why are you all in hats?
Yes, baseball hats for your formal Christmas card. But yeah, it was like an inside joke. We're a hat family. We would fit in very well in Josh's closet, I guess is what I'm saying.
I think you would. By the way, side note, your Christmas cards are always awesome. My favorite, and I have it hanging up in the kitchen still, is the one where you guys are all holding Sunny, your cat.
Oh, yes. That was another fun collage. We had a good time with that. Lee has Sunny on his head. I'm holding Sunny upside down. It was a good one. Thanks, lady.
You guys have a floppy cat, and floppy cats are so great in photos. My cats would have like shredded our heads if we tried that. Okay. So here we go. What are we doing today, Jenna?
Today we are talking about season 3, episode 12, Traveling Salesman. Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. I rewatched this one and The Return with my kids. We all snuggled up in bed and watched them. They were laughing hysterically.
Well, Angela, it's a good thing you watched those together. I did too, because they were actually created to be kind of one big episode to be watched together. And that is why they were written by 3 writers, Mike Schur, Lee Eisenberg, and Gene Stupnitsky. And both of those episodes were directed by Greg Daniels.
All right, Jenna, well, why don't you hit us with a summary?
All right, so in Traveling Salesman, because that's the episode we're covering today, Dwight covers for Angela after she misses an important deadline. The sales team all pair up for sales calls, but at the same time, Angela uncharacteristically invites Pam to coffee and then discusses her love life. In code, but she discusses her love life. And then upon the return of the sales team, Michael learns that Dwight went to corporate behind his back. He doesn't know why. Dwight quits Dunder Mifflin. Yes! And then Karen finds out that Jim once had a thing for Pam. That's a lot of stuff.
That's a lot of stuff. Phyllis, man, spilled the beans.
I know, Phyllis.
Okay, we'll get to that. I bet you have some really good fast facts.
Well, you know I do, because you know that we got something.
We did.
All right, so here's what we got. All right, fast fact number 1. Like I said, both this and the next episode, The Return, were written and treated like one big episode. They were both directed by Greg Daniels. What did we do, Ange? Tell everybody what we did.
We reached out to Greg, and he sent in audio clips, and they are fantastic. And now Jenna and I want him to send in audio clips every single week.
Yes, his audio clips are so good, you guys. We're giddy about them. So the first thing we asked him was, what was the inspiration for this episode? And here's what he had to say.
Traveling Salesman and The Return is a little 2-episode arc that we did as part of the working out of the merger of the 2 branches stories. Andy was always conceived in Gay Witch Hunt to be the Stanford version of Dwight. So it was natural that they butt heads when the branches merged. And we like the idea that Dwight, as the hometown favorite, gets to have a really strong and romantic arc here. You see a very noble side of him protecting the woman that he loves. And I think one of the reasons we made it 2 episodes was it didn't feel real to me or earned to have him leave and come back in only 1 episode. So it just felt a lot better to spread it out over 2. And another part of that storyline was that it was pairings, and a writing exercise that I often did with the writers was I'd have them try and come up with pairings of characters that we hadn't had scenes together before. And so this entire episode was fun pairings like Ryan and Stanley or Phyllis and Karen. And of course, Angela and Pam, who have a great emotional storyline where they really are kind of growing as friends, and it was really cool to see Jim and Dwight too, and see their backstory. And then the other thing about Drunk Salesman was we used in the client, we used being good at sales to make Michael more likable. And in Traveling Salesman, you see a whole bunch of different characters and how they are as salespeople, and you see how great Jim and Dwight work together, and Michael being like a straight man for Andy, who's just terrible. And so it kind of helps distinguish the more likable original Dwight versus the more sinister, schemy, new Dwight.
Keep talking. Talk forever, Greg. Greg, talk forever. It's so fascinating. I love that not only were there these new pairings of characters, but also of writers. It's just so interesting.
Yes, and so much comes out in this episode when you put these different people together for the first time, really. Yeah. So you guys, I don't know if we need to start some sort of a petition, but we really want to create a new feature of the show called Inspiration with Greg. And he will send us an audio clip of the inspiration behind every episode.
And there's like piano music.
Greg will tell us the inspiration, and then Kent tells us the nuts and bolts of how he made that inspiration happen.
Greg is listening right now and is like, ladies, what are you signing me up for?
Exactly.
What is fast fact number 2?
Well, Angela, speaking of Kentopedia, fast fact number 2 is called Locations. So for this episode, because we actually shot it in conjunction with the return, we did something called crossboarding. It's a little lingo that they use in the biz.
Lingo alert! Showbiz lingo alert!
So crossboarding is when you shoot 2 episodes at once. We normally shot 1 episode each week, but we shot these episodes over a 10-day period from October 16th, 2006 to October 27th, 2006. And the main reason for this was because of locations. We just had a lot of places to go in these 2 episodes, and having the flexibility to shoot it over a 2-week period was really helpful.
Yes, and they would also do a thing, you guys. They call it shooting out a location. So, for example, every scene that happened in that coffee shop, they would film in 1 day. And then they could close out that location. They don't have to pay for that location for multiple days. So sometimes when you crossboard, it's a great way to save money because you can shoot out a location.
Yes.
Have we bored you to tears with a little behind the scenes lingo?
Lingo alert, shoot out a location. So since you brought up the coffee shop, Angela, we had a fan question from Brianna Kernan, Harshita Verma, and Molly Ottawa. Did Pam and Angela go to the same coffee shop that Jim and Karen end up going to later? And is the coffee shop location the same one used in later episodes? Yes. Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. And here's a little tidbit, Jenna. I don't know if you remember. That coffee shop was next door to the place we filmed the tattoo parlor scene.
What?
Yes, an upcoming episode with Andy. That tattoo parlor was next to the coffee shop. It must be some little strip mall that Ken just had good favor with. So he was like, okay, we'll take that. We'll take that.
Well, here's what Kent told me. He said the coffee shop was a real location. We filmed at a place called Java Groove Coffee. It was on Victory Boulevard in Van Nuys.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
However, it has been closed and replaced by a printing company. So I'm sorry, if you come to LA, you cannot get a cup of coffee anymore at Java Groove Coffee.
Well, we'll have to find out if they can get a tattoo next door still.
Yes, perhaps. What a fun office set tour that would be. You could go see the outside of Dunder Mifflin, grab a cup of coffee, and get a tattoo. I mean, if you're a diehard fan, right?
Yep.
But now you can just get something printed and then get a tattoo. All right, well, I am not done talking about fast fact number 2, Angela.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's more locations. We have so many more locations. This is a question from Kylan Hadley and Jordan Simpson. Were all the sets that the salesman traveled to local office buildings, or were they built in the warehouse set, like the fancy Stanford branch was? All right, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
They were not a set, they were a location, but they were all the same location. Here's what they did. The building where Jim and Dwight are in the parking lot and Dwight's like pumping himself up, that was in Van Nuys. It was at the Panorama Medical Plaza.
Plaza, St. Louis. Was it at the Plaza?
It was at the Plaza. Oh my gosh, that's so St. Louis.
Oh my gosh. I have a St. Louis catch later in the episode, but that's the first one.
Oh,
Plaza.
So at the Panorama Medical Plaza, they found a completely vacant floor. And they dressed 5 different spaces to be the various offices that everyone visits. Isn't that amazing? They took one location and made it 5 different places. But there's more.
Oh, more?
So you know how we said we shot these 2 episodes together? In the next episode, The Return, at the beginning, you see Dwight going around with his resume. 2 of those offices were also part of the Panorama Medical Building.
That plaza covered a lot of ground, lady.
So much plaza. So one thing, the church scenes with Stanley and Ryan, those were filmed at the Panorama Presbyterian Church on Roscoe. So that was another separate location. And then there's even Staples, but we'll talk about that next week. So many locations.
So many.
All right, I think we've covered all the locations. Let's move on to fast fact number 3. Another fan question.
Okay.
Guys, we love your questions. They are so helpful in structuring the podcast. Thank you. All right, fan question. Rachel Lavish and Rebecca Kelly said, I noticed a weird discrepancy between the Netflix episodes and the DVD episodes. In the DVD episodes, there is a whole subplot about Pam winning an art contest. In the Netflix version of the episode, the whole thing is cut out. I haven't been able to find anything online about it. Do you know why this is?
Ladies, that is a fantastic question, because this whole podcast almost went haywire because Jenna was watching the Netflix episode and I was watching the DVD episode, and they're totally different.
Angela and I were so confused because we were trying to outline this episode and there were all these scenes that Angela was talking about that I remembered shooting, Angela, but that weren't in the version I was watching.
Yeah.
So I started digging around and here is what I found out. On March 15th, 2007, NBC aired a repeat of this episode. But they didn't want to air an exact repeat. They wanted to get more viewers. So they called it a new-peat.
A new-peat?
You know, when they would run repeats, they wouldn't get as many viewers, which meant fewer ad dollars for commercials, right? Because that's how networks make money. So they thought if we add a new-peat where it's mostly the old episode, but then some stuff you've never seen before, maybe it would up the viewership. And that's why there are now like these 2 different versions of this episode living out in the world. Because of somebody in marketing at NBC came up with this new Pete idea.
I don't think we ever did that again. I think this is our one and only new Pete. Am I right?
Well, I guess it happens again in season 4.
Oh,
When Phyllis tells Jim about her house that Bob bought her. It's on the DVD, but it's cut out of the Netflix version.
so here's what's on the DVD. First of all, Traveling Salesman and The Return are one episode on the DVD. They're not 2 episodes. They're one, like, supersized, huge episode. Crazy, right?
Crazy.
But in The Traveling Salesman, these are the scenes you missed if you watched it on Netflix. Pam gets a phone call that a watercolor she made won a 6th grade elementary school art contest.
I remember shooting it.
These 6th graders picked your art. You were really excited. You won $100. You were really excited to tell Kevin about it. Kevin's like, yeah, well, I won $400 betting on a Celtics game. And you were like, okay, thanks for that, Kevin. And then she tells Angela, Pam is just desperate to tell someone that her art won. And no one's in the office. They're all out on a sales call. So she pops up over the partition. Jenna, we have one of those classic over the partition Angela and Pam scenes. And she tells Angela, and Angela has all this good favor in her heart towards Pam right now. You know, they've gone and got coffee, they've bonded. And so Angela goes, congratulations. And then she says, I really like having these little moments with you. And then she offers Pam one of her kittens. Sprinkles has had kittens, and she offers Pam the dominant male named Ash. And Pam clearly does not want this cat. She makes up excuses. She's like, oh, you know, my landlord, it's just, it's a thing. And, you know, it'd be, I don't know. And Angela is like, F you. She instantly goes back to being just this cold, snarky person to Pam. That's it. Their friendship's over. It was so fleeting. And then lastly, when Jim finally comes back from his sales call, Pam is so excited to tell him. And he's on his way out to have coffee with Karen. And Pam's like, Jim. And he starts talking to her about it. And Karen's like, we're going to get coffee? So it's this awkward moment. I remember shooting all of that. Here's the other thing I found really interesting. So in the opening scene of the Netflix version, it's Harvey, the computer, right? Yeah. Talking to Jim. That's in the deleted scenes on the DVD. That's not even in the episode.
Oh, so because I was wondering, well, what did they cut out of the episode in order to make room for Pam's art contest? So there must be things, when they aired this on NBC, there must be things missing.
In the deleted scenes on the DVD, there's a lot of extra scenes in the cars driving.
Yeah.
Lots of extra driving scenes. And then there's this Harvey the talking computer. That's a deleted scene.
Wow.
So there you go. We are going to be following along the Netflix airing because that way our time codes will match up. But that's what you will get if you go to the DVDs.
I love it. I love it. I feel like I'm really happy with all of that. I think we should take a break and then come back and break down the episode.
Sounds great. All right, we're back. Let's dive right in this episode. Michael is really excited to show Jim and Pam his new computer. It's his buddy, his talking friend, Harvey.
Oh my gosh. And basically, he types into the keyboard and then Harvey says stuff.
Yes, and he's made the back of the computer like a face, like he used some Post-it notes, anyway, Harvey's this talking computer.
Well, we got a fan question from Bailey Aspenson, Becky Gemmel, Megan Keel, Chelsea Lane, and Alyssa Sorensen. Everyone wants to know who is the voice of Harvey.
Oh, well, that's a great question. Who is it?
I recognized it immediately, and did you recognize it, Angela?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, no! As soon as I heard the voice, I was like, oh, it's Mike Schur.
Oh, my gosh. That's such a great catch.
So I emailed him, and he was like, yes, it's me. I was Harvey.
So he's the one that said, me so horny, me love you long, Tim.
Yes, exactly. And Pam's like, oh, I'd love to meet Long Tim.
The way you and John played off Steve in that scene made me laugh so hard because Michael just gets so frustrated that you guys aren't thinking his talking computer is amazing.
Well, some people notice that when we cut away to Michael's screen, what he's been typing doesn't quite match with what you've been hearing. That's just because the scene was longer. And we actually did have Harvey say all those lines, and we had lines, but then in the editing room, they cut some of them out. So the screen was indicative of the scene as written, and it got a little trimmed down in the editing room. So that's why his screen doesn't quite match.
Some really good fan catches right away.
I know. All right, so now, Angela, we move over to accounting. And Kevin tells Angela that corporate did not receive their tax forms. But Angela says, no, they arrived this morning, and he wants you to know how very important this is. Angela, here's what I wrote down when I watched this scene.
What?
WTF is up with your hair? Why do you have a flower of hair on the back of your head? Guys, I took a picture and I'm going to post it because it's insanity. What is happening?
When we got the script, Kim Ferry and I started talking. Kim is who did our hair. And we were like, Angela is happy in this episode. Now, she starts out in the morning a little worried, right? Did Dwight make it? Is everything going to be okay? But she's a lady in love, and her man has done this amazingly gallant thing for her. And I feel like she's sort of dressing the part of like this lady in love. She's wearing her Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation mini short sleeve jacket. That's made a callback. And she did a little something extra fancy with her hair. Kim and I just thought maybe she's taking it up a notch.
Yeah, she turned her hair into a pinwheel flower.
And clearly she has 8 arms and multiple mirrors. Because how do you do that to the back of your head?
Well, when I saw that hair, all I could think about was, oh my gosh, she couldn't lay down during her breaks. Because sometimes at lunch, I would want to, lay back after I eat, maybe snooze it out, because we would get up real early. Sometimes I need a little snooze at lunch. But you couldn't do that week, I guess. Couldn't lay on that. That would be so uncomfortable.
I couldn't even lean back on a chair, lady. I couldn't even recline in any way.
Guys, check it out. You don't have to look hard. It's insane. It's also amazing. We had a lot of people write in. Julia Lee, Bethany Devish, Kaylee Waiting, Anita Prasad. They all said Angela's hair looks incredible in this episode.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we're going to come up onto this talking head that Rashida actually mentioned when she was a guest on Benihana, where Andy talks about him and Karen being the last 2 left standing, right? And Andy says he's not going to be one of the kids touring Willy Wonka's factory. He will not fall into the chocolate river.
I loved that reference.
I loved it too, but all I could think about, Jenna, is that he does fall into the lake.
When?
At beach games.
Totally forgot that.
He falls into the lake. He's in a giant sumo suit and he floats on by. And I couldn't help but think, what an amazing, callback to the Willy Wonka River thing. I don't know. I thought that was kind of fun.
Oh my God, yeah. Yes. I'm so sorry. It's all coming back to me. We'll get to it when we talk about beach games, but yes, Ed slowly floating away. I remember it now so clearly. So Angela, now you're standing at reception. You're getting yourself some jelly beans, and Dwight comes in. It's so sweet. He lets you know the tax forms have been delivered.
Yes.
You guys are kind of talking in code, but of course Pam is clocking it all. And then as you walk away, you say, I don't want these, and you leave the jelly beans. We had a fan question.
Okay.
Allie Jo Higginbotham says, did Angela improv that line, I don't want these, to Pam after she took the jelly beans?
Yes. Yes, I did. The note that Greg had given me in that scene is that, I'm so anxious to talk to Dwight to find out that everything went okay, but I had to make some business for myself. Like, why would I be at reception? So I decided to kind of dig in the jelly beans. I just sort of was like, oh, this is what I'll do. So I was digging in the jelly beans and I put a few in my hand throughout the scene. And then as Dwight walked away, I just had him in my hand. So I just placed him on the countertop like your kid would. I don't like this. Yes. Just walked away. And it just tickled us so much. And they left it in. But the part I love even more, Jenna, is your look of it said so much to me in the moment. It said people leave their water bottles and their trash on my desk
all the time. After you would leave the jelly beans, I added a little bit that got cut out, and probably it should have been cut out because it just would have gone on forever. But I would find all these various ways to get rid of the jelly beans. So I remember one time I picked up the trash can and I scooched them into the trash can using a piece of paper. And another time I took a tissue and I picked them up with a tissue. And another time, I think I picked them up and put them back in the jelly bean container. I had all these ways that I got rid of these jelly beans. And I had a good time with that. None of them made it in, of course, but it was just kind of like a fun little bit we were doing. So should we move into the conference room now, Angela?
Oh, yeah, because somebody needs to pass the tardy sauce.
Yes, the entire sales team is assembled in the conference room and Dwight comes in late.
So Andy is such a tool. Oh my gosh.
So at the beginning of the scene, Michael explains that this is his dream team. This is my dream sales team, and we're going to pair up and go on some sales calls. And we had a fan question from Holly Enerson. Holly Enerson says, Phyllis blows her nose right after Michael says, "This is my dream team."
Was that scripted? I did the same thing because it's brilliant. The timing is so perfect.
It's so perfect. Yes, it was scripted.
Amazing.
Here is the script direction. Quote, "The camera pans to bored faces of the sales team. Phyllis blows her nose." And you know, this is a little moment because I watched it several times. It's so great. Phyllis gets out her little tissue, she sniffles a little bit, and then she blows her nose. Like, she times it perfectly, but she starts the bit a little early. And I think that's what sells making it look so organic. It's really wonderful work. Little details.
Phyllis, man, with the tissue work.
So everyone gets paired up.
Yes, we get Karen and Phyllis, and Ryan and Stanley, Dwight and Jim, and Michael and Andy. Now they're going to go out and be in cars together all day. I couldn't wait. I remember when we got the script, Jenna, at the table read, when I saw like the groupings, I was like, oh, this is going to be so fun.
Well, there's a Ryan talking head in here that makes me laugh so hard.
Because you are now Ryan in real life.
I am now Ryan. I love it that he said he's flattered to be Stanley's second choice after pass. After pass. Stanley got to pick his partner, and his first response was pass. And his second response was, I guess I'll take the kid.
Well, I wanted to talk really quickly about Jim's talking head. He holds up that photo of Dwight and Jim, like the old photo, because they clearly have been on a ton of sales calls together, right? And it shows their history a little bit, which I love. But in the DVD commentary, Rain said that his hair in that photo was from 1991. He was on tour with an acting company doing Romeo and Juliet, and they all had long Elizabethan hair. And they sort of like photoshopped it onto current Dwight, but they left that big hair. I just thought it was hilarious.
I love that detail.
I know. So now they're all in the parking lot. They're paired up into their teams. They're about to get in their cars and go. Michael tosses Dwight his dirty laundry, which is a callback to the coup. I love it when our show does this, and we have a few in this episode. But this is a callback to the coup, and now he tells them all to circle up, and he's going to give them their marching orders.
Yeah, so then Michael says, guys, let's go out on our sales calls. It's like we're the amazing race. And everyone's like, how are we the amazing race? Is there a prize? He's like, no, there's no prize, but we're the amazing race. And he gives everybody these team names, and everyone's very confused. And then Michael just gets frustrated. He's like, just go on your sales call. But I love that he brought up the amazing race. This was a really, really popular reality show at the time, and I was a huge fan.
Jenna, we were so into it. I remember you and I watching The Amazing Race, and then, Jenna, do you remember how you and I were like, we should go on. We should be a team on Amazing Race together.
I stand by that. I think we should. I think we would have been amazing.
I think we would have been a total mess.
Why? Why?
Because I think you would be like, let's go. And I'd be like, can we just take a break? Maybe we'll have a glass of wine. You'd be like, yeah. Also, I can't eat any of that gross stuff, lady. I can't eat the gross stuff.
Well, this is the problem. I think we would both have some of the same weaknesses. I think we couldn't eat the gross stuff, and maybe neither one of us would have great upper body strength for some of the like things where you have to like toss bales of hay down a maze or something.
How about zero upper body strength?
Yeah,
like, zero.
So maybe it wouldn't have been such a great team, but we would have had fun.
I think we would have had fun. I think we would have had one colossal meltdown and then a fight, and then we would have cried, and then we'd laugh hysterically. We'd look like crazy people, but we would have had fun.
I tell you what, we would have been good TV.
Oh my God, we would have been great TV. Okay. Well, we actually asked Greg about this Amazing Race moment, and here's what he had to say.
The comparison to Amazing Race was fun because it's a reality. We were a reality-based comedy show. It was a lot easier for the visual look of the show to be able to try and do references to other reality shows rather than movies, for instance. So there's like a Titanic reference in Booze Cruise, but I don't think it works as visually well as Amazing Race reference for here.
Yeah, it totally makes sense to me, though. I think Michael is such a fan of pop culture and television and film. Like, he wants any opportunity for his documentary of this paper company, whatever this is, this camera crew that follows him around. He thinks he's on par with the entertainment of the day.
Yes. Well, so now everyone gets in their cars and we kind of start driving around. And Angela, speaking of driving, we had a lot of questions about how we pulled off these driving shots. Amy Jackson, Deandra Tessone, Holly E., TJ McMillan, William Burke, and many more people all asked, how did filming work for the driving scenes? Are you guys actually driving, or is there a green screen? What cameras were used in the car scenes? And are the actors really driving around? Well, first of all, the actors really are driving around. That is not a green screen. And then we went to Greg and we asked him to talk a little bit about what it was like to shoot people in the cars. And here's what he had to say.
One of the things I had noticed in production was how easy it was to shoot in a car for our show. You just basically put the two characters in the car and set up lipstick cameras and drove around and improvised a lot. And so the idea for Traveling Salesman was we could get a lot of production value out of getting out of the office, and it wouldn't be too hard for us to do. We just trimmed out these cars and they would go off.
So we have a little lingo alert there when Greg talks about lipstick cameras. Those are itty bitty tiny cameras that they would put up in our visors in the car at an angle, and one would shoot one passenger and one would shoot the other passenger. And we would just literally do what Greg said. We would just drive around and we would have a little walkie-talkie in the car, and there would be a car either in front of us or behind us that had the crew, the director, a sound person. They could hear us, they could see us on a little like mobile video screen, and they would talk to us over the walkie-talkie, and they would say, oh, that was great, we're going to do that again. And then we would just drive around. They would have police cars. Remember the police cars, Ange?
Yeah, we had like the motorcycle police guys too, who would sort of be in the front, and we'd have this path that was cleared for us so that we wouldn't have to drive or around people who didn't know we were filming, right? So it was safe. And we would just basically make a loop, usually in one neighborhood. We'd just make the same loop over and over.
Yeah, that was a whole thing that Kent Sabornak, aka Kentopedia, he would have to clear that. He'd have to call the highway patrol or the police, and they would give us a zone that we were allowed to use for a certain period of time on that day. And we would just loop around.
And it was always difficult in Los Angeles to find a loop that didn't have any palm trees. So we tend to film in the same neighborhoods over and over because clearly they found trees that looked possibly East Coast-ish,
Yes.
We got to know these loops very well. One of the things Dave Rogers said in the DVD commentary is that this was the first time that we used the lipstick cameras in the cars. Previously, when we had done driving scenes, one of our camera operators, Randall or Matt, would be scrunched in the back seat with a camera.
And I noticed the video quality was a little different on the lipstick cameras when I was watching it. It's not quite as crisp as a Matt camera or a Randall camera.
Look at you, Miss Techie. You got a tech alert there? Look at you.
I noticed it. I did. So let's talk about all of these cars and all their driving around.
Well, the first scene we really see is Andy and Michael, and Andy is determined to use this one-on-one time with Michael to chip away at Dwight, right? He's going to undermine him. He asks about the laundry. Michael tells him that Dwight went to corporate to try to get his job, and oh my gosh, Andy is like so happy to get this information.
Yes, he's going to spend this whole episode slowly chipping away at Dwight's reputation.
Yeah.
Well, then we see Phyllis. She pulls into a beauty salon. Her and Karen are going to get some super glam makeovers. We don't know why.
It looks like when you used to go to the mall to glamour shots. Did you ever do that?
I never did glamour shots, but my sister Emily did.
Yes, I never did it either, but my sister Tina did. And they gave her this enormous hairdo, like this bouffant hairdo, and all this makeup. And I think like a feather boa.
That was common. And they would shoot you on a green screen and then sort of insert different backgrounds, if I remember correctly.
Like the Eiffel Tower. Like
Yeah.
they would. Okay, so that is what this makeover looks like.
That might be like an old tech alert. Does glamour shots still exist?
I don't think so, lady. I don't think so. I think the era of the selfie and the iPhone, there aren't
And the filters.
And the filters, glamour shots are no more.
Well, then we also have Ryan and Stanley. And Ryan asked Stanley if he could take the lead on this sales call. And Stanley is like, nothing would delight me more.
Oh, Stanley knows something, and he's tickled. He can't wait.
Oh, can't wait. We will find out why in a little bit. So now, back at the office, while all this driving around is happening, Angela invites Pam to coffee.
Yes, and Pam was like, what? But okay. Now, on a personal note, I was thrilled to do this scene. You and I never got to do scenes together, let alone go on a location together. We were giddy, Jenna. We couldn't wait. So some of that smiling and happiness you see in Angela Martin is just me being happy that I get to do a scene with my BFF. And I get to be normal. I get to smile and not be snarky.
We were so excited, Angela, when we got this script.
Yeah.
All of my scenes are basically with you.
Yeah, we had the same work day, and then we had a few days off. It was like, we were like, woohoo!
It was kind of like BFF week,
Yeah,
for us. Well, some people pointed out that at the end of the scene, Pam grabs a notebook. And people were wondering, why is Pam bringing a notebook to coffee? Is she going to take notes on Angela? No, you guys, there was a line that got cut out. Pam says to Angela, you know what? I'll go around and take some coffee orders. I'll see if anybody wants anything.
Yes, this is in the deleted scenes. She goes around. Meredith gets really angry at you. She's like, why would I pay $4 for milk in a cup? And she like gets all angry.
Get real cranky, right?
Yeah, they get real cranky about the fancy coffee orders. And there is a scene, Jenna, that just will break your heart because when we come back with the coffee, it's clear that Toby only ordered coffee so he could have some interaction with Pam. But when she comes back with all the coffees and she's passing them around, she just hands it to Kelly, who then takes it to Toby. And Toby just looks at Pam through the glass partition from the annex, and he just puts the coffee in the trash. He didn't even get to talk to her. Aw, Toby.
Poor Toby. So sad. Well, Ange, in the script, there is a scene where Pam is taking Toby's coffee order.
Oh, yeah? That's not in the deleted scenes.
Yeah, and he orders a chai latte. And Pam says, oh my gosh, that's my coffee order. And he's like, oh, really? Oh, we have the same coffee order. Yeah. So not only does he not get his coffee delivered by Pam, he ordered a coffee he didn't even really drink just to have something in common with her.
Toby. He's stalking Pam and in love with her. So now, you guys, we're in the parking lot, and Dwight wants to amp himself up. He's got to get pumped for this sales call. Jim knows they have been on countless sales calls. He's like, you still do the thing? And Dwight's like, just give me the keys. And then he plays like, I don't know, is it like Motley Crue or something? And once again, we see Dwight like rocking out doing air guitar and heavy metal, like punching the seat to get ready.
Yes. Yeah, this is his routine, I guess.
Yeah, and Jim knows it. They're like old roommates. He's like, here we go. I stand out here. He does air guitar.
So he is amped up because then when they're walking into the building, Dwight has to be Dwight, and he's like, you go in first, because he doesn't want to get attacked from behind.
7 out of 10 attacks are from the rear.
Right, and Jim is like, well, what about the other 30%? And Dwight's like, I block it. You can't get me. And then in like mid-sentence, Jim just hauls off and smacks Dwight, and he is shocked. He can't believe he's been attacked from the front.
He can't believe it. Also, he's about to break. Rain is about to laugh. You can totally see it. At 8 minutes, 50 seconds, Rain is about to laugh.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Well, we had a fan question from Rachel Fortune. Was Jim supposed to slap Dwight as they walk in the building? Because Rain looked truly shocked. Well, guys, this was a scripted moment, but there's a reason why Rain was surprised, even though it was scripted. And we asked Greg about it. Here's what he had to say.
So some people asked about the Jim slapping Dwight moment. So, it's fun to think of the two of them as being teamed up earlier in their career, and we gave it kind of an Abbott and Costello comedy team feel. Where Jim is like stopping short, so Dwight hits his head, and usually these little moments involve some comeuppance for Dwight. I remember John came up to me right before we were going to shoot the part where he hits Dwight in the face, and he said that he wanted to hit Rain for real a little bit harder than they had worked out, just to get a good startle out of him. And I can't recall whether Rain was in on this, but just didn't want to know which take. But we kind of worked out which take he was going to do, and I'm pretty sure we used the one where Rain was really startled that John had hit him.
So here's the deal. On the DVD commentary, Rain and John talk in depth about this moment. And Rain asked John to hit him harder. He was like, I want you to hit me hard. And here's the thing about Rain. He's very method, you guys. When I slapped him, remember in casino night?
Yeah.
He said to me, and you gotta slap me harder. Really slap me. So in the DVD commentary, John was like, remember, Rain? You were like, slap me harder. And I was like, okay. And of course, that's the take they used, because Rain was legitimately like, oh. And then he almost started laughing.
Well, you can totally tell that he was taken aback. You
Yeah.
can. And it ends up making a scripted moment look unscripted.
But it was definitely scripted. I remember it said something like, Dwight gets smacked in the head by Jim.
And we would always have stunt coordinators come in anytime we had to put our hands on another actor, even if it was something that might be considered small, like a slap. And they actually teach you how to hit someone with your palm in this certain sort of cupped way, so it makes a louder noise or it looks more violent than it really is. And so, we always had that training in us as well. So I guess I should say Rain was not hurt in the execution of this, but he was certainly shocked.
Well, it worked, and it cracked Rain up and everyone else, and that's the take they picked. So, lady, where are we? Are we going into some sales calls?
We are. We're about to go into all these sales meetings, but why don't we take a break, and then we'll pick up right there in just a moment.
Yeah.
All right, we are back. Let's talk about all of these sales meetings.
Yes. I think the first one was Michael and Andy. And Jonah, once again, we see that Michael is a good salesman. He knows how to connect with people.
He really does. He really does. He doesn't know how to be someone's boss. That is his failing. He thinks that he's supposed to entertain you as a boss, but he does know how to connect with people one-on-one, and he really connects with this guy over fishing. He compliments the fish that he caught.
And it's a callback to Lake Wallenpaupack.
Love a callback.
Love a callback. And then Andy's like, yeah, my dad has a bayliner, whatever he says, I shot a shark. I mean, if you are a true fisherman, the idea of shooting a fish in any way is so off-putting. There's sort of an art to fishing, and a lot of people even do like the throwback, if they're fishing on a lake. So you could just tell this really was off-putting to this man.
Angela, do you know all of that because of your ex-boyfriend that made you watch Bassmasters?
Oh God, you had to bring it up.
I want to tell you, Angela, after we talked about Bassmasters on the podcast, they sent us each a little goodie bag of stuff. And one of the things that they sent us, it was so sweet. They just said, hey, thanks for talking about us. It was totally organic and random. But they sent me this journal.
A leather-bound journal. It's so nice.
A leather-bound journal. It says Bassmasters on it. And I love it. It is my new favorite journal. So now, because of your ex-boyfriend making you watch Bassmasters and you bringing it up on this podcast, I now journal in a Bassmasters journal. That is what has happened.
Well, you're welcome. And Kyle says you're welcome. That was his name.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
Oh no, it's out there. Yeah. Well, Bassmaster sent me a hoodie that I love. I walk around with my Bassmaster's hoodie. Yeah. So here's the thing. There's a great little moment in the DVD commentary about this scene where Ed says that he and Steve did go off script in this scene, and the actor that plays the man the business owner they're talking to was not really ready for them to go off script. He wasn't.
Oh dear.
And he just gave them this sort of odd, quizzical look, like, what are you talking about? And Dave Rogers is in this commentary, and he goes, but it was perfect. So that look you see this man giving Michael and Andy, like, what?
That's a nigga
Is really earnest.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that tidbit. Well, guys, the actor who plays the client that Michael and Andy are talking to is named Warren Sweeney. So, Warren, while you were surprised, your look worked.
It totally worked.
Well, then we cut to the car, and you can tell Michael is not pleased with Andy. But Andy turns it around. And he's like, I'm so sorry for screwing up our sales call. I really shrewded it.
Yeah.
That's what we say around the office when someone really screws up. We say they shrewded it.
And then he's like, I wonder how that name came up. I wonder if it's because of Dwight. And Michael gives him nothing. Michael's like, well, who knows how words are formed? Like, he's not getting it. And Andy's getting so frustrated. Andy is planting all these seeds that Dwight is an idiot, and Michael is not getting it. It's awesome.
So let's now talk about Phyllis and Karen's meeting. They get a very large order from this gentleman.
Oh, this is my St. Louis catch. All right, this is around 11 minutes, 33 seconds. And Phyllis goes, well, thanks, that's a big order. She doesn't say order. That's a big order. It says like order.
Yeah, that's right in line with FARC. Oh, St. Louis catch.
And then she asks how his wife is doing, and he shows a photo of himself and his wife on vacation, and they look just like her. The same hair, the same makeup, and Karen's like, I see what you're doing, Phyllis. Very smart. Okay, we've got to talk about Dwight and Jim in their sales call, because Jenna, they clearly have a whole shtick.
Yes. I loved it. It's so seamless.
Yes. I want you to know, my kids laugh so hard when he's making the call and he's going 7, 3. We're cracking up.
Well, I don't know about you, Angela, but I hate those like robocall customer service lines so much that I just like immediately when they come up, I'm like, agent, speak to pharmacist, agent. I won't even say any numbers. I'm like, I can't.
Jenna, I have such a fond memory of my dad. It's weird, when someone you love so much passes away, and I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here in this moment, because this is a happy memory for me, but it's interesting the things your brain latches onto and holds dear, things you would never, ever expect. But I have such a vivid memory of my dad on the phone with clearly like some kind of like robot, and he's this, you know, he was just this sweet cowboy, you know, Southern guy, and he was going 5, no, yes, talk to person. And then like whatever the password was, tractor.
Oh, I love that, Ange. I love that you shared that.
It made me think of him. It's weird. It's weird the way your brain works like that. Your brain and your heart. Okay, so Dwight is doing this call. We don't know who he's calling, and Jim presses on with his sales pitch, right?
Yeah, through all of this. And the guy is like, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I just maybe feel more comfortable with a bigger company, with one of the big guys. And they're like, well, is customer service important to you? And he's like, it's very important. And he's like, well, we've been on hold with the customer service department of a big company.
Ooh, and there's the switch. Aha, there was a whole purpose. And then he calls Dunder Mifflin customer service, and Kelly answers. I was like, hey, oh my God, what are you guys doing?
Yes, so amazing. And then the guy is like, sold. I'll give you my business.
Sold. And Dwight hands him his business card. And Jenna, I love what's on Dwight's business card. His cell number, his pager number, his home number, and his other pager number.
Yeah, and then he says, I take no days off, I've never been sick, and I don't celebrate any major holidays.
He's like, okay, I got it. Interesting tech alert. His email was not on his business card, Jenna. Nowadays, I think your email would be on there.
For sure.
But we shot this in the Stone Age. So now Ryan and Stanley go into the church for their sales call, and these 4 older, very sort of like dignified black men in their suits walk out to him. They're clearly an older generation. They're Stanley's generation. And there's this young white kid who, Jenna, I don't think Ryan's been in a church in a while.
No, and we've established that the way all these sales calls are successful is by people connecting with their client in some personal way. And we quickly see that Ryan is going to have a hard time connecting with these gentlemen. And he just sort of starts stammering. And he just keeps introducing himself over and over again. Hi.
And I love that Stanley's like, I'm not helping you. In fact, I'm just going to ignore you. I'm going to turn away and do my crossword and let you just, what's the expression, Jenna, where just you flap in the wind?
Blow in the wind?
Yeah, something like that. He's just going to hang him out to dry there. It's so good.
I was able to find out the names of 2 of the clients, but I couldn't find names for the other guys. But Landon H. Lewis Jr. and Leon Simmons Jr. are 2 of the clients in that scene.
I also loved how all of the men in the scene were so much taller than BJ. Yes, because it really also made him just look so young, you know?
Yeah.
Next to them. Just the size difference.
Yes. And then later when they're in the car, Angela, Stanley cannot stop laughing. There are all these shots that go back to them driving back to Dunder Mifflin, and Stanley is just like, can't believe, he's so delighted by how that went.
And so tickled. It clearly made his day. I don't know that Stanley gets much joy out of working at Dunder Mifflin, but this was a real highlight for him. And there's this moment that Leslie talks about in the DVD. He said in the script it was just that Stanley is driving and laughing, and they just kind of let him go. And he improvised the whole thing about, hi, you sounded like my 6-month-old niece, and like all of that. Leslie was just riffing.
Oh, that was so good.
I know. And he said, in fact, whenever Stanley would go off on Ryan, as he has throughout the show, they would just let Leslie just go. And I think there's some amazing moments.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, and this is Ryan's 2nd sales call now that has not gone well. Remember, he went on the initiation sales call with Dwight. They did not make the sale. And now he's gone out on this call with Stanley. Now, I believe Stanley's going to save this sale.
Oh, Stanley for sure saved it.
Okay, so while all of these sales meetings are happening, Pam and Angela are at the coffee shop.
Angela is in such a great mood, and she's telling Pam a story about how she had this friend who was in need, and this gallant man came to her rescue.
Yeah. She's like, he must really care for her a lot because he did this wonderful thing for my friend.
Yeah, she's talking in code.
She's speaking in code. She's like, my friend, let's call her Noelle. And this gallant gentleman, we'll call him Kurt. Well, we all know that Kurt is Dwight's middle name, right?
Yes.
And we got a lot of fan questions about this, Angela. Kenzie B, Elizabeth R, Julia Lee, Nicole Fink, and Katie Kroll all want to know when Angela refers to her friend Noelle, is that because Noelle is Angela's middle name? It definitely sounds like a very Angela Martin middle name.
Well, yes, it is Angela's middle name. Angela thinks she's being really savvy, but Pam totally knows who she's talking about. But yes, that is her middle name. But Jenna, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Is Noelle in the script? Because I have a little story about that middle name, and I'm curious. I think what was in the script was Colette.
Okay, I looked this up, and in the script, Angela actually says this. She says, well, a friend of mine, let's just call her me.
What?
And then you giggle.
Okay, so my memory of this is when we were shooting it that day, that the writers were pitching me different middle names, like different things to say. I know in one of them it was Colette. I have such a memory of saying that. And then we said Noelle, and I like Noelle the best because it sounds very sort of Angela Martin, doesn't it? Her love of Christmas, her love of the story of Christmas, that Noelle would be her middle name. And that's the one we went with. And Dave Rogers talks about it in the DVD commentary, and he goes, I remember it being Colette. And he thought maybe I improvised Noelle, but I didn't. That was a writer's pitch. I mean, I think I was part of the dialogue. I think we were pitching names, but that all sort of happened in the moment.
I love it. It's perfect. It is
perfect.
such an Angela Noelle Martin, and I believe that will appear on your wedding invitation.
Oh yeah, it's now part of my character show Bible.
We had another fan catch in this scene, Angela. Sarah Rouse wrote in to say, Pam is holding a piece of paper at the coffee shop. What is that supposed to be? And what does it say? Well, Sarah, that was the list of coffee orders from those deleted scenes. I had all the coffee orders written down on that piece of paper, and I was going to use it to make my order. Well, Angela, also in this scene, just because we were talking about it earlier, your flower hairdo is on full display. Just, if you really want some great shots of it, guys, here it is, her WTF hairdo. Right here.
WTF. Well, wait, I have something to share. So while we were on a break, I had been texting Kim Berry about this hair, and she texted back. And so this is what she had to say about it. I said,
oh my gosh, it's a real-time tidbit.
It's a real-time tidbit. It just came in a few minutes ago. I said, Kim, what was the inspiration for this fun? I mean, I know that we thought my character was going to be in a great mood, and so we wanted to try something new. She said, yes, here is the inspiration. She said, my first job in the business was working on a sci-fi show called Babylon 5. I worked on this show for 5 years, and I couldn't use any contemporary hairstyles because they wanted the hairstyles to look futuristic. So I started coming up with all these different kind of braids and buns with wires and fancy updos and Zulu knots, basically anything different that I could think of. And your bun with those fun swirls was a good one for me because I had done it on Babylon 5. It's fast and easy, but technically this is a sci-fi hairstyle.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that great? Don't you feel like Dwight would have loved it because he was Mr. Sci-Fi?
Yes. Yes, no wonder she did her hair in this Babylon 5 hairstyle. to thank Dwight for his favor.
Yeah. So yes, this hairstyle inspired by Babylon 5. It's the sci-fi bun.
I don't think I could love that more. Kim Ferry, thank you for the real-time tidbit.
Thank you, Kim Ferry.
Sam just wrote, Beats Bears Babylon 5.
Beats, oh wait, here we go. Bears beats Babylon 5 buns.
Oh, okay, so now everybody is coming back from their sales calls. Everyone's done, and we have this amazing scene in the car with Karen and Phyllis.
Phyllis is so good in this scene because, you guys, she is going to reveal such a big plot point, and she just throws it away, right? It's not like belabored in any way. It's so perfect.
Yeah. She's like, Karen, I had a lot of fun with you today. I really enjoy spending time with you. They're bonding. They feel good. And then she just very offhandedly says, and I'm really glad you're with Jim. It makes me really happy because, he was really hung up on Pam for such a long time.
And she's not even looking at Karen. She's looking in a rearview mirror. She's turning. She's just driving. She's just sort of saying something off the cuff. And it's that much more powerful. And then Rashida, oh my gosh, her reaction is so perfect. It's a fantastic scene. Fantastic scene.
I feel like her pulse stops for a second. Like, I feel like I can see the wind go out of her, right?
Yes,
she's just
I do too. You see it hit her like a freight train, but she can't react.
Yeah,
the way it's really hitting her. It's so well done. These ladies did such a great job.
I agree.
Yes.
Well, Andy is the first person to actually get back to the office. And he starts sneaking around Dwight's desk. He goes through his car.
Yeah, Andy's a total sneak.
I mean, what the heck?
I know.
And he finds this toll booth receipt that proves that Dwight was in New York this morning. He didn't oversleep like he claimed. And he marches into Michael's office and he's like, I found this toll booth receipt. I wonder what he was doing. Maybe he was talking to Jan.
And then he says, I seem to kind of remember. I don't know who told me this, even though, John, this was like an hour ago. He's like, I don't know who told me this. It was something. And then he has maybe one of my favorite quotes of this episode. He was like, it was a story, I don't know, it was about laundry and betrayal. In my mind, this is now a Lifetime movie called Laundry and Betrayal. I want to see it.
Yes. Laundry and Betrayal. I want to see this film.
I do too.
Well, so Michael calls Jan. And Jan is like, well, I didn't speak to Dwight, but he did not give a reason for why he was here.
Yes, this is my kid's favorite part. My kid's favorite part is Jan goes, he did sign into the security sign-in sheet, but understate your business, he wrote, beeswax, not yours, incorporated.
I love that too.
My kids loved that.
Well, when Dwight gets back to the office, Michael confronts him. He's like, where were you? Tell me where you were. And Dwight will not say. He won't say where he was.
He overslept. The damn rooster didn't crow.
Yeah. But he will not fess up. And this becomes a problem.
And Pam knows why. Pam and Angela are exchanging looks. Angela is sweating it. She's horrified that Dwight's going through this, but she doesn't want people to know about them. It's very layered emotionally for Angela.
Well, it leads to a break room scene with Dwight and Angela, where you are again not facing one another. One of your famous break room scenes.
There's a little bit of heartbreak in the break room in this scene.
Oh, lady, I noticed it too. Here's what we had.
No one did me the sexy sweater. Oh, my life would be so much better. All I got that afternoon was heartbreak.
That was by Michelle Ferguson. Michelle, you know how much we love that song. We love it. Yeah.
So I literally listen to it all the time. It's super catchy.
It's very catchy.
I really love it. Someone gave this woman a music contract. We'll buy it. Okay.
We love it. Yeah, so Dwight is like, listen, why don't we just come clean and, let people know our love for one another? So this scene actually went on. It's not in the deleted scenes, but we did shoot a little bit longer version where as I cry behind me, Dwight's like, don't cry, monkey. Monkeys don't cry.
Aw, I kind of wish that was still in there.
I know.
Well, Angela, a few people wrote in about this scene because they noted that when you start dating Andy, you have no problem with everyone in the office knowing it.
Oh, well, Angela revenge dates Andy, you guys. Andy's not her true love that she wants to protect and keep all to herself because it's so special. She's starting to date Andy because she's mad as hell at Dwight.
Right.
Very different motivation.
Right.
In the meantime, Karen and Jim have gone to coffee. And Karen is going to ask Jim if he had feelings for Pam. And lady, I have a clip. Sam, play the clip because everything you need to know is right here, Karen. Why couldn't you hear it? It's so clear. That's all you need to know, Karen. He clearly has a thing for her. But, poor Karen, he convinces her that he doesn't. Maybe he's not ready to admit it, right? And she is not ready to really see truth. But down deep, she knows.
Well, lady, she says, I moved here.
Yeah.
I moved here. And I think that's the part of Karen that doesn't want to see the truth. Because it's a little humiliating to deal with the fact that you moved somewhere for the wrong person.
Exactly. We all have a friend who has moved somewhere for someone and then it didn't work out. It's devastating.
But then they hang on to it because they moved. Yeah, and it's like you're willing it to be right, even though you know it's wrong. So this is the moment where I know we've been coming down kind of hard on wishy-washy Jim, but this is the moment where Karen is now not reading the signals.
No.
So, Ange, should we go back to Dunder Mifflin to this grand announcement from Dwight?
Yes. I mean, he makes this huge speech and basically he's like, I'm quitting, so I quit.
Yeah, he quits. Rather than reveal his secret about his relationship with Angela and where he was this morning, he quits.
Dwight leaves. He gives Michael his box of things. He does keep his Dwight bobblehead. I'll let you know.
Of course.
There is a deleted scene where he goes around and gives us all items from the box, Jenna. It's very funny.
I remember shooting that.
Yeah. And then he walks out and he does his salute. It's the same salute from the initiation. Nice little callback there. And Dwight is gone.
Yeah. And Angela, he has a line that, oh my gosh. He says in a talking head as he's leaving, there's this line where he said, I really believed I was going to die in that chair. That he was so committed to Dunder Mifflin, he thought he would die in his sales chair. I mean,
I have no doubt that's ultimately how it ends for Dwight someday. If the series would have gone. Yeah, in fan fiction, if you write the end. I see Dwight's funeral have you ever heard of these funeral homes that would stage family members doing their favorite activity?
No, I have never heard of a funeral where a person is staged doing their favorite activity. So for example, if you love fishing, since we've been talking about fishing,
yes,
the person would be staged in a boat with a fishing rod?
Yes, I saw a show all about it. Don't ask me. I think I was just channel surfing looking for something. But it's like a thing you can get, and they have devices that prop people up and things. But let's say you love surfing. You'd be posing on your surfboard. It's a real thing. And then instead of a wake where they come and view the body and you're in the casket, like, and you say your goodbye, you're on your surfboard.
Well, if it were me, I guess I would be propped up, maybe watching TV, eating a bowl of frozen yogurt, or making bread, and you can come say goodbye to me.
I'd be, hanging my hummingbird feeder and holding a glass of wine.
Oh, Angela, now I want this for your funeral.
No!
If I outlive you, I'm gonna pose you with a hummingbird feeder in one hand and a glass of rosé in the other, and I'm gonna come say goodbye to you. I will talk to you for hours.
Please have it be a real hummingbird feeder with real hummingbird food, and maybe they'll come take a drink while I'm standing there.
Oh, please.
Okay.
Done and done.
So,
But yes, I guess your point was that perhaps Dwight's funeral, he would have been
staged at his Dunder Mifflin desk,
okay.
taking a sales call.
Wow.
At the funeral home, there's even a lookbook that you can flip through. Oh yeah, I'll take Exhibit A at the desk, typing on the keyboard pose.
Wow. I feel like you could do some real passive aggressive stuff with this. Like whoever is in charge of your funeral. You could be like, oh, you want to know Larry's favorite activity? I'll tell you what it was. It was Marjorie.
I was gonna say, it was, so I posed him holding it. God, why is that cracking me up so much?
Be like, what? People come for the funeral, they're like, what is going on? And we're like, Larry's favorite activity. Being to Marjorie online.
Yeah. So
there it is.
That's Marjorie's.
Bye.
That's Marjorie's picture on the computer. That's him holding a schmingy. I paid $5,000 for this. Cute, Larry. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, listen.
And meanwhile, Marjorie's like, I didn't know anyone knew.
Oh my God.
My God, Marjorie's husband, Joe, is like super shocked. He's like, Marge, what's...
Hey, it's all in Laundry and Betrayal on Lifetime. We just wrote our script, lady. The big reveal at the funeral. Okay. So now we have this amazing. We have to get it together. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Now we have this amazing Andy talking head. It's a Willy Wonka callback. It's awesome. It goes a little something like Oompa Loompa Dippity Dossum. Dwight is now gone, which is totally awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, who wrote this talking head? Who wrote this? It's so good. And in the DVD commentary, they said it was Mike Schur.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Ed said that Mike was in the room with him when he was doing his talking head, and they were riffing around, and they found this one, and it's so perfect.
And then, of course, Angela, in the background of this talking head, the camera finds you hovering in the background, giving a death stare.
Oh yeah. Death stare. I remember this so vividly. So Greg was like, Angela, I really want you to glare, like really be angry. Just like, Andy is going down. You hate him. Glare at him. So I did. And he came up to me and he was like, can you give me more? I was like, what? He was like, even harder. I want you, Jake. I just need the death stare of all death stares. I did it again. He's like, Angela, even more. I wrote about it in my journal. I said, Greg kept saying, one more time, Angela, more mad, more. By the end, my eyeballs were shaking in my head.
I wrote down, Angela, did you get a headache?
Yes. I had the sci-fi bun. I was giving the super death stare. And truly, by the end, I think you can ever so slightly see me shaking. That's how, like, angry my stare is. That I'm like,
I was curious if you, like, popped a blood vessel in your eyeball or something. It is so intense.
I was about to. I'm not kidding.
It is a great way to end the episode. I do have a fan question, Angela.
Okay.
And I don't mean to unravel the entire plot of this show.
What?
But it's a good question.
Okay.
It comes from Grace D. And she says, why couldn't Angela just bring her own tax forms to corporate?
She has too many cats, Grace.
Well, and also we know from the deleted scenes, one of her cats just had a litter of kittens that she's dealing with. That was my first thought too, Angela. I was kind of stumped by that at first. And I was like, yeah, why didn't Angela just go to New York herself? But then I was like, no, she probably gets up very early and has like a 90-minute cat routine she has to do every morning.
Yes.
Putting ointment on eyes and medicines and grooming, right?
Yes, and getting the litter boxes ready for the day and setting out food for all of them. I think she has a full morning before she gets to work, and especially if she had a litter of kittens. And I think she was probably stressing out and going through this whole list with Dwight, and he just said, I'll take them. Don't worry, I'll do it.
Yes, that's right. The choices for Dwight were take the forms to New York or do the cat care list. And he was like, I choose forms to New York.
Yeah,
But good question, Grace. I thought valid question.
valid question.
Well, lady, that is Traveling Salesman. Next week we head into the return.
Yes, and the return is the return for several people, and it's such a fun episode. So we will see you next week.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Rabbi.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
A new resolution to manage neck and back pain and spend some time making yourself feel better with
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Welcome. Welcome back to The Return.
We're returning with The Return.
You see what we did there? See that?
I like that. We're geniuses. No one can top us. Guys, this is season 3, episode 13. This was written by Gene Stupnitsky, Lee Eisenberg, and Michael Schur, and directed by Greg Daniels.
Jenna, let's have a summary.
All right, here we go. Oscar returns to work. He's returning from his vacation to an elaborate Mexican theme party that he didn't ask for and doesn't really want.
That sounds about right.
With Dwight gone, Andy fights hard to win Michael's favor but crosses the line. Jim and Pam team up to prank Andy and ultimately bait him into an angry meltdown. When Michael learns from Angela that Dwight's supposed disloyalty was actually just a misunderstanding, he goes to Staples to win Dwight back. And Dwight returns. It's a double return.
And there it is. It's a double return. Jenna, I feel like if we were to title this episode from Angela Martin's point of view, I would like to title it Snow and Sadness.
There are so many snowflakes and tears falling in this episode.
There's some serious moping and snow.
Yeah, it's so true. Well, Angela, that leads me very well to fast fact number 1, which I called It's Snowing in Scranton.
It was such a fun backdrop to the whole episode.
I know. We also got a lot of fan questions about it. Elisa Schroeder, Mariana Gonzalez, Holly Gannett, and Paige Carter all said, in this episode, it is constantly snowing. How did you do it? Was there a video there? Did they use a green screen?
Well, I mean, I think we all know who I asked about this. Please tell me you hit up Kentopedia. Oh, lady, you know I did. And you know he delivered because he's amazing. Kent Zabornak, thank you so much for always being there for us. So first of all, on one of the first pages in the script, there is this note, and it says, "Through the window, we see that it is snowing. Michael doesn't notice. It should be snowing throughout the entire episode." So this was noted in the script. The writers came up with this idea. It's going to pay off when Michael's car fills with snow, but we also just used to like to represent the season that the show would be in when it aired. So even though we shot this in October, it was going to air in like January or February. It would be winter in Scranton. I love it. I love that throughout the episode you see people like having talking heads and it's just coming down. I just love that little detail. Well, here is what we did to make it snow in those talking heads, Angela. We used the same company that we used in the Christmas episode, the first Christmas episode. Remember them? Snow Business? And they used this very old-fashioned technique. He said they've been using it for decades and they still use it today. They take like a large roller and they put it behind the window. And it has like, what's that thing that you put your pasta in to drain it? Or like a sifter when you do powdered sugar? Yes, so it's a giant rolling sifter that they fill with snow and then they just crank it. There's like a dude back there cranking fake snow like through a giant sifter. Yeah, there can be a dude or a lady, or it can be on a little motor. It just spins endlessly and snow falls out of it until you fill it again. And he even sent me a picture of it, so I will put it up on our Office Ladies Pod Instagram. Oh, I want to see that picture. Yeah. And then the same company, Snow Business, would come and put all the snow and ice on the ground. And they had this big blower machine where they would like blow it all over the bushes. I remember the blower machine, but I don't think I ever went back behind where the windows were where we did Talking Heads, and I never got to see the sifter. Well, there's a little gap, you know, there's like the wall and then there's a gap and then there's that Scranton backdrop that we would also change seasonally. So we had a snowy backdrop. And then we had a little sifter fella, our sifter person. Yep, exactly. Well, I love that fast fact. Well, fast fact number 2, Angela, remember last week we talked about how this episode and Traveling Salesman were shot as one big episode. And our director of this episode and our showrunner, Greg Daniels, sent in a bunch of audio clips where he mentioned some of the inspiration for these 2 episodes. Well, he did it again. And he sent in an audio clip about some of the things that they were juggling for this portion of the storyline. So, Sam, will you play that clip?
These were like extremely complex storylines. There was a lot of good stuff between Pam and Angela, between Dwight and Angela, between Michael and Dwight. And these stories brought in lots of cards that we had on the boards. One of the things that we would do in pre-production is we would generate all these funny ideas for different storylines or fragments or B stories, and they would become note cards that would be push-pinned into the corkboards. So there was a lot of cards. I recognize cards in the stories that had been on the boards, like I think the Mexican-themed party, for instance, was a card for Oscar. And certainly the Pam and Angela relationship, or Andy being more sinister and Michael having to wise up and realize who his most loyal servant was. These are all, you know, fragmentary ideas that we combined into a great episode, I think.
A lot of moving parts. Yeah, I love picturing the writer's room and these cards and them coming back around. And Greg, I love when you send in audio clips. Thank you. I agree. Fast fact number 3. Ed Helms. You heard her, everybody. We talked to Ed Helms about this episode. This is such a big episode for Andy. He is driving most of the storyline. He is the instigator. We absolutely had to talk to Ed, so we did, and it was great. It was so fun. Sam, play the interview. Ed Helms, hello. How are you?
office ladies.
Ed, it's so good to see you.
You got an office guy right here in the mix.
We do. We got an office fella. We got one of the best office fellas. Aw. Well, thanks so much for being here, Ed. People just love Andy Bernard, and we're so excited to talk to you about this episode.
Yeah, I rewatched a little bit just so I had it in my head for this chat because I never watch it unless I happen to see it on in the background somewhere. But I love it when I catch it. Yeah.
Have you ever had that experience though, where you're like flying on an airplane and you see it on all the screens? That people are watching it on all their personal devices and on the airplane, and then you're just sort of sitting there.
Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me.
Yeah, I'm always like, do I go to the bathroom? Do I not go to the bathroom? I was trying to time it out to go to the bathroom one time, and like there was someone in there, so I was standing outside, and I was on the little screen above my head.
Oh my
and
God.
I just started to see the faces. Look at me, look up, look at me, look up, and I was like, oh God.
Oh, that's amazing. Angela, I would expect you to just sit down on someone's armrest and be like, hey, you having fun? You enjoyed the episode? We got any questions? I'm happy to talk about it.
I've exchanged more email addresses with flight attendants and made good friends on planes. Literally, I sat next to a woman one time, and we're still friends to this day. We're total strangers flying to Canada. So, Ed, you watched part of The Return.
Yeah. I rewatched The Return. You know, I watched just a couple of episodes from that first chunk of season 3 because that was my first time on the show.
Yeah.
And it feels so long ago. I can't, like, it's just not fresh in my mind, so many of those experiences. And so rewatching it, I was hoping I could kind of trigger a lot of memories of kind of the experience and the emotional memories and so forth. And it was a joy. It was really, really fun.
When I watch it, I get a sense memory of my desk. I know that they've torn it down now, and they do a lot of game shows where our set used to be. And I was even invited to go on one of them, and I turned it down because I didn't think that I could emotionally handle walking into the soundstage and not seeing Pam's desk.
Oh, at Chandler Valley Center Studios, they do game shows now?
Yes, I did, to tell the truth. And when I got the address, I said, yes, I would do it. And, you know, I don't know where things tape. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And then I got the address, and it was Chandler Valley Studios. And I was like, what? I showed up at our studio, and I started sobbing. Because it was just so weird to pull up to that building. Oh, my gosh.
And there were a lot of, you know, there were a lot of major chapters in our lives that people went through: marriages, divorces, children, all these kind of major life events that were happening. And sometimes I'll see an episode and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's when so and so was going through this, or that's when so and so child was born, or you know, and that stuff's really beautiful to remember. Even the parts that might have been painful chapters, they're still really meaningful chapters in our lives and histories. And it's just so wild to have this show that's kind of a bookmark, right? You can just go to any point. I mean, for us, having made the show, I can recall things that I was experiencing when I see a scene or just if I catch a chunk of an episode, I can remember where I was, like in my life, a little bit more. It's really wild. And you know, and like I said, even the ups and downs of it, it's all beautiful, right? And I just to have those triggers available to remember those things, it feels very, it just feels very, very beautiful overall.
Yeah. This, as you were saying, is such a big storyline for you. Traveling salesman leading into The Return. And were you super excited to get the script to see what all you got to do and play with Steve and like you got to in this episode?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was still early enough for me. I mean, every table read is a joy, right? It's just so much discovery for the cast. The writers have been kind of in the trenches for a couple of weeks or months at that point with every episode. But for us, it's like this fresh, exciting thing. And I do remember feeling, you know, as I got more sort of meat on the bone in some of those later episodes, it really felt like an affirmation that Andy was a valuable part of this cast overall and of the show. And so yeah, there was always a kind of giddy anticipation with those table reads. Like, oh, what am I going to get to do? What did the writers come up with? You know, and of course, how is Steve going to make me laugh this week?
Right. And this episode opens with your phone ringing, and there's like a 4-part harmony of you singing.
Yeah.
Your ringtone. Is that you?
100% me.
All 4 parts? All of it?
Yeah. Yep. And I did it, and just like Andy says in the show, I did it on my computer at home. Using
Ed did it on Ed's computer at home?
Yeah.
They didn't like bring you into a studio or something?
No, I think they
That tracks, actually.
That does track for our show. Like, hey, can you do this whole thing at home on your flip phone or whatever we had at the time?
Well, I think maybe I don't think they wanted it to be very good, but I was like too into it to make it anything less, and I thought Andy would make it as good as possible, right? So I think I spent a long time on that in GarageBand, kind of figuring out how to do multiple tracks. But yeah, I recorded it, and I sort of figured out 4 parts to it, which was really pretty simple. I mean, it's a very elementary kind of harmony arrangement, but yeah, super fun. And then I played it for Greg, and he was like, "Great, we'll use it."
I feel like Ed, because I know you were in an a cappella group, right, in college?
Well, that's a little bit of an overblown history. I was in an a cappella group, but only for a semester in college. It wasn't like a huge part of my identity.
Right.
It was for a semester, but then I just kind of realized it wasn't for me.
But you have an ear. You have an ear for music. Like, there is no way they could have given that assignment to Jen and I.
I know, you're like, it's a pretty easy harmony. And I'm like, is it? It is?
Yeah, you're very talented.
Well, since we're talking about famous Andy Bernard things, I need to ask you about I have the script, and I have not once ever seen it written in the script for Andy Bernard. You had to have invented this.
I improvised a ton in those my early episodes because I was eager to prove myself, and I also was trying to find Andy Bernard as a character, and that particular thing, which I think this was the first episode where it appeared for Andy, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And so it just was this thing that these guys I went to middle school with would say. They would just inject into. It was kind of like there you go, gotcha. You know, if they got off like a good singer at your expense, they'd tag it with a and I don't know, they weren't exactly bullies, but I just remember this little clump of guys that were sort of like wisecrackers in my middle school, and I don't know where it came from before that. Picked it up and always thought it was kind of a funny, obnoxious expression. It has no meaning, and it just kind of fits in wherever you want.
It's so perfect, Ed. I have such a memory of being in Scranton with you, Ed. Do you remember? I remember we were there for the office convention, and there were so many people there. And you and I were in a car, and like there were people all around the car, and we went into that train shop, and we had to exit out in the back.
That's right. We were driving through downtown Scranton, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's a Lionel model train store. We have to go in there." And I made the car stop, and you got out with me, and we went in, and people started to press up against the glass,
surrounded,
and it was like we were like
my
Michael
gosh,
Jackson.
you guys!
It was crazy.
You said to me, they pulled a car around the back. We had to like exit out the back. And the man that owned the model train store, he was like an elderly gentleman. He had no idea who we were or what was happening. He was like, I guess you can use the back door, whatever. And then we got in the car and you're like, Ange, this is the closest we'll ever be to being a Beatle. Like this is our moment. But why I bring it up is that to a crowd of people, Ed just turned to them and said, "Rid-it-do-do-do," and they lost their minds.
Oh my gosh, that's still like if someone is kind of trailing me in an airport, like, hey, help, Andy, what's up? I'll just maybe toss a rid-it-do-do, and then they're like, they'll leave me alone.
And then they faint. Well, Ed, I wanted to ask you about the scene where you punch the wall, because I rewatched this with my kids. My kids are older now, Ed, and they love The Office and they love Andy. And we curled up in bed and we watched this episode, and they were giggling so hard, and they wanted to know anything about it. Like, do you have any story about punching the wall? Did you really do it? What was it like? I know Jenna had a front row seat at reception.
Yeah.
Accounting watched it from afar.
Well, it's funny because that was technically a stunt, right? In like a
Yeah,
production, from a production standpoint, that the sort of stunt effects people have to oversee something like that. And so I remember it was my first time doing anything that qualified as a stunt. So like there was a whole little meeting about how they were gonna score the back of the sheetrock so that my hand went through easier, and then they were gonna put up they like fixed a pad onto the inner wall so that when my hand went through, I wouldn't hit wood or aluminum or anything. And also they had multiple planks that they could stick up just so we could do multiple takes. But it's still, I mean, you guys know, anytime you as a character are holding court for the whole bullpen, it's daunting, right? It's kind of something that I think I always felt anxious about in a good way, like in a kind of I was always amped up for those kinds of things. It's also what makes me just stay in awe of Pharrell, because so many of his scenes were with the entire cast, where he's like running a scene with the entire cast, and that's so hard. I mean, that is just, it is a really takes a tremendous amount of focus and concentration, because everyone's lines are responding off of yours, as opposed to, and so you have to drive the scene as opposed to being someone who's just responding to somebody else, who's which is what we all got to do with Steve. So that was one of those scenes for me, and a very early one, and something that I think was very exciting, but also kind of daunting. And I really didn't want to screw up the punch. I didn't want to get it wrong, or there were a lot of kind of wind-ups to practice swings, if you will. And then
Look at
I
this.
think
Oh,
we
damn,
only
I'm
did
showing my whole
two
dick. Really?
takes or
No,
so.
I would have to fucking pull my pants down.
And
6
I
fucking
really
beats,
skinned
bitch.
up my
You can be
knuckles.
fucking
I do remember,
dragging on the
you know,
floor.
I got,
I didn't show the short
still there was a pad in
Take
there,
away,
but I still,
kid.
I think, breaking
No, you
the
can't do
sheet
that.
rock.
What's
Skinned up my knuckles. So yeah, that was
What's up? What's up? What's
intense.
up?
I remember you shed some blood for that one, Ed. I
This
remember
monkey
that.
fucking
But I
fucking
also
corner.
remember feeling, as a person who was in the bullpen watching, how I could not break, because I knew the pressure you were under, and I also knew we didn't have that many of the walls. They had extra, but it's not like they had 14. So we couldn't crack up when you punched the wall. We had to hold ourselves together. So I remember it being like, oh boy, all right, bite the inside of your lip. Whatever you have to do not mess this up.
Oh my gosh, there's so many of those moments of trying to not look at what's happening because it's too funny. And because I can just remember,
I
like,
feel like that was most of our day.
if I were in the bullpen for a scene like that and didn't want to laugh, I would just be looking at the wall 3 feet to the right, just because That was my trick. I always just looked somewhere else because everyone's just so damn funny.
I used to look at Steve's neck. I know that's so weird.
Yeah, I looked at his ear a lot.
But I love that you were looking at his ear. I was looking at his neck.
Yeah.
I would usually look at like his forehead. These are the parts of Steve who know so well.
I can tell you all about his ear.
Yeah, Steve right now is like, oh,
But you're
good
right.
Lord.
There's something like so much of Michael Scott was in those eyes, and if you locked in on him, you're done. Just like all of the tsunami of comedy that is Michael Scott would just like wash over you, and I could almost never keep it together with him. Even just the dumbest moments.
Well, you guys had so many great moments in this episode. Like, I love when you're in his office, like telling him about, like, I'm gonna get my beer on, get my lost on, and you follow him
What's
to the
on?
bathroom. Yeah, what was that like?
I'm on my way to the kitchen. I'll follow you. I'll walk you there.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. So I mean, the writers just, there was something. A few of the writers, and Mike Schur in particular, we really bonded at that time because for some reason Mike Schur just got Andy Bernard in this really weird way. I mean, maybe there's some bit of Andy Bernard in Michael Schur as well, but I mean, the stuff they came up with for him, I would read these scripts or, be at the table reading, and I'd be like, yes, this is exactly what Andy would do. This is exactly how the Andy in my head, the way that I think about him, would behave. And so I just got it. I felt like these scenes were like such a perfect fit, like putting on a nice, comfy sweater. I mean, you guys know the writers paid such close attention to the actors that they've, and it's that great thing that happens around late in season 2 or season 3 of a show, or even earlier than that, where the writers start to write towards the strengths of the actors or towards certain personality traits, mannerisms, or all just these incredibly specific things that start to bubble up. And Mike Schur and I would just sit around and laugh and like come up with bits about who Andy was and his background and his family life, and just die laughing. And we just had such a common understanding of the character that things like that, walking Michael to the bathroom, which is so insane, but it made perfect sense to me for Andy and was just a joy to do.
Well, I can tell you, Ed, that the cast, we got to see you be in scenes when you finally came, because we didn't see you guys. You guys were over at Stanford, and we didn't get to interact with you. And when we finally got to see you in scenes, you just crushed every scene you were in, and you were so funny. And I remember trying so hard not to laugh. It used to be, Michael, don't laugh when Steve does something. Don't laugh when Steve does something. And then all of a sudden I had to add this other layer of like, now don't laugh when Ed does something. Oh my God.
Oh, that's so sweet. I remember laughing with you, Angela, so hard about the Michael's trying to play a jukebox, but he can't start the tune, so Andy starts doing the Night at the Roxbury song.
Yes, is that in the merger?
Yeah, I think so. I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And you and I would just do that for hours and just crack each other up. What is love?
Our trailers were side by side, so you were the one, I just walked out my door, went around the corner, and there you were. And I know I have this memory of walking past your trailer, because you would have the door open, you'd be playing your banjo or something, and I would walk past your door and go,
Oh my gosh.
Well, I loved the addition of Andy because you were this great foil to Dwight. Like, Jim would always tease Dwight or prank Dwight. You had this, like, power struggle with Dwight that was so funny to me. And in rewatching it, I just loved every time you and Rain would face off, and there must have been so much improv in that, because I feel like now having the scripts, when I go back and look, I can see now percentage wise how much more of different people's improvs make it in the show. And I have to say that you and Rainn Wilson have the highest amount of improv that makes the cut.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool. Well, until Zach Woods joins the cast, and then Zach Woods just demolished the improv.
He is a
God, he
genius,
is
and he's
so
smart.
so smart and funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jenna, it's funny. You're right. I think the Jim Dwight dynamic was hilarious because Jim was a reasonable person, and Dwight is a sort of whacked out, unreasonable person. And the seeing Jim always in a sort of superior role, just messing with Dwight, was fun and gratifying to see. You know, Andy was also whacked out, and so he really was at Dwight's level, and that I think made their conflict super fun, and certainly super fun for Rain and me. I just can, so many hard laughs with that guy.
And you guys would compete over the stupidest things. I mean, I know it's not in this episode, but there's a deleted scene where you two like are going head to head about who was the better baby. Like, you're in the kitchen and you're like, well, I was a beautiful baby. I was a model. So I was a model baby. I modeled. And then he's like, well, I was so big, my mom couldn't walk. And you're like, gross. Like, but it's like this crazy competition over the stupidest thing. Yeah, but you're competing over who was the better baby, but your standards for what better baby means aren't even the same. Like, you're not arguing over who was most beautiful or who was largest. It's like this complicated one-upmanship, and I love it.
Such flawed characters.
Deliciously flawed.
And I think, you know, the pettiness of Andy was a bit cathartic for me, because, you know, it was a way, because we all have petty reactions and impulses and thoughts about going through life, but in Andy, I was able to just fully act out all of them.
Lean into it.
Whatever petty impulses or instincts bubbled up. I was able to kind of funnel through Andy.
I love that. I love that, Ed, because I have to say, when I think of you, I would consider you one of the least petty people. I mean, I don't even have a memory of you griping. I always found you to be such a role model in that way too, because that's fun. You got to let it all hang out with Andy then.
Well, yeah, maybe I would have been a much more unstable person if I didn't get to play Andy. If I didn't have that release valve.
He balanced you out.
Yeah. But I really can't overstate, you know, just my gratitude to all of you guys for when we started in Stanford, just that feeling of welcome, and it was you guys, but also all the writers, and then when we arrived at Scranton, it was very scary and daunting, but we never we never felt like there was any threat. We never felt like there was anything anything personal we had to overcome and prove ourselves to you guys. It just felt like you guys were happy to have us, and that's the most incredible environment to be creative in.
We really, Ed, someday want you and Creed to just play the banjo and mandolin like you did on set. I don't know where this fits in an Office Ladies podcast, but someday we want you here to hear that.
Anytime.
Yay!
Anytime. This has been so fun, and it's just really fun to get into this headspace with you guys, so thanks for that.
Well, before we go, I want to hear a little bit about the new show that you're doing with Mike Schur.
Oh, yeah.
Peacock, called Rutherford Falls. Yeah.
Ever since The Office, obviously Mike has gone on to do these just incredible shows, but we've stayed close friends, and So we just came up with this character, Nathan Rutherford, who lives in the small town of Rutherford Falls in upstate New York, and he is the curator of the local museum about Rutherford Falls, and he's a descendant of the town founder, Lawrence Rutherford. So he's incredibly enthusiastic about Rutherford Falls and all of its history. And he also has his best friend, Regan, who is Native American, grew up on the reservation next to the town in upstate New York. And so the two of them, and she also runs a cultural center there on the reservation. But it felt important to kind of address some of the reasons why people believe what they believe, and why it can be so hard to accept a different version of your own kind of personal narrative, even when you're confronted with like overwhelming evidence that maybe you're wrong about what you thought about your history or your town or whatever. And so that's really the crux of the show, is this friendship kind of being challenged. And it also is super, super funny. It sounds very heavy what I'm describing, and it does have some heavy themes, but it's super, super, super funny. We roped in also very early on as our showrunner, Sierra Teller Ornelas.
I worked with her on Splitting Up together.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
So she's our showrunner, and she's just incredible. And then she just put together this incredible writing staff, and we've been cranking on it. Well, we were supposed to start shooting right when the lockdown started, and now we're just trying to figure it out.
Well, I can't wait till you guys can start filming and we can start watching that, because it sounds so great. Before you go, is there anything else you want to share? Any memories from the show? We don't want to leave you if you have anything else to say, but also no pressure.
It's something I cherish so much, having been a part of that, and the friendships that have endured. I mean, I can't believe we're all still on a text chain. That blows my mind, and I love that so much, and I love just a little blurb from Oscar, and then Creed will chime in, and everybody just and sometimes they're funny, and sometimes they're just like information or news or whatever. But it just, I don't know. It speaks to, I think that is what that's why the show has endured the way it has, is because the camaraderie was real.
Yeah.
The friendships and the kind of mutual love and support and respect was real on that set. And even though the characters were in like ridiculous conflict all the time, there was always, I think people could pick up on an underlying sense that Dunder Mifflin kind of had a foundation of love.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, Ed, thank you so very much for coming on and talking to us and sharing your stories. It's just been wonderful. And we'll bug you down the line, because I have a good dinner party story with you.
Oh my God. You can't tell that story.
I'm not telling that one. I'm not telling. Wait, I'm not even talking about that one. I know what you're talking about in the car. I'm just talking about, I have a dinner party moment, but we'll get there.
Okay. I can't wait to come back, guys. You're the best.
Love you, Ed.
Anytime.
All right. Thanks, Ed. All right, well, we are back. Jenna, let's get into this episode. Yeah, so guys, Dwight has left Dunder Mifflin and he's on the job market. So this episode opens with Dwight going on some job interviews. We see him interviewed by two different people, a man and a woman. And our fun cameo catch tidbit is that the man who interviews Dwight at the beginning of this episode is Kevin Riley.
Kevin Riley, who was the president of NBC, you guys have heard us talk about him. He is the reason The Office stayed on the air. He fought so hard for us. So this was really fun and special to have him sort of pop in and make it into an episode.
Yeah, I asked Greg about this, and he said he got the idea because Greg's father had worked as a radio executive, and he was really funny and smart like Kevin, he said. And when he left ABC, they gave him a present that he could appear as a magician in one of their soap operas.
Oh my God.
So he thought this would be a really fun way, especially with The Office being documentary style, to cast a real person, a real executive instead of an actor. And also, this would kind of commemorate Kevin Riley's contribution to our show staying on the air.
Oh, well then Dwight goes on to his second interview, and it's a woman, right? And
Yes.
clearly, we're picking up in the middle of the interview. She must have said to him to describe himself with 3 words. Dwight
Smell.
says he's hardworking, alpha male,
Very
jackhammer,
important.
merciless, insatiable.
We need smell-o-vision.
And as he's
Whatever that
saying
little
this,
switch was,
if
just
you
reminded
look
me of
around the office,
hairbrush.
it is the
Would you
most
hear that?
feminine, pink
Quiet.
office you will ever see. Everything in it is pink. Every container on her desk, the paint on the wall is pink. The flower behind her is a whole bunch of pink flowers. And Dwight is throwing out alpha male and it's like merciless. And you can just sort of see her being like,
Well, it's very interesting because I noted this as well. I noticed there's a fuzzy purple butterfly frame on the desk and like a tassel lamp that has fireflies on it. So I got a little curious about this. Like, what's the story behind this?
did a 12-year-old girl decorate this office?
Well, I guess in the script, Mike Schur had named this character Gwendolyn Trundlebed.
Oh my Lord.
This is bringing up some Clementine Paddleford memories for me, Angela.
Yes.
100% Clementine Paddleford and Gwendolyn Trundlebed are friends in a Disney film. But this woman, we never call her by name. She was played by a background performer. She didn't have any lines. But I guess the set decorators, they really took it to heart, and they were inspired by the name Gwendolyn Trundlebed, and that is why the office looks the way it does.
Well, it works perfectly because Dwight, I feel like, is coming in there with all this sort of like macho energy, and he came into Gwendolyn Trundlebed's boudoir of pinkness.
That's what it looks like. It's very boudoir looking. Eventually, we find out that Dwight lands at Staples. He says it's temporary while he continues his job search. Remember, Staples is Dunder Mifflin's big competitor.
They're their big rival. I know.
Yeah, but then back at the office, Andy has taken Dwight's seat across from Jim.
Yeah. And he's really proud of the ringtone. We talked about it with Ed, but he is very proud that he did all 4 parts of the harmony and I don't know music, Jenna. I don't even know what you call it.
I have to tell you, I know we talked about this with Ed, but it's incredibly impressive. I mean, it's so impressive.
It really, acapella is really impressive. Aka what? Yeah, I just said it because there's one guy that's like, bing, boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's another person that's like, like I don't get it. But it sounded amazing. I still can't believe he did that himself. One of the things I love about the scene, obviously, how much Andy's annoying everyone already. But he calls Ryan Big Turkey.
Yeah. Does that mean that Ryan eats turkey sandwiches for lunch?
It has to. It has to.
What are we learning here?
Well, clearly, I mean, Andy had a friend called Broccoli Rob. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
All of the nicknames are just what you eat.
Yeah, I'm Yogurt Pam.
I think Donut Kinsey.
Well, in real life.
Oh, in real life, yes.
I guess I'd be eggs and strawberries Fisher.
That's catchy. Jenna, I feel like there is a very classic Jim Pam shot that we have to talk about.
What is it?
It's at 1 minute 58 seconds. Andy is singing the ridiculous version of Andy and the Tuna, you know, that whole part.
Yes.
And the camera focuses on Jim's reaction and then pushes past Jim, and Jim goes out of focus and it lands on Pam. And they both have similar expressions of like, oh my God, this guy And for me, I don't know. I know I love Jim and Pam so much, so I don't know if I'm like looking for meaning, but in that moment, I'm like, they're on the same page. These two are both in it. Like they're going to be in it together for this episode because it's hitting them the same way.
Yes. I think this is that first hint that they are in sync.
I think so. And it was just also a beautiful
Ooh, his
shot.
mustache.
Just
He's
being a
gangster.
technical nerd, like that is a beautiful shot.
I agree. Well, now Michael arrives to work and he's parked his car. You know what? His roof won't go up, but who cares? It's fine. He's going to leave it. No, it's not going to be a problem.
It's not going to be a big deal on the biggest snow day they've had. I watched this episode with my kids. I know I talked about that. They loved his hair. They loved how his hair was just messy from getting out of his car.
I didn't even notice that. That's such a good detail.
I know. They catch a few things. I'm going to sprinkle them through.
I love that. Well, Oscar arrives next to Michael and he is welcomed back by Michael.
Yeah, Michael says, hey, nice new car. And Oscar said, well, I got this new car in the settlement after you kissed me at work.
I love how matter-of-factly Oscar says it.
That Lexus SUV, that's all you, buddy.
And then Michael's like, well, that's how we do it here at Dunder Mifflin. When we settle high. So, and then Oscar has that great talking head where he says part of him wants people in the office to have learned their lesson and to shut the hell up, but another part of him wants them to keep talking so he can buy a home theater.
So now we go into Michael's office, and Jenna, it's one of those classic scenes that you and I love, where it starts with Michael, and who else is in the room? You don't know, and then it's revealed. And this time it's Andy. Andy is taking the spot of Dwight over Michael's shoulder, but he's creeping Michael out. You can already tell.
Well, there's a way that Michael is always kind of annoyed when Dwight interjects in the middle of what Michael is saying, but this is different. Like, Michael's annoyed by Dwight, but Michael, like, really is annoyed by Andy.
Well, you know what it feels like to me? Like, Andy is getting under his skin. Like, Dwight is like an annoying brother, but Andy is like the creeper that lives on the street. I don't know. That you try to avoid when you go to the mailbox.
Well, we have a fan question in this scene from Tennille, who wants to know, in this episode, there are a lot of talking heads with Michael facing the window where it's snowing. Were those talking heads shot in sequence so that they didn't have to keep turning the snow on and off? Yes. Yes. I love this question, Angela, because we've never really talked about this. We always shot all of our talking heads in a row. So what they would do is they would set up the shot, let's say in Michael's office for a talking head, and every talking head he had for that episode, they would spend hours doing all of them. And the same thing in the conference room. Remember, they'd set up the chair and we would all cycle in for hours and do our talking heads.
Yes, it would literally be like talking head day on set. And I always really felt for Steve because he always had the most. And I would think like, oh my God, I had to like learn one, and maybe they would give me some alts on the day. But Steve had to learn so many and just sit there and do them. And Data would be there, our script supervisor. And sometimes she would remind you if you had more than one. Okay, now remember, this talking head is after Dwight left, so you're more sad than the one before, So sometimes she was helping us kind of navigate the time sequence of it all.
Yes. And we would usually do these either first thing in the morning or at the end of the day. Steve would always do his first thing in the morning. I think he liked to lead with them. He would, oftentimes, I feel like on a Monday, it would be like Steve talking heads until almost lunch. Yeah. And then we would all come in and film like group scenes for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But then on Fridays, we would spend Friday afternoons, all the rest of the cast doing our talking heads. That was kind of how we framed our week.
Yeah, that's how I remember it too. Well, Jenna, Oscar's back now, and he walks back over to accounting, and of course, Kevin has a ridiculous joke that he's been saving for weeks. Kevin thought of it. He was like, how was your gaycation? Oscar's like, awesome. Kevin's like, yeah, I thought of that 2 seconds after you left. Kevin's so proud of himself. And Angela is just like, hello. And he's like, hello. And you can tell that I feel like a lot she wants to say, but she's not ready yet. She doesn't know how to say it yet.
Yeah. But
eventually, Angela does invite Oscar to join the party planning committee. She says she's sorry for the way certain things transpired and she wants to make some changes, and she starts crying. Yeah. Well, Jenna, I really cried. That was me really crying. And I had a whole conversation with Greg about it as we were trying to find the scene. And I did one take, and he was like, Angela, I'm feeling sad. And he said, this has to be a funny cry. Where sometimes on a show, someone cries and it breaks your heart. He said, this needs to be just awkward. And then at the end, we have a joke because Kevin says, can I join? And I say, never. Right? Right. So it was sort of this interesting thing of figuring out, how do you cry, but you don't make people feel bad? You know? And what really helped me was that my lines were so ridiculous. So it was, me being like, certain events transpired and certain people said certain things. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it was sort of this art for my character to find a way to cry that was just more awkward than sad. Well, you just made someone very happy. Sarah Cooper had written in to ask you, did you have to do anything different to get into character in preparation for this episode? When you cry, we all have a little bit of our process of actors of how we get to that place. But it was this sort of interesting thing to get myself there, but then kind of pull back a little bit. And this might be really boring actory stuff, but it was a really interesting exercise. Well, we had another fan question, Angela, from Beatrix Smith. Was it weird for you to have Oscar back? Did you miss him when he was gone? Oh, yeah. I think Angela definitely missed Oscar. Listen, him being gone means, A, she's carrying most of the workload in accounting because Kevin's no help, really. And I think that Oscar and Angela really are these sort of mismatched roommates, if you will. And you'll see their friendship come throughout the seasons. But they are there for each other. It's just, I think they just had some hurdles to get over. Oh, well, that's a nice answer. I think she meant you, Angela. Oh, you missed your friend Oscar, who hadn't been sitting there with you. But I like how you stayed in character there for that answer. Well, we were talking so much about Angela Martin. Well, of course I missed my friend. Are you kidding? I didn't have anyone to draw me little crazy cartoons of myself being silly, passing me notes. But you guys are such a little trio over there. Yeah, I definitely missed him. Well, while all of this is going on, Andy is just stalking Michael. Yeah, he's like looking for him everywhere and he follows him to the bathroom. Yeah, Jenna, Andy now has two expressions that I love. We first heard nifty gifties from Andy. Love me the nifty gifties. And in this one, Michael's like, what's up? And Andy goes, nerfin'. And now me and my kids are saying nerfin'. It has stuck here at the house. I thought it was so funny. But yeah, Andy's driving Michael crazy. And Michael has a whole talking head from behind his door. He's hiding. It made me laugh out loud because I didn't know where he was during this because Andy's looking for him and he's just nowhere. He's nowhere. And then when he's revealed to be giving this whole talking head from behind his door, one of the things I loved about it most was that while hiding, he was still compelled to perform and speak to the camera. Yeah. He was like, I'm hiding, but I'm not going to stop presenting myself to this camera crew. I wonder if he was like, I'm going to hide and you have to too. Because if Andy sees you guys in here, so like, is there a way where the camera crew is like smushed up against the wall, also hiding? That's such a good point. Like, all Andy has to look for is like, where's the camera pointed? Yeah. There's a crew constantly following Michael around. Well, we're coming up on a scene that completely destroyed John Krasinski in real life. I don't think he's ever laughed so hard ever on the show. He has said it's the hardest he laughed the whole series.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
And I texted Creed about it. Yeah, it's this scene in the kitchen where Oscar comes in and he's just kind of like, where's Dwight? And Creed says Dwight was decapitated and they had a funeral for a bird. Which is not correct, but kind of correct, just all mushed up together. Yeah, Ed Truck was decapitated, and they did have a funeral for a bird. And remember, Jim wasn't around for any of this, so Jim isn't even able to like correct this. So he just says, "I'm pretty sure that's not real." And then Creed says, "You're not real, man." And that is the line that destroyed John Krasinski. Yeah, John could not keep it together. He crumbled like into just fits of laughter. And I texted Creed. I was like, "Creed, oh my gosh, we're breaking down the return. And you have that great line that you said to John." And he was like, I said, "What was that like?" He said, "Oh, Ange, it was so much fun to see John lose it like that." He said he lost it. There are a couple of times on the show where John has laughed so hard that like you just can't even film him, because when he really loses it, he cannot be brought back. He can't. He's like, he is what we said, he is destroyed. He's destroyed. He doubles over, he kind of tears up, he can't make noise. It was laughing like that. And I said, "Creed, I mean, how many takes did you do?" And he said, "I think we got one where he kept it together. I think that's the one they used." Yeah, exactly. So now we have this little scene where Michael is noticing that like the plant in the office is dying. He says, "You need to talk to the cleaning crew about this. And also, while you're at it, they used to arrange the toys on my desk in this really pleasing way. And I need to know why they've stopped." And Pam is like, "Well, no, that was Dwight. Dwight used to do that." And then, of course, up from out of nowhere comes Andy. And he's like, "I agree." And Michael's like, how do you know? What do you agree with? How do you even know what we're talking about? Yeah, and Andy's like, "Pam was like, blah, blah, something lame." And then you're like, "Rid-a-did-a-doo." There it is. Come on. 7 minutes, 33 seconds. The very first, but not the last, rid-a-did-a-doo. So we're back at the party planning committee meeting. Angela is sad. She is sad. She's not even speaking up about anything. She's not even being mean to Phyllis. You know the woman is sad. Can I say something? Yeah. I think that later when we see this party, it's going to be one of the best ones we've ever thrown. How dare you? I'm just saying that you're a little checked out, and look what we did without you. When others were allowed to participate in the planning, we threw a very, like, the decorations, that Creed loved the food. Let me tell you something, lady. What? I am flabbergasted. Well, I mean, I just want to say, I noted how disengaged from the planning Angela was, and then I noticed what a really great party it was. Well, you know, Michael has given the marching orders. He really wants to celebrate Oscar, as Michael says, quote, his Mexicanness. He wants firecrackers, a chihuahua. You know, he also tells them to get a donkey, a burro, because, you know, the reason that we're throwing a Mexican themed party is because Oscar's gayness does not define him. His Mexicanness is what defines him. And Oscar's just like, according to Michael, great. Right back in it with Michael. Oscar's thinking of all the things he's going to purchase after this party. I know. Well, I have a question for you about the scene coming up, Jenna. Okay. Was it in the script that Andy, like, fishes for Jim? Like, that he throws the rod and reel and the whole thing? Or was that just made up on the day? Angela, I will check the script for that. And in the meantime, while I'm doing that, please enjoy this hold music by Carmen and Camille, doing their version of Heartbreak in the Break Room. One moment. Michael arrived, I felt punchy inside, like I didn't know you. My mama, she made me a sexy sweater, but all it got me, it was heartbreak in the break. All right, thank you for holding.
I could not find that in the script.
It wasn't in the script.
No, so it was either conceived of as a rewrite page or it was something he did on the day. So what's in the script, the thing that makes Jim want to prank Andy is just more singing at his desk. That he's just obnoxiously singing and then Jim decides he has to do something.
Right.
But the fishing for tuna, not in the script.
Okay, well, it's perfect for Andy. It's so perfect. Jim has had it though, and he now wants to play a prank. He asked Karen. Karen says she's too busy. She got all of Dwight's clients. Then he asked Ryan, and lady, we have some Ryan sass.
I loved it. I'm falling in love with Ryan.
I know you are.
Not gonna lie.
I know you are. What does he say?
I'll tell you what he said. He says, oh, you know what? Not right now, but ask me again 10 years ago. And I feel like the look on John's face as Jim in that moment is so good. So good. He's like, all right, man.
I liked you better when you were the temp. Ryan's like, so did I.
Ryan says, so did I.
Some serious Ryan sass.
So, Angela, should we check in with Dwight now?
See how he's doing over at Staples?
Yes. He's doing great.
He's crushing it.
He is. We had some fan questions about Staples from Amy Jackson, Aaron Westra, Ainsley Thompson, Jeff Needham, Diamond P, and Kate N. They wanted to know, did we film in an actual Staples store?
Yes. Yes, we did.
We filmed at a real Staples. It was at the Empire Center in Burbank. I've actually been there many times, not only to the Empire Center, but to this actual Staples. I have purchased my home printer at this Staples.
Jenna, I feel like we went there for like a BFF afternoon where we went to Target and then we went to Staples together. I have like a memory of that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we did that. Because then there's that donut place that you like. What is it? Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme, what's not to like?
Exactly.
And they have a drive-through. They have a drive-through.
They have a drive-through and they also have this conveyor belt that you can watch. It's like watching a car wash, but it's donuts going by. And then you get to the end and they just take it right off the conveyor belt and it's super warm and they hand it to you and kids love it. It's like a mini donut factory. Well, I would take my kids there all the time.
I think that the first time we went, you and I didn't even have kids.
Well, this is true.
This is true. Okay, so yeah, Dwight is crushing it. Sorry, we got off on a tangent about donuts. Go figure.
We did. But I want to say, remember back in the merger when we talked about how Staples paid the production to feature one of its shredders in an episode?
Mm-hmm.
People were asking if this was still part of that product integration. No, this was just a plot point. They just thought it would be funny that Dwight ends up going to work for Dunder Mifflin's competitor. So Staples did not pay to be featured in this episode at all. And then, guess what they did?
What?
They did something insane to the Staples.
What they did?
So I'm going to let Greg tell you.
We arranged to have a real Staples be the location for this episode, and I had scouted it. And then between the time that I scouted it and the time that we showed up to shoot, they had replaced all the Staples signage with very unrealistic looking Staples signs that were 3 times bigger than what we had seen because they wanted more of an advertising pop in the background of our show in the morning of the day we were supposed to shoot there. And so it became like a thing about, we had to make our day and we had to shoot, but I didn't want to turn the show into an ad for Staples. So there was a lot of shooting around it. And I believe the last shot where the camera kind of zooms into a security camera to see them exiting was to avoid a gigantic Staples sign that they had put up at the last minute.
Ooh, Staples, you were so sneaky.
Oh, Staples, can you blame them? They're like, hey, we got a camera crew here. I'm going to put up my big sign. I'd probably do the same thing. I would do the same thing.
They were like, Henry, get over here. Bring the tall ladder and the big signs.
Yeah, get it on TV. I love the Staples folks because they give back to teachers, Jenna. So,
oh, yeah.
I love them, but that is very funny. I have a little piece of trivia, though, about that day. Dave Rogers said that Greg got really sick that day. So sick that he had to go home halfway through the day and Randall took over. Whoa. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know.
Well, listen, I want to talk a little bit about Dwight's new coworker, Paris,
She's amazing.
played by Yvette Nicole Brown, who would later go to star in Community.
Mm-hmm.
This scene with them in the break room eating lunch, I watched it 3 times. I watched it 3 times because she is so funny. Her, like, you know what it is? I feel like we're getting this opportunity to have someone outside of the Dunder Mifflin family react to Dwight Schrute. We all know what Dwight is like. We know what to expect from him. So to place Dwight in the real world with a regular person who's not used to him was so funny to me. And her reactions were what I would imagine anyone would react like if they met Dwight.
Yes. I texted her. I said, Yvette, I just want you to know I forgot about this scene and how great it was. And rewatching it, it was hilarious. And she was like, oh, Angela, I feel like I was just there for a blip. And I said, Yvette, you stole the scene. You stole the scene.
Yes. Now, you mentioned, Angela, that you were watching this episode with your kids. My son walked into my office while I was watching this scene. He was laughing, and
Put your
then
foot in it, you dumb
he
bitch.
and I looked for a fan catch that was
You
sent
are
in by Lori
stupid.
Lex.
Oh, what'd you guys find?
Oh my gosh. My son was so tickled because during this scene,
Put your foot in
Dwight's
there.
sandwich that he's eating gets bigger rather than smaller.
Oh!
He eats it. Because they use different takes. So at 12 minutes, 21 seconds, all that's left is like a little corner of bread. And then at 12 minutes, 28 seconds, it's much larger.
I love it. I love how into this episode our kids were with background catches.
I know.
It's so cute. Well, lady, I want to talk about the scene with Michael and Angela. They're in the break room, and they're clearly both missing Dwight. But obviously, neither of them are saying that to each other. And Michael just says, oh, it's good to have Oscar back. And Angela's like, yeah. And they both just sort of sadly take a sip of their beverage and look off into space. And I never, ever got quiet moment scenes with Steve. And so in rewatching this, it was so special to me because our characters hardly ever interacted. And when they did, I was usually mad at him, you know? Yeah, so that was really special. And then on a total tangent, there is a fantastic shot at 13 minutes, 47 seconds of Luann's water fountain. And it's they're like gurgling away.
Lady, I saw the same thing. I think that's what was in the background of that kitchen scene in that other episode that we all thought was a fireplace. I think it was Luann's water feature. She had a Zen garden and a water fountain.
She did, and they never plugged it in because it made noise, but every once in a while, I guess it got plugged in. And I think you're right because it has a little blue light in it.
Yes.
That maybe
Yes.
we thought was a fire something. Yes. Oh my God, I love that we both got excited about Luann's fountain. Well, Jenna, I think on that note of getting super excited about a fountain that in the background, we should take a break.
Yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll come back and get into this big prank. All right, guys, we are back. Angela, do you know what I'm doing right now?
No, I mean, I can see you, but
I'm making bread.
I can't see your hands, but I know your left one is moving.
No, I'm not literally making bread in my lap. I'm sitting here podcasting, but I am simultaneously bread making. Like, that's the cool thing about bread making is that I have dough that is rising into a little living dough baby that I'm going to put in my oven and turn into crisp, delicious sourdough bread as we speak. That science is working in my kitchen on my counter right now. During this break, I molded my little dough baby.
Aw.
Yeah.
Well, I molded another dough baby. I like to call my belly. Because I went downstairs and ate a little piece of this. I don't even know what it is that Josh made. It's like some kind of, it tastes like a little square pecan pie. It's so good.
Can we give a plug to Josh's baking page, please? Baking with Josh and Ange. There is a recipe on there for something called a brookie. Okay, you know, I made this the other day. It is a layer of brownie topped with a layer of chocolate chip cookie, and they're bars. Angela, I ate so many of them that I made myself sick. I made myself sick like I was like a child who couldn't stop eating candy on Halloween. I felt so ill. And even when I felt sick from eating so many of them, I wanted to eat more of them. That's how good the brookie is, guys. It'll make you sick and you won't care and you'll keep eating it anyway. I don't know what kind of endorsement that is, but I feel like that's a good endorsement.
Yeah, well, he has tons of recipes. You guys, my husband is a baker. You can go to bakingwithjoshandange.com for all of his recipes. I don't even know why I'm in the equation there. It's just that when he bakes, he likes me around. So, but he is the master. I'm the taste tester, and he's the master. That was really sweet, Jenna.
Well, if you want to eat so much of something that you make yourself sick, make the brookie. But he also has, guys, not just sweets. He's got like these one sheet meals. And I love to cook things on one sheet because then I only have to clean one thing.
Yes, they are really good. We just did his one sheet chicken fajitas.
That's my favorite.
It's so good.
All right, this became a small commercial for bakingwithjoshandange.com, but I stand by it.
Well, thanks. That's really sweet. I'll tell him. He'll be tickled.
All right, well, let's get back to this episode. Jim steals Andy's cell phone.
Yeah, but why does he pass it off to Pam? I don't understand why they trade it twice. What are they, secret spies? Couldn't he have just taken it and gone straight to the bathroom and like chucked it up in the ceiling or something?
Yes, this entire prank could have been done by Jim alone. He tried to recruit all these people to do this prank with him that required only one person. He could have pranked Andy on his own, but for Jim, the prank is like the social bonding experience. It's not about like just doing it by himself.
What's the fun in that?
Exactly.
He wants a partner. He wants a buddy.
Yes. So he does this weird thing where he knocks over the pens and steals the phone and then gives it to Pam, and then Pam gives it back to him.
And Karen clocks it.
Yeah, Karen notices.
She doesn't know what they're doing, but they're in cahoots.
Well,
and then you're like his lookout, but you can clearly see him. You guys have the most, like, you're the most oddball, like duo. I feel like there could have been a spinoff where Jim and Pam are secret spies, but everyone knows.
Well, and just to our point earlier, is no one noticing the camera crew following Jim and Pam sneaking and like filming them do this prank? There's a lot of disbelief you have to suspend right here in this moment.
Yeah, no one sees it because Pam is so great at distracting them by drinking her water. That's all we see. Pam's just drinking her water and playing with her necklace. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. What do you mean? What?
Well, you have to remember in the last episode, Phyllis kind of spills the beans and says to Karen, I'm so glad you and Jim are together because he was hung up on Pam for so long. So, you know, Karen has got that in her brain. And when she sees the two of them kind of giggling and up to something, she's like, oh no, what's happening?
Yes. Well, meanwhile, Kelly and Oscar are setting up for the party. I think it's very funny that Oscar has to set up his own party.
He has chores at his own party.
It's amazing. And then Michael, meanwhile, is pouting in the kitchen. He wants to let Jim know that he's not fine. He's not fine. And he's like,
he doesn't want to talk about it, but Jim's like, okay. And he's like, okay, I'll talk about it. He's like, okay.
Yeah. And he's like, what do you think of Andy? What do you think of Andy? And I love this, Angela. Jim is like, well, I mean, he's kind of a yes man. And Michael's like, that's not true, because when I say I don't like something, he says he doesn't like it too. It's like, oh, Michael.
Oh, Michael. Steve is so brilliant in this episode. I know we talk about how good he is so, like, every week, but he had to, I don't even know how to say it, but the way he reacts to Andy is like a whole new version of Michael Scott.
Yeah.
And he's so brilliant And the way he doesn't get things, and then the audience gets it before him, and then he finally gets it. It's just amazing.
Well, Angela, he has this talking head that I can't even barely watch because.
Is it about the raspberry?
Yeah.
The sherbet thing?
It's about the way Steve delivers it is so masterful, but the whole thing just makes me so uncomfortable. Whenever Michael talks about his childhood, I get scared. I just feel like I don't want more details about his loneliness, and his like need for attention, and his all of
His
it.
awkward interactions with his mom and stepdad Jeff. I mean,
Yeah.
I know.
Poor Michael.
I know this is totally off topic, but I was impressed that Jim's choice of snack was raw carrots.
Yes, Angela, we had a fan point this out about the carrots. Brianna Kernan wrote in to say, does John really like to snack on carrots? Because he can be seen in multiple episodes snacking on carrots at various times. I did a lot of scenes with John, and so I can tell you that he eats carrots. If given the choice for what he gets to eat in a scene, he will pick something healthy. He will pick carrots a lot. He would pick carrots to the point that they finally had to say, John, you can't with the carrots. It's like really bad for sound. So then he started eating grapes. So you'll see him eat some grapes, but occasionally it would be scripted that we're eating chips. And he would eat the chips, but he preferred a healthy snack, guys. He just did.
I am very impressed, John. I'm very impressed. I mean, I usually would ask for potato chips.
Yeah. Well, BJ Novak and I used to say that if it's a prop, it doesn't have any calories, so you can eat as much of it as you want.
Oh, interesting theory.
Yeah, it's not real food. You're pretending.
It's pretend food.
Pretend
no
food.
calories.
So you can
pretend calories.
You can. You know what I would pick now is a brookie. I'd be like, can I snack on a brookie, please?
Well, the party setup is underway, but Angela and Pam have a little conversation out by the elevators. And I loved it so much that when Pam's like, is it about Dwight? And Angela's like, no, John Denver. And you're like, okay, that's how it's going to be. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm like, no. But is John Denver like one of her favorite singers? Like, where did John Denver come from? It's just such a funny sort of little bit of detail to me about Angela Martin. Well, Angela tells Pam that she's really missing Dwight. She feels bad.
Yeah. And Pam says, I think you should talk to Michael.
And Angela's like, Pam, I'm not like you walking around in your provocative outfit, saying whatever thought pops in your head. Yeah. As she's wearing a sweater over a button down. Like, what are these outfits, Angela? What are you even talking about? Yes, but anyway, Angela appreciates Pam's, talking with her and gives her such a weird hug. It's like she hugs her, and then when she realizes she's hugging you, she shoves you away.
Well, we had a fan question about it, Angela. Caleb Feener and Kylie Campbell both asked, was that hug improvised or was it in the script? What do you think, Angela?
Well,
Improvised or in the script?
I feel like it was improvised.
It was improvised. It was not in the script. It was not in the script. That was improvised.
Yeah. I feel like you and I played around with that scene a few different ways. It was so fun.
That was great. Well, back in the bullpen, Jim just keeps calling Andy's phone, which is ringing now up in the ceiling. And a lot of people asked, was the phone really in the ceiling playing the song? Now, normally, I feel like the answer would be no, because it would ruin your ability to edit the scene. But Angela, I remember that phone playing up in the ceiling. Am I going crazy?
No, I feel like I remember it too.
I feel like they put a speaker up in the ceiling and they had someone play that song for us to react to. I have like such a strong memory of hearing it all day long.
Like over our heads.
Yes.
Yeah.
So guys,
too.
No one can remember. I reached out to a bunch of people about this. What's the deal? No one is sure, but I'm going with my personal memory.
that we really did have, I don't know if it was the phone, but we really were listening to that 4-part harmony up in the ceiling and reacting to it.
Yeah.
We weren't reacting to nothing.
It was actually getting really annoying. I do remember that. I was like so sick of that song.
That's what,
Like, oh my God.
Angela, when we were rewatching this episode and it played for the first time, I kind of like, I recoiled a little bit. Like the cells in my body were like, oh no, not again. Not again.
Since memory.
Yes, because I remember shooting this episode and singing it, and then when I went to bed the night I rewatched it, I was like, I've done the 2 times all the day long, rocking in the bed and singing your song. I couldn't. I was like, don't do this to me again.
We cannot skip past what I like to call nimble Phyllis.
Yes.
She's so nimble. She's agile. She's quick. I mean, Andy tries to open her drawer. Phyllis does the no-look slam.
Yeah.
Push back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some quick reflexes, Phyllis.
Yeah. Because Andy is looking for it everywhere. He cannot find it anywhere. Well, while Andy's looking for his phone, Angela goes into Michael's office, like Pam suggested, and she says, listen, the reason Dwight was late that morning was because he was dropping off the quarterly tax forms that she forgot to send. And to be fair, Kevin never reminded her. She just wants Michael to know that if Kevin had done his job, she could have done her job better. But
Yes.
that Dwight was saving the day. He wasn't going for some weird corporate power grab. He was doing this favor for her.
Yes. I remember in this scene, Greg gave me the note to, I'm coming in there. I'm very nervous because I really don't want people in the office to know my business. I don't want them to know who I'm dating, even though I really care for Dwight. I just hate the idea of being office gossip,
Yeah.
So I'm going in there and he said, Angela, just deliver those lines like at the top, like you're just quickly spilling it all out,
Yeah.
So that's why I went in with that energy of just like if she didn't say it right away, she was going to lose her nerve. So I was like, Dwight went to New York, he dropped off the text first, like, just kind of like throw it out.
Yes.
And then, thank God, Michael is such an idiot. He doesn't connect the dots. He's like, oh my God, Dwight, if he would do that for anyone in this office, who else is like that,
Yes.
And I'm like, no one. And Angela's so happy. She's so happy she was able to sort of set the record straight without revealing their relationship.
Yes. Michael just takes this as a sign of Dwight's undying loyalty to the company.
Yeah.
So he's like, I have to go get him back. I have to go get him back.
Yeah.
But as he's on his way out the door, Andy, jumps in front of him and pitches him, this weekend date that they're going to go on. He's blurts out a gazillion things, and Michael is like, just stop, you're driving me crazy. And Andy's like, oh, I'm sorry if my friendship is annoying you.
Sorry, I annoyed you with my friendship.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Well, we had a fan question from Allie White. She wanted to know if that list of activities was scripted or improvised by Ed Helms. Guys, it was all scripted. Ed memorized that. That was not an improvisation.
It was perfect because they all sounded like a horrible evening. And Michael's like, I don't want to do any of those things. So now Andy's phone starts ringing. So he's just been rejected publicly in front of the whole bullpen by Michael. And now his phone is ringing again, and the man snaps. He loses it.
Yes, and this is what we talked about with Ed, where he had to punch a hole in the wall. And Angela, I reached out to Kent to find out exactly how many walls we had prepared for this stunt. And it was
How many?
4. So we could have done 4, but remember, Ed thought they only had to do it twice. But there were 4 chances. So that's why when we were talking with Ed, I was like, my memory of this scene was that we all had to have our, game face on so we didn't ruin one of these takes. We only have 4 walls, everybody.
Well, I noticed in the reaction pass in the accounting department, there's one reaction pass where Oscar is standing, and then it cuts back and he's seated, and then it cuts back and so it was like it didn't quite match up. But and my kids loved that. They're like, Oscar sitting, Oscar standing, Oscar sitting. And while all of this is happening, the thing they really were tickled by is that the Homer Simpson doll was turned sideways with like his butt in the air.
Oh, Homer fell over.
Homer fell over, and then we had to go back and look for when Homer was upright. He was on his side pretty much the whole episode, just so you guys know.
Oh, guys, the name of this episode is Homer Fell Over.
And Snow and Sadness.
So now we go outside, and Michael's in the parking lot, and his car has filled with snow.
How's he gonna get in it? He's gotta like shovel it out.
He's rushing, but he has to dig the snow out first. Angela, I have a wonderful tidbit about the snow.
What?
Okay, Kent told me the same snow company filled that Sebring with fake snow, but it wasn't icy snow. It was like the little plastic flakes, because there's lots of different kinds of fake snow. So they were these little plastic flakes. And at the end of the shoot day, it took them the entire next day to vacuum all of the snow out. And that was a rental. They rented that car.
They had to get all that out of there.
Yeah. And at the end of the season, they kept it for the whole year. At the end of the season, when they returned it, the snow was still in like the inner workings of the car. He said whenever they would turn on the AC, snow would blow out of the vents. They never could get all the snow out. And I think they had to pay a fee when they returned it.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did because someone is going to rent it, turn on the air, and these little fake pieces of plastic snow are going to fly out at them.
Yes. I loved that tidbit. I loved that every time we tried to turn on the AC, snow would come out of there.
Well, Michael is now, he's at Staples. He's going to go up to Dwight. He's going to apologize. He wants him to come back. And I love this scene so much. I mean, Dwight is tearing up. It is a very romance moment.
Well, yes, that is what Greg calls it. He calls it the bromance moment. And, you know, playing underneath the scene is the song from An Officer and a Gentleman.
Yes, remember at the end of Officer and a Gentleman where she's in the factory working and Richard Gere walks in and he scoops her up and they kiss and everyone cheers. It's what is it? It's love lift us up where we belong.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Where the eagles fly,
Yes.
the whole thing. Well, there is like a music version of this playing at Staples during this scene.
It's amazing. Guys, Greg sent in an audio clip talking about this bromance.
The ending of the return was like the big bromance moment between Michael and Dwight. I'm pretty sure The Officer and a Gentleman was in the script to begin with. As I recall, we were building towards that moment to see Michael going through the aisles at Staples and trying to, you know, make a big romantic moment out of it, like Richard Gere returning for Deborah Winger.
And that is exactly what it is.
I really wish Rain had picked Steve up and pulled him around. I wish that had been in the script.
Well, Rain is Deborah Winger in this scenario.
I know, but he's bigger than Steve, so I think it would be like, that's how they, instead of them disappearing, like with him taking his Staples uniform off, that he just carries Michael out. Anyway.
Well, speaking of his uniform, when Dwight comes back to the party at Dunder Mifflin, he's wearing a Battlestar Galactica sweatshirt, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what about this?
That Battlestar Galactica did not have any sweatshirt merchandise.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
So our wardrobe designer, Carrie Bennett, had to make up a Battlestar Galactica merch sweatshirt for Dwight to wear.
Yes, they made it special. It doesn't exist.
I texted Rain and asked him if he still has it.
Oh, please tell me he said he did.
He doesn't, and he super regrets not snatching it.
Oh, that would have been a good one to snatch.
I know.
Someone has it. It's the one and only. Well, you know, when Dwight comes back in the office, I remember I have this moment where I'm talking to Oscar, and Greg was like, when he walks in the room, I want Angela Martin in the moment to sort of let her guard down. You know, I'm blatantly looking at him with such like love in my eyes and happiness, and you know, we're still reserved. We just shake hands.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But there's so much emotion like between the two of us, and Michael's just oblivious.
But then you shake hands with him. You welcome him back with a handshake.
Yes.
Now, I need to ask you a question, Angela. Have you not been in touch? I mean, you guys aren't seeing one another outside of the office? You don't go to each other's homes, talk on the phone?
I think so, but I think he was miserable at his job, and I was the reason he wasn't at the job he wanted to be at. And to see him come back in the office and to know that he's back where he wants to be. And it's so layered what he did for me, and then the risk I took going to Michael. All of that emotion is playing out in that moment.
Yeah, it's...
We've had a lot of construction going on here, southbound side of the Highway 1, Pacific Coast Highway, right there before Topanga Canyon. The right lane is taken away with some kind of maybe utility crews doing some work there. Traffic is backed up all the way to Big Rock as you make your way down from Malibu on the southbound side of Peach Beach. So allow in some extra time for that. Also, the Topanga Canyon is
Have you not been in touch? I mean, you guys aren't seeing one another outside of the office? You don't go to each other's homes, talk on the phone?
I think so, but I think he was miserable at his job, and I was the reason he wasn't at the job he wanted to be at. And to see him come back in the office and to know that he's back where he wants to be. And it's so layered what he did for me, and then the risk I took going to Michael. All of that emotion is playing out in that moment.
Yeah, it's not that it's the first time you guys have seen each other in a month. It's that he's back where he belongs.
Yes, and we both made sacrifices for each other.
Right.
And so it sort of takes our relationship to this next place, I think, very subtly, of like, he did that for me, and I went out of my comfort zone and did this thing for him, and he knows it, and I know it.
Right.
So I think it's that. But of course, Michael's oblivious, and we look at each other with love in our eyes and shake hands, and then that's it. The party is well underway, though, lady. Yeah, while we're shaking hands and doing all this, everyone's having a good time. And Jenna, we have a fantastic Phyllis dance catch.
Yes.
Michael says to Pam, "Hey, Pam, shake yours and I'll shake." And she's like, "No."
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that. But guess who is so like delighted? Phyllis at 25 minutes, 18 seconds. You guys know that Phyllis was a burlesque dancer, and you are seeing a straight up, real deal burlesque shimmy in the background by Phyllis.
I'll tell you what, that shimmy was not in the script.
Oh, of course not.
So I don't know where we got that, but I think Phyllis.
Phyllis just improvised that.
Any chance to dance, Phyllis is in.
Yeah,
but also I just want to say, Angela, I want to point out this party's going great that Angela didn't plan. That's all.
I'm sorry, she was there. She was just sort of zoned out, but she was part of the planning.
I know, but it's just maybe we should take note of what a great party it is. That's all.
God. Well, I titled the next scene Oof.
We have another oof.
The scene is just called Oof.
This was Heartbreak in the Break Room, was titled oof.
Well, this is Heartbreak in the Conference Room.
Yeah, so here's what happens, you guys. Karen and Jim, they're sitting side by side in the conference room. They're not even talking or looking at each other.
They're not even looking at each other. That's even the saddest, like, part is that when he says he's still in
He won't even look her in the eye.
Yeah. She just gets up and walks away. She's like, yeah, F this.
Yeah, because she says, "Do you still have feelings for her?" And he says, "Yeah." And I just want to say, Jim, yes, wishy-washy Jim is gone.
And we have real Jim back again. Jim is back and he's owning his feelings. Yes, we're happy.
So this episode ends with Dwight, who thinks the party is for him, by the way, even though the sign says "Welcome back, Oscar."
There's three signs. There's three signs that say "Welcome back, Oscar."
But somehow Dwight is like, "This party's for me." He gets to hit the piñata and he just destroys it.
He destroys it. Then he goes through the office, just whacking all the piñatas that were decorative piñatas hanging through the bullpen. In the DVD commentary for this episode, they talk about the fact that as Rain started hitting piñatas, Phil Shea was like, "Hold up, wait. I have duplicates for this one, and this one. You cannot hit that one or that one."
Oh my gosh.
So when you see Rain kind of like running through, he had like a little roadmap of which piñata he could hit and he couldn't hit. So if you see him run right past a perfectly good piñata, it's because we didn't have a duplicate for it. So we had to run across to another one and whack it.
These are the details people don't know that actors have in their brains when they're doing a scene.
Yeah.
We only have one more thing to talk about, Angela, which is Andy is going to anger management.
And he's going to crush it. It's supposed to be 10 weeks. He's going to knock it out in 5. He has a whole plan.
Through his usual name repetition, personality mirroring, and positive reinforcement through nods and smiles. He's gonna do this in 5 weeks. And in fact, he does do it in 5 weeks. Ed, the character of Andy is gone for the next 5 episodes, and then he returns. And we had a lot of fan questions about this, Angela. Chelsea Lane, Aaron Westra, Amanda Jerson, Brianna Kernan, Kaylee Waiting all asked, did Ed Helms have to be written out because he had to film something else? No, we had asked Ed about this. So I don't know if you guys remember back in Gay Witch Hunt when I had talked to Ed about how he came to be on the show. Remember, he said he was originally only hired for a short period of time, and it wasn't until later that they decided to add him as a series regular. Well, I guess, Angela, how did he explain it? He said that by the time they decided to make him a series regular, they had actually written all of the episodes to finish out his initial little contract.
Yeah.
And this episode was supposed to end with Andy punching the wall and being fired and never coming back again.
Yeah, in this episode, we basically lose Andy, and then we're soon going to lose Karen, right? And that would have wrapped up all of the Stanford extra character storylines. But everyone just fell in love with Ed, and just how Andy was the perfect foil for Dwight, and they wanted him back, and they had to sort of figure that out. How does that work? What does that contract look like? We already have these scripts without him. So they sorted it all out in 5 weeks, and Andy comes back.
Yes, and it was so great. And in the meantime, I remember that they were wanting to also keep Rashida around a little bit longer, but she ends up getting a job on Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which stays sort of in the Office family, which is really fun.
Yes, because Parks and Recreation was created together by Greg Daniels and Mike Schur.
Yep. Well, lady, before we say goodbye to the return, did you happen to catch what the anger management class, what the name of the company was?
No.
I loved it so much. It's on the door as they go in.
What is it?
Calm Visions.
Oh. You know what? I'm already less angry.
Are you having calm visions?
I am. Done.
Well, that was the return, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. Big thank you to Ed Helms for being our guest, and Greg Daniels, and as always, Ken Sabornak, Kintopedia. And you know, Jenna and I, we reach out to people like crazy. If it's as simple as like a text to Creed to jog his memory, or I DM'd Yvette, like, I'm just always so appreciative by how many people, Jenna, respond in a timely manner and get back to us and help us make these podcasts happen.
Well, listen, guys, we will see you next week with one of my favorite episodes, Ben Franklin.
We'll see you then.
I love Ben Franklin so much. We'll talk about it next week.
All right, bye, everyone. Have a good one.
How about
Bye.
the west side? The west side?
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Greg Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher.
Look at this monster. What kind of crap did you do?
Together.
Get on.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories
My
that
friend's
only
gonna
two
be like,
people
oh my god, I
were there
can't believe
can
I
tell you.
fucking.
We're the Office Ladies.
How'd your mate got fucking famous for being almost there?
Angela,
You'd be like, yeah.
I'm so excited.
What's-
so excited.
What the fuck is going on here? Yeah.
This is one of my favorite episodes.
I watched it again this morning. I know you did too. And just for joy. Just to start the
West
day off
Side.
with a laugh.
Does he know about the West Side?
Guys, it is
You ever been there?
season 3, episode 14, Ben Franklin.
Why would you go there? I don't know. One time we saw the girl I took to prom at a fucking
It
Arby's.
was written by Mindy
That was also a
Kaling and
bathroom, which
directed
I don't
by
know.
Randall
I think we're going
Einhorn.
to Arby's there.
Here's a summary.
Allegedly.
Michael wants to celebrate Phyllis's upcoming wedding by
Really?
organizing 2 parties.
Were you cool?
One for the ladies and
Why?
one for the guys. He asks Jim to hire a stripper for the ladies, and Dwight is going to hire one for
It
the
was a
guys.
gas station. We got gas
So
there.
Dwight
And
hires Elizabeth, who is going to end
Want
up
the
giving
bathroom?
Michael
No.
advice on his love life. Jim hires historical speaker Ben
Arby's.
Franklin.
we
Also in this episode, Karen confronts Pam about
had
her
the
past with Jim.
meat.
See what? If you want a few minutes of
West
awkward,
Side, you got to be.
Awkward in the kitchen.
Is there really an
Awkward
Arby's
in
on the
the
West
kitchen.
Side? Mm-hmm.
It's a new song.
It's also it's also
right, guys.
It's
Fast
also a
fact
gas
number
station.
1.
Yeah. Is there
Ben
just one there?
Franklin. You might know him.
Yeah, but
as
why
the
were you guys
guy on
over
the
there?
$100
You had like there's no
bill,
reason
or
for you
the
to be over
inventor
there.
of the lightning rod, or the bifocal
Yeah, unless we're going to
lenses.
airport or
Or
something.
maybe you know that he is the only founding father to sign all 4
What if you're
documents
buying stuff?
credited with
That was always
creating
on
the
the
United
south side,
States of
believe it or not.
America.
1, 2,
That
3,
includes
4,
the
5.
Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Paris, and the Constitution.
Oh, this one's suspended. What the
Here are
fuck?
some other interesting facts about Benjamin Franklin. He had 16 siblings.
his poor mother. His mother was pregnant her whole life.
Dude, I did not know
She
that.
was pregnant.
Benjamin Franklin had 16 siblings.
One of
Pimp
11.
West.
He was like the third to last born, and his mom named him Lenny. And in my family, we've always been like, what did that mean? She was just like, I need a break. Hey, that's plenty. Take a pause. They could have named him Enough or Finished.
Stay off me.
Yeah, get away. This is my kid, get away.
Well, Ben Franklin's father had 2 wives.
Oh, good.
He had 7 children with his first wife, and then he had 10 children with his second wife. Ben Franklin was the 15th child in that birth order.
But still, that's a lot of snacks. Oh my God. It's a lot of.
You're making a lot of. Can I have some waters?
Yeah.
Ben Franklin only had 2 years of a formal education. He was a vegetarian.
Oh.
Like your character of Angela Martin. This might explain why you were so taken with him in this episode.
Oh, maybe.
He started the first volunteer fire station in Philadelphia, and he invented an instrument called the glass harmonica.
That's not real.
It's real. It was used by both Mozart and Beethoven. Here's what it is. It is basically, it is a series of glass orbs.
I've seen that. It would be very popular.
Play by spinning them and then getting your finger wet and putting your finger on the orb.
Oh, we've seen this. This is like at talent shows. Like
Yeah.
seriously, at junior high talent show, there's like someone that sets up a table of glasses and then is like, me,
Yeah, Ben Franklin invented that. Okay, and here's the thing. He would later write about this invention. I loved this quote. Of all of my inventions, the glass harmonica has given me the greatest personal satisfaction.
How about the west
More
side?
than the bifocals.
What about the
Why
west
do I
side?
feel like if you went over to his house, he was always busting out his glass harmonica? You're just like, hey, I just want to. He's like, beep, 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 beep. You're like, okay, then we get it. We get it.
Exactly. So Ben Franklin was a prolific inventor, you know, the kite in the air and all the yada yada.
Yeah.
Then he died of a disease that could have been treated by antibiotics today.
What did he die from?
Most people think he died from complications of syphilis, but
West
he died from a disease that I hadn't heard of that sounded like sort of similar to pneumonia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but is something treatable with antibiotics likely today?
How old was he?
I don't know, Angela. I'm sorry. What was the name of the disease? How old was he?
Okay. What's fast fact number 2?
Fast fact number 2 is Andy Daly, the outstanding comedic actor who played Ben Franklin in this episode.
Yes! Are you going to tell him what we got?
We got some audio clips.
And they're so good. He is so funny. Jen and I love these, Andy. Thank you for sending them in.
Here's the thing. You might know Andy Daly from Veep, Reno 911, Modern Family, Comedy Bang Bang, Eastbound and Down. He studied and performed improv with the Upright Citizens Brigade. We have a very interesting little thing in common, Andy and I.
What?
Both of our first television credits were for Spin City.
Wait, is Spin City with Charlie Sheen?
Well, I did the Charlie Sheen one, but he did the Michael J. Fox one.
Oh, right. There were 2.
Yeah. Well, guys, we asked Andy how he got his role in The Office, and he said he got it the old-fashioned way. He auditioned for Allison Jones, our casting director, but he had a funny story about his audition and first meeting Allison. Here's what he had to say.
Hello, this is Andy Daly, Aing your cues about Ben Franklin. Here's my funny story about Allison Jones. When the UCB Theater opened in Los Angeles, we were doing Ask Cat every Saturday and Sunday night. It's a fully improvised long-form improv show. And I was in it every Saturday and Sunday. And we acquired a super fan, this woman who just seemed to be at almost every show. And we got to talking to her a little bit during the show and a little bit after the show. And she just seemed like such a sweet, nice lady who was just a real improv super fan. And then I got an audition for this role of Benjamin Franklin in The Office. And I went to the audition, and the casting director was that lady. So I've always said that speaks so well of Allison Jones, that she is like somebody who goes out to shows and is a comedy fan, and that's why she is the greatest casting director probably in town for comedies. She casts all your favorite comedies, and that's why. Okay, but yes, I auditioned, and by the way, when I got that audition for Ben Franklin, I thought, well, I'm going to go because why not? I got nothing better to do, but they'll never hire me to play Ben Franklin because I was in my mid-30s and in the good shape of my life. I mean, I'm like, I got a swimmer's body. No, I don't. But I figured they're going to hire somebody, some middle-aged, paunchy, bald dude, right? Wouldn't you think? But I was like, well, I'll go anyway, and I'll do my best. And so, and that has happened to me with so many of the roles that I've gotten. I have gone just for the hell of it, even thinking they'll never hire me for this. I'm all wrong for it. And I'm so glad that I was wrong. It was a fun audition, and I was surprised to get the part. Surprised, but delighted.
There you go.
I love that Allison Jones was just going to all of those shows. I just love it.
I think she still does. And all of you aspiring actors out there, go to every audition. You don't know what they're looking for.
Why not you? That's what I always say.
Yeah, why not you? Don't psych yourself out of a part.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What's your fast fact number 3?
Well, before we move on to fast fact number 3, we have a fan question from Morgan McLeod. I need to know more about Elizabeth the stripper. She is amazing, and I love how she reprises her role in a few more episodes. How did she get cast for this role? Well, guys, her name is Jackie DeBotton. She is so funny.
She's so funny. She's so perfect. Oh my God.
Well, we tried to get in touch with her because we really wanted Jackie to send in audio clips too.
But Jackie, I don't think you check your Instagram very often, because the next time you go on there, you're going to have a sweet DM from Ms. Angela Kinsey just waiting for you.
Well, listen, Jackie, someday you're going to see that DM from me, and you have 2 more episodes, and we would love to talk to you. So hit us up.
Yes, Jackie comes back for Fun Run and the finale. I reached out to Allison Jones about Jackie, and she told me that Jackie auditioned for the role in Los Angeles, was fantastic, was kind of known in the comedy circles here. She has since moved to New York and still works a bunch there. So that's what she's up to. If you're friends with Jackie DeBotton and you hear this, tell her to check her DMs.
Yeah, tell her to hit me up. All right, now fast fact number 3.
Fast fact number 3 is that we shot this episode in January, and it was our first episode back after taking a very long holiday break hiatus. And over that break, Angela, do you remember we got nominated for our first Screen Actors Guild Award?
I remember we were so excited. Guys, here's the thing about the Screen Actors Guild Awards. It's actors nominating other actors for their work, their body of work, and if you win as a cast, everyone gets an award. That is not the case with the Emmys. The Emmys, only producers get the award. So like even when we won as a cast, we didn't get one. And this was really just like this great, amazing thing for us as a cast to be able to be celebrated like that.
Yes. And I guess we were all in a very good mood, because when we asked Andy Daly if he had any favorite memories from his time on the show, this is what he mentioned.
It would be hard to say that I have one specific favorite memory, but I will tell you that the week that I was there, something was going on. Like the entire cast was maybe going to the SAG Awards or something like that, and everybody was just really excited and in a good mood. And there was a lot of talk of dresses and tuxedos and hair and makeup getting done for some big event, and I was just really delighted by what a positive, happy mood everybody seemed to be in, and what fun everybody in the regular cast seem to be having every day, getting along very well with each other. You know, you end up on sets where there's different kinds of attitudes toward the work and the schedule and the co-workers, but this was one where everybody seemed so happy, and to really realize how lucky they were to be on such a great, well-written show that it was so much fun to do. So just in general, the spirit and the incredible welcomingness. I know that's not a word, but everybody was just so welcoming and happy, and it was a very lovely week. That's all.
I love that.
Lady, I wrote about this in my journal. The Screen Actors Guild came by our set to present us with our official nomination certificates for Best Ensemble for Comedy. E stopped by with their cameras and interviewed a few of us as well. When Phyllis looked at her certificate, she began to tear up. And then I began to tear up watching her. The SAG Awards are January 28th. I really hope we win.
And we did!
And we did!
Such an amazing thing!
It was just such a celebration for our cast.
Oh, I remember when the certificate guy came too. It felt super official. I didn't know they did that.
I didn't know they did it either, and I think we were just sort of all taken by surprise, and then just watching Phyllis hold that in her hands and watching the emotion go over her face. I remember it. It was really just such a tender moment to share.
I love that you wrote about it, and I love that you told us. And I think that makes it a good place we can take a break.
All right, lady, we'll come back and break down this episode. Love it. All right, so now we're in the episode. It's the cold open. Michael has decided he wants to make a video for his future son. Dwight is filming him. Here is what happened. Michael had a near-death experience. I guess he was cleaning some gunk off the wall sockets of his condo, but he was using a fork.
Yeah, he was using a metal fork.
Michael, anyway, this led him to have a Epiphery. Life is short, people.
Wait, we had a fan question from Keisha Heath who wants to know, was I had an epiphany in the script? Yes, it was. Steve's delivery is flawless.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Well, Jenna, I wrote a few things, just overarching things about this whole episode. Here are 3 of them. Ready?
All right.
Jenna was sick this week.
I was. You can totally hear it.
Yeah, Jenna had a cold. Where's Oscar?
Yes.
Yes. And then number 3, the season
I think
of the
Lisa
Floofy
Bonet got better.
Blouse.
She got older.
Is this your 3rd floofy blouse?
It's my 3rd floofy blouse. We'll get to it. I have a background catch we'll have to talk about.
All right.
So now we're in the episode.
Yes, and Michael is addressing the group because it is 6 days before Phyllis's wedding to Bob Vance. He wants everyone to get their hair did. He tells Karen maybe she should consider investing in a dress or a skirt. Michael says, guys, this might be Phyllis's only wedding, and he wants to make sure everybody looks great. So he is instituting prima nocta, which
I didn't see
Jim
the prima
then
nocta, not
explains
very
in
long
his
ago.
talking head
This would be.
is something from the movie Braveheart, where the king is allowed to deflower every new bride on her wedding night.
Hell yeah, motherfucker.
So, Jenna, here's the thing. Prima nocta was a myth. There's actually no historical evidence that this ever happened. According to the internet, this was just something that was literary. And I did a deep dive on Reddit, guys, and IDJET, that's the handle, they wrote this. Prima noctis did not exist as any feudal right or custom. There are a handful of mentions of it in medieval sources, but they're all literary, not historical. It's a myth that developed after the Middle Ages. In 19th century, French historians interested in creating a negative portrayal of the Dark Ages for their own political reasons, created a custom out of it and gave it a Latin name, thus making it real. The actual history of the development of the idea of prima noctis is way more fascinating than the idea itself, because it tells us a lot about how historians bring biases to their sources and opinions. I found that fascinating.
Who writes the history writes the history. Yes, this is why women and people of color are missing from the history books. It's not that we weren't contributing, y'all. It's that we didn't get to write it down.
Right.
Someone else wrote it down. Thank you so much. Leaving my soapbox.
Okay.
I enjoyed my time there.
Yes. IDJET goes on to say there is a really astonishing investigation by Barreau. It's by Alan Barreau. It's called The Lord's First Night, the myth of, oh, Jenna, I'm going to butcher this French. Droit de corsage.
Droit de corsage.
And do you know what that means?
Droit means right. Well, it means right of something.
Ready? It means right of the thigh. Right of the thigh, like the woman's thigh. And
Droit de seigneur?
Yes. So it started out in France, this myth. They wanted to make medieval times look bad. They wanted their sort of history, their religion, their story to seem superior. So they were trying to make medieval England and Scotland seem more barbaric, so that the French would seem more evolved, according to this article. So they first they called it right of the thigh. Then they changed it to right of the Lord. And then it got translated into Latin as prima noctis. Prima nocta. So there you go, guys. There is no history to support that this ever happened. It was mentioned in literature, and it was a myth, but it was part of the French rewriting history.
Guys, you cannot say that you did not learn things from listening to this podcast today. You can't do it. No, and you know what? There is more to come. I've got a deep dive on a girl band coming up.
Oh,
You'll find out why.
lady, I have a deep dive on a sweater dimple. So you just wait.
Well, moving on, let's go into the conference room. The party planning committee is setting up for Phyllis's lunch and shower. And Michael comes in to brag that he is also having a party in the warehouse. it's not gay, but it is an afternoon shower with guys.
Every time you walked into the room, Steve would say something different to us. There are fantastic bloopers from this because we kept laughing. We were laughing so hard, but they picked "What's up, my spinsters?" But there is a lot of great outtakes from this scene.
Well, then we find out that there is trouble between Karen and Jim.
Yeah,
They've been having a lot of late night talks.
long late night talks.
Oh, Angela, this took me back.
It took me
these relationships.
Me too. When Karen
We need
was
to have a
like,
talk.
oh,
We need to talk.
both of their talking heads are so well written, and I feel like Mindy was probably writing a little bit of her life at this time.
But also when Karen is compelled to get up and go over and just give Jim a hug, just like that reassuring hug, I was like, oh gosh.
She's like, we're okay, we're good.
Yeah. Pam notices.
Yeah.
She's like, there's something weird with Jim and Karen. Pam says she's gotten really good at reading the back of his neck. So Pam is aware there might be a little trouble there.
Yeah. And then, guys, Todd Packer makes an appearance. He comes in and is just in rare form.
Yeah, he finds out that Jim and Karen are dating. He can't believe it. And then he sees Michael, and they do this whole weird bit that involves him like fake kicking
Shut
Michael in the face.
Yeah.
This
It
can't
was
be it.
amazing.
Shut up.
At 5 minutes, 13 seconds, I have a sneeze catch.
Did you sneeze?
I sneeze in the background of the scene. It was also noticed by Chris Robinson and Anais Nethersole.
Oh,
Jenna, I saw a montage of you sneezing on set on YouTube. Have you seen it?
Yeah. I used to sneeze so much.
You had really bad allergies. I feel like there was something on the set that you were allergic to.
Well, every time they would move the lights above my desk, all of that, like, particles from the ceiling would fall down on my desk. And so it was really dusty. And then they started doing this wonderful thing where they would come, like Dale, who like was one of our grips, would come over and he would like feather duster my desk off for me because of the sneezing problem, which was causing problems for sound and camera. So, but yes, I think this was before we started dusting my desk because the early seasons I sneeze a lot.
You do.
A lot.
So now we're in Michael's office, and Michael is telling Todd about the afternoon bachelor party, and Todd Packer is so bummed. He has a day of sales calls. He's so ticked. He starts breaking pencils. He's like, I can't come.
Oh, we have a fan catch about that, Angela.
What?
Alina B said when Todd Packer is talking to Michael, Todd breaks a pencil. But as the conversation goes back and forth between the two of them, you can see that the blue mug that holds the pencils goes from having pencils in it to no pencils in it. And it's true. At the top of the scene, he breaks a pencil, but then at 6 minutes, 4 seconds, the pencils are back in the cup. So clearly, Dave Koechner did that pencil bit probably one of many times, and they loved it. But then, you know, they used other takes for the rest of the scene. I thought that was such a good catch. Good job, Alina.
That is a great catch. Well, Todd asked Michael, well, did you get a stripper? And Michael's like, what? No. And then he's like, well, you don't know anything about planning a bachelor party. It's going to suck. You got to have a stripper. Have you ever been to one? And Michael's like, yes. Well, no, not really. Not in person. Never. You know what I mean? Like, Michael is really just so innocent in so many ways.
Well, so Todd convinces him that he needs to hire a stripper for the women because then that means he can hire a stripper for the men. And Michael is like, his mind is blown. He's like, oh my gosh, yes. I want to say the little 45-minute party that Michael had planned, minus the stripper, sounded really lovely.
Yeah,
it actually sounded like fun. Steak
and cards.
Yeah.
Steak and cards.
What a fun, like, break in your work day.
Yeah. And then Todd had to make it weird.
Well, that's what Todd does. So Michael walks into the office. He announces that co-ed naked strippers will be coming to the office. Oh, Angela, this exchange between you and Meredith, it makes me laugh out loud.
Kate and I have reenacted this a few times for fans.
Angela speaks up, and what do you say, Angela?
I say something like, under no circumstance should a man take off his clothes at the office.
And then Meredith is like, shut up, Angela. It comes out of nowhere.
It comes out of nowhere. It was so crazy. It was like, release the Kraken. And it's like Meredith, you know?
It's so loud and abrasive and just
angry.
Is it her? It's like one of her only lines in this whole episode.
Well, that, and then she, of course, is like, wait, this is the stripper.
Yes, exactly.
But here is my background catch. At 6 minutes 38 seconds, right as Meredith yells, "Shut up, Angela!" I whip my head over my shoulder. I'm standing at the copier. This is a great photo moment of my whole outfit with the floofy collar. But guys, I want you to know, 6 minutes 38 seconds, you can see a sweater bump.
A sweater bump? What's a sweater bump?
Sweater bump. This moment really brought me back, Jenna, because wardrobe had hung my sweater on a hanger. And when I went to put that sweater on over my floofy blouse that morning, I had these two weird pointy outy things over my shoulders where the hanger was on my sweater.
Right.
And I walked on set and wardrobe was like, oh no. And they were trying to it would look so weird. They were trying to get them out. We couldn't get them out. And so I was trying to figure out how to tell you this story. And I looked up sweater bump on shoulder thingy. What is this called, Jenna?
It has a name?
It has several. Depending on where you live, these are called hanger bumps, sweater shoulder nipples, sweater dimple. And I went to shefinds.com and they're like, listen, you need to fold your sweaters, but if you have to hang your sweater, you need to fold it in half and drape it over the bottom of the hanger. But guess what? There are now special hangers for sweaters that you might have to hang that won't give you shoulder bumps. And luxury living bumps be gone extra long hanger is made of flexible foam. Guys, if you have a sweater to hang up and you don't want to look weird at work with your, I don't know, your sweater bumps, your hanger bumps, your sweater dimple, it's an option.
All I can think during all of this is why you have not consistently referred to them as shoulder nipples. Because that was my favorite one.
Sweater shoulder nipples. Sweater shoulder nipples. Say the word sweater. Sweater shoulder nipples.
Sweater shoulder nipples.
Jenna, I took a picture of it to show you. It is hilarious. It brought me back. I was laughing so hard because I remember walking on set and then being like, oh no, what happened? Look, I can't wait to show you. It looks like my shoulder has a nipple.
It is. You guys, I'm so sad you can't see the picture that Angela just showed us, but we will put it on Office Ladies Pod Instagram.
I promise.
We have to remember.
I promise, Jenna, we will put it on Office Ladies Pod. I remember I was texting Jenna when we were working on this, and I was like, I am a deep dive you are not going to see coming. And that was it, Jenna. You're welcome.
I absolutely loved it.
Well, now, I mean, oh God, this next scene is so awkward. I know, it's so awkward. At 6 minutes, 50 seconds. Pam and Jim are in the break room, and is Pam trying to bond, but she's flirting, but she doesn't know what to say. It is so cringy.
I think she's fishing. I think she's just wants to know what's up. She knows something's going on. I don't think this is the same as when she helped Jim with the whole apartment issue. Remember when she was like, listen, I don't think it's a big deal if she lives 2 blocks away. I think you're overreacting.
Right.
I felt like in that moment she was like, you know what, let's move this into a friendship lane and I'm gonna be a friend and give you friend advice. This just felt like she was fishing for the gossip to me, but then also trying to be super casual about it, but then also, I don't know, super awkward.
I don't think she was so much fishing for gossip as much as just she wants to know. She probably wouldn't want to admit this to herself, but if there's trouble in paradise there, she
wants to know. But what's she gonna do with the information? I'm sorry, we might be moving into wishy-washy Pam territory. We're in wishy-washy Pam because also like, oh Jenna, your performance is so good. When she's sort of sing-songing, she's like, when I get 8 hours compared to like 6, it's like big difference. Like you have this, and then she's like, gotta get that REM sleep. Don't fall asleep at your desk. And then he's like, okay, Beasley, and you turn around to the vending machine and you're like you're so like annoyed with yourself.
All right, well, now we're going to move back into the bullpen. Michael tells Jim to hire a stripper. He's like, I will not. Dwight volunteers and immediately starts working on it. Dwight gets someone on the phone and he asks Jim if they should request a redhead or a brunette, to which Jim responds, blonde. And then Dwight is like, yes. Tons of people, Heather, Rochelle, Gabby, Jamie, Brianna, Steph, Allison, and many more all asked. When Dwight asked Jim to choose between a brunette and a redhead stripper, it's implied that Jim feels uncomfortable answering this question because it's like he's deciding between Karen and Pam. Is Pam a redhead?
Oh,
This is the question. And I have seen this question on fan sites before. What color is Pam's hair? Is she a brunette? Is she a redhead? One person wrote, my family is very divided on this issue. Many people said, this question has families, fiancés, and friends divided. Please tell us, what color hair does Pam have?
well, your hair's auburn, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a reddish brown, you guys. I think everyone's right. But it did have these reddish tones. However, I think I shot a movie over our hiatus, and in this particular episode, my hair was not exactly as red as it was, I think, earlier in the show. So when they wrote this line, I think they were expecting that it would be more obvious that they were talking about me, because I did have these reddish hues to my hair. But I think it got changed a little bit because I was shooting something and they took a little of the red out. I think that's the controversy, you guys.
Yeah, I just always have thought of your hair as auburn, and I felt like in that moment, Jim wasn't taking any chances. Like, it was kind of like a dude moment where he's like, I don't really know what color her hair is, but if I rule out brown and red, I'm safe. So yeah, I'll just go blonde.
I also have a fan catch from this scene from Hannah, who said at 8 minutes, 7 seconds, if you look behind Dwight, there is a picture on Phyllis's desk of Creed, Phyllis, and Ryan. Why does Phyllis have a picture on her desk of the three of them? And she does. She has a picture of herself and Creed and BJ.
Wild.
I don't know why, though, but it's so cute.
I don't either. I always remembered her photo of her and her dad that she brought in.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Good catch. Okay, so now Michael and Ryan have left the office to go to a sex shop for this bachelor party. Michael is just giggling nonstop. Well, Michael gets a phone call. It's from Jim. He's letting him know that there are a few options for the male strippers. When he gets his phone call, did you recognize his ringtone?
What was it?
It was My Humps. My Humps.
What?
No, I did not.
By the Black Eyed Peas.
All right. I like it.
Yep. Jim says, listen, Michael referred me to a male strip club called Banana Slings. But instead, I called the Scholastic Speakers of Pennsylvania.
Maddie, Becky, and Andrew all wrote in to ask, is Banana Slings a real place? And is Scholastic Speakers of Pennsylvania a real organization that offers a Ben Franklin speaker? And neither of them seem to be real.
I had always thought a banana sling was like also like a banana hammock. Like, isn't that like a male sort of like kind of Euro Speedo?
I mean, I think it's a good name for a male strip club organization, Banana Slings.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, a lot of men are slinging
Oh, yes.
their bananas.
So, where do we go? Okay, now they're in the elevator. Michael and Ryan are coming back to work. They're in the elevator. Ben Franklin hops in, and Michael's like, are you wearing a thong?
And he's like, what?
We had actually asked Andy about his wardrobe and what all he was wearing, because it looked like so many different pieces.
Yes, and here is what he had to say.
one thing I remember from that shoot was that for a few days prior to my coming in to shoot for it, I had to come in for a fitting. And I thought the entire time that I was at this fitting that I was about to get fired because I thought like they're going to put together a look for me as Ben Franklin and then parade me up to all the producers, to Mindy Kaling and all the executive producers, which I was told ahead of time was what was going to happen. And then somebody was going to look at me and say, no, go get the middle-aged, paunchy, bald guy. Like, this is not working. And particularly since my wig was this ridiculous, like, it really was like a Halloween store bald wig that they then glued. It was meant to look cheap. They glued hair, cheap hair around to it. I was like, this is a definite direction to go in with this, but I'm surprised by it. It feels real weird. And then, yes, when they did parade me in front of those producers, it wasn't like, they weren't like, yeah, awesome. They were just kind of like, So I don't know. I do remember that. The other thing I remember about the costume, yes, it was elaborate, but to make me look chubby, they gave me like a pillow, like a real costume pillow, a pillow from the costume department for the purpose of making someone look fat. And I don't remember if it was right next to my skin or if I had an undershirt in between. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you wear a pillow underneath several layers for like 12 hours, you're going to get a rash on your stomach. If you don't use like a baby powder or something like that, which it never occurred to me to use. So that is one of my enduring memories of that shoot, having a very itchy rash that whole week, sweating as I was underneath that fat pillow. So just a hot tip, baby powder. I think that would have helped.
Amazing. Poor guy, he had a rash the whole week.
I feel like we should talk with him more because throughout the course of shooting this series, you and I had to wear fake pregnancy bellies, and I feel like the three of us could really go out and have a very, like a bonding evening over what it's like.
Oh, we could. I remember wearing a tank top under all my layers that would tuck under the fake belly pillow thing to try to protect my body from it rubbing all day.
Yeah, because you get a real thin layer of sweat, and then that sort of breeds an environment that is real rash happy.
It's rash happy.
Said.
Yeah, it's rash happy. Well, lady, we are in the conference room now. The ladies' party is starting. Angela is enjoying sparkling cider. She says it's very good.
Yeah, but then Pam tells her, I think that's champagne, and she spits it back into her glass.
She does, but later she's still drinking it.
Oh my gosh! You spotted it, as did Olivia Fitzgerald. That was caught also by Mary Ann, Ashlyn, Phoebe, Meg, Paige, and Amy. They all pointed out that Angela drinks her champagne again at 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Okay, so after Angela spits her champagne back into her glass, one of my favorite all-time moments ever on the series, Michael brings sexy Ben Franklin in to the room. Everyone is very confused. Every time he walks into that conference room, it makes me laugh. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Michael tells him that he is giving him permission to spank anyone,
especially
misbehaves, especially Phyllis.
And Phyllis looks a little bit like maybe tickled by the idea.
Phyllis is maybe up for it. She might be up for it. She's like, I don't know.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah. At 10 minutes, 20 seconds, there's an exchange between Ben Franklin and Michael that Andy mentioned was one of his favorite scenes to shoot, in addition to a few more that he mentions. But here's what he had to say about doing this scene.
This is just another favorite moment that I wanted to share. There's a moment in one of the scenes where Michael Scott asks Ben Franklin something like, what year were you president, or something like that, and Ben Franklin says, actually, I was never president. And of course that's true. Ben Franklin was never president of the United States. And then Michael Scott leans in and quietly says, yes, but Ben Franklin was, thinking that that's a moment that the actor playing Ben Franklin has dropped character and thinking, the way an idiot thinks other people are stupid, that this guy is answering the question, that this actor is saying, I was never president. Well, of course this actor was never president. Anyway, Why am I explaining the joke? That makes me laugh a great deal, and is one of my treasured memories from that shoot, and one of my favorite moments from the episode, along with, of course, the moment when, after all this refusal to drop character, Ben Franklin, or as we come to know him, Gordon, does finally drop character to flirt with Pam, and what he thinks is going to be a flirty come on is to make it clear that he doesn't have syphilis, which is not a great pickup line. Like, if that's your pickup line, you need to work on it, because that's like the bare minimum requirement, I would think, for someone that you're going to hook up with. It's not something to brag about. Okay, that's all. Thanks. Bye.
You made me laugh. You made me laugh. Yes, in that scene, he's like, well, Benjamin Franklin was never the president. This made me look up who is on our money, who wasn't a president. So there are two. Alexander Hamilton, $10 bill, was not a president. Actually, he wasn't even born in the U.S. How about that? And then Ben Franklin, not a president on the $100 bill. Then this kind of blew my mind. Every person on our paper currency faces to the right, except for one man who faces left, and that is Alexander Hamilton.
Angela is showing me a cartoon drawing called Faces on U.S. Currency. Fascinating. This is the greatest podcast ever. I'm sorry, I'm learning so much today.
We are now in the parking lot, and the stripper has arrived, Elizabeth, and
Yes.
Dwight is like, identify yourself.
And she says, I'm the dancer. And Dwight is like, what? I hired a stripper. And she's like, yes, I am the stripper. She's like, it's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
And then Jim is like, have you ever seen a stripper? And Dwight's like, well, kind of. Jennifer Gardner in Alias.
I don't think he says kind of. He says yes. Doesn't he? He's like, of course I have Jennifer Garner on Alias. You know, I auditioned for the role of Sydney Bristow on Alias, and I got really far.
Are you kidding?
No. Wait, do you want to...
Could you have done all... It was a very athletic role. I'm not saying you're not the most athletic person. She had to do all kinds of, like, kicks, flip over things.
I mean, it sounds like you are saying I can't do those things, but I will let that go. Because listen to this.
What?
This was, okay, so I went in and I read for the role, and my scene that I had to audition with was this really emotional, dramatic scene where I'm crying, I think like about my mother, and it was super intense. And the feedback that my agent got was like, Jenna blew us away. We absolutely loved it. Her scene was, she just did a great job. We're going to pass on her because we just unfortunately don't think she's hot enough.
Oh,
That was my feedback.
oh.
That was my feedback.
You know, I have long fantasized that you and I would have a TV show where we were mom detectives. We've talked about this.
What?
Remember?
We've never talked
Yes,
about
we
this.
have, where we would like drive around and solve just very, very small crime. Oh yeah, it's been a few years, lady. But there was one night. There might have been wine involved. But you and I had a few glasses of wine, and we were like, "Here's a great TV show: two moms solving very, very minor crimes."
Like lost pets
Yes.
and like, is someone cheating on someone?
Yes, and remember, I think what sparked the whole thing is I got a flyer on my door that a house a few doors down was having massages in the garage if you would like a massage. And this sent my whole street into a tizzy. We were like, oh my God.
You were like, is this erotic massage?
Yes, like who advertises massage in my garage? There's got to be something fishy here. And I was telling you the story.
Did you investigate?
Oh, I did a few drive-bys. I did a few.
And?
I did it.
And were they on the up and up?
The garage was never open. Okay. I don't know whatever happened, but I took a few long walks past that house.
Lady, you've seen The Americans. You need to dress up in a costume and go get a dang massage in that garage. That's how you're going to find out what's going on in there.
I need to put on my wig, go for a massage. But that, me telling you that story, you and I decided, mom detectives solving crimes no one cares about.
I once had a masseuse kind of offer me a happy ending in a massage.
What? Was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Where were you?
I was.
How did it come up? What did they say? I need to know everything.
It was this one place that I would go to in Studio City. You know it all the time.
Studio City is like the suburbs.
This is where we moved in like year 10 of living in Los Angeles. We moved out to the suburbs, and I went to this place all the time, and I always had this female masseuse, and I was very loyal to this business. It's not in business anymore.
Shocker.
I'm not saying this is why.
Did they move to the garage at the end of my street?
They maybe did. They maybe did. So I went in and they didn't have my usual gal, and they offered me this, I'm not gonna lie, just gorgeous man. What? I was a little bit like, do I get a massage from this hot guy? Now, it feels interesting.
This is a very personal question. Do you go full commando, or do you leave your undies on when you get a massage?
I take it all off.
I can't.
You wear your underwear during massages?
My underwear. I've also been known to wear my socks because my feet get cold.
Oh, I do wear my socks because my feet get cold.
And I never ever take off my underwear because I'm like, I don't know who's been on that table. I don't know.
They changed the sheets.
I don't care. I'm leaving my underwear on.
There was just this like moment where it was near the end, and it was just like,
what did he say?
Well, it was more like what he said with his hands. It was like we were.
What? What do you mean? What he said with his hands? Where were his hands?
They were just, finishing up the massage.
On your forehead? Don't they normally finish the massage? Like,
here's what it was. Tell me, am I misinterpreting? Am I misinterpreting? Because the whole time during this one particular massage, I just kept thinking, I'm getting massaged by a super hot.
Oh no, were you projecting?
Was I projecting? His hands were on my legs, but they were on my thighs. And he was just like, are you good? And I was like, huh? Yeah, I'm good. And then he moved up to my head and finished the massage.
Did he say, drop the corsage? Can I have the right of the thigh?
I felt like I was in happy ending territory. I felt like I was in a world where if I gestured toward happy ending lane, I think he might have gone down it with me, perhaps.
I don't even know where we go from there, lady. Where are we?
Where we are, Angela, is that Ben Franklin is telling all of the women about his life, the history of his life.
Yes, he's telling a story. It was a dark evening,
Oh, and you're hanging on every word.
I'm hanging on every word, and I have to share with you, this is a very actory moment. I decided to do this. No one told me that I made the choice that Angela Martin would literally be enthralled by this man. And so when Randall Einhorn was directing, he had Matt Sohn, the camera operator, like pan across all of our expressions. And I had this expression of like, oh, and
you're loving it.
I'm loving it. And Randall was like, Angela, that is so great. Can you do that every time? And I was like, oh yeah. So that's my little actory choice, little nugget for you that I just thought that Angela Martin would be enthralled.
Well, we had a very actory question for Andy Daly about this scene because we wanted to know if he did any research on the character of Ben Franklin in order to play this role. And here's what he had to say.
I did prepare a bit. So as a office viewer, it always looked to me like the show was somewhat improvised. I think it turns out actually that it's just really well written and really well acted and not really so much improvised. Of course, there is some improvising on the set, but I not as much as I think I thought. It looks so spontaneous on television. But anyway, the point is that because I figured I would be improvising as a guy who impersonates Ben Franklin for a living, I figured I'd better know quite a bit about Ben Franklin. And so I just read Wikipedia, but I mean, I read it, I took notes, and I kind of, I read it a few times to try to have a lot of this biographical information in my mind. And as I will address in a later answer to a later question, it came in handy. But that is the preparation that I did.
I would do that. We would go around about it differently, but we'd show up with information.
What does that mean? Go around about it differently.
Well, it's just kind of like our research process. You always you look at my notes and you're like, oh God, your notes make me like queasy because I have like a gazillion post-it notes and note cards, and you have like a very like outline.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I would research Ben Franklin, write an essay on it, and bring it with me. You would fill your script with 72 post-it notes filled with bits of information about Ben Franklin. Yes. And there it is. There it is. I mean, the proof is right there. You just held up your notes for this episode, and it's like 72
Post-it notes,
post-it notes all around.
arrows, and highlighting.
Well, so listen, lady, before we get to Michael's man meat, should we take a break? And then we'll come back and talk all about it.
That's the segue of the month.
It's definitely the segue for this episode. We'll be back in a second.
Dude, somebody's knocking 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, guys, we are back. Michael is grilling steaks on his George Foreman grill down in the warehouse, and Ryan asks him, is it the same grill that he used to grill his foot?
And he's like, no. Okay, yes, but I got all the foot off.
Incredible. Then we go upstairs, and whoa, Ben Franklin is
More
tying
knocking.
a cherry stem with his tongue. And Pam asks him what kind of undergarments he's
I
wearing.
just want to point out that Rashida's response as Karen to Ben Franklin tying that cherry stem is so perfect because she's like, Ben Franklin did not just tie a cherry stem into a knot. It's so good. And then, yeah, Pam, when you ask him that,
They're knocking.
he has one of my favorite lines. Andy is so good with this line. He's like, you're very saucy.
Well, guys, we got a lot of fan questions about this scene. Aaron, Brooke, Olivia, Laura, and Marie all wrote in to say, did Ben Franklin actually tie the cherry stem with his mouth? And here is what Andy Daly had to say.
Absolutely not. That is not something I've even ever tried to do. That's crazy. But I am struggling to remember how we shot it. I guess I must have
They're knocking.
sort of stuck the
Four
tied
times.
cherry stem in sort of in the
Stop
corner, stashed it
knocking.
in the corner of my mouth, and then put the other one in and just kind of mimed it and then spit out. But listen, that's hard too. To have a tied cherry stem hidden in your mouth and then
You're
put a
still
real
knocking.
cherry stem in there that's not
5 times.
tied
You're
and
done,
then
dude.
make sure you pull
You
out
got
the
the
right
wrong.
one. That's pretty impressive right there. But I might be remembering it wrong. It may actually be that the camera kind of swung off me long enough to
They're still
not
knocking.
have to
Leave.
be so sneaky about it. I don't remember, but the short answer to your question is no. I did not really tie that cherry stem with my tongue. I can't imagine how one does that or why one would take the time and effort to learn how.
I mean, I know why people do that.
Is it like a look what my tongue can do kind of thing?
Yeah. It's a display of your tongue agility. It's like a
Why should
sexual
you say it
thing.
with such authority? Hey, I know why people do that.
Well, people want to know if either of us can tie a cherry stem with our mouths. It's a little bit of an inappropriate question. I mean, it's personal.
Can you, Jenna?
You know what?
Oh, yeah,
You know what I'm
baby.
going to say? I know, if I can. I know the answer to that question.
Wait, people are wrote in asking if you and I can tie a cherry stem into a knot?
Yes, it's a very, very personal question.
Is it?
It's very
Is it?
personal.
Like, who cares? Who cares if you can tie one or not? Like, seriously. What does that mean? What, really? Come on.
Well, where did this start? I feel like this started in like a movie from the 80s or something. Does anybody know? I feel like this took off. I remember this from my youth. It was like this whole like thing. Can you tie a cherry stem in your mouth? I mean, so weren't we all doing it? Weren't we all tying cherry stems in our mouth?
We all tried.
Can this generation's youth tie cherry stems in their mouth? We'll never know.
You know what? Go on TikTok or something. They're probably doing it on the talk. Is that what they call it? On the talk? Get on the talk.
I'm sure they don't.
Now Ben Franklin winks at Pam. Hey, sussy. Wink. Jenna, I have a question for you.
What is it?
Is an unsolicited wink ever a good thing? Or is it always a douchey thing?
It's a douche
I think
move.
it's a little douchey. I think, like, I mean, who even does who's
Douches.
Who's like, hey, hello?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we had someone write in, Devin Crutchley said, did Pam secretly have a real crush on Ben Franklin because she seemed to be playing into the banter even after he becomes overly flirty with her? And others start picking up on it and playing along. Here's the thing, guys. I was so utterly charmed by literally everything Andy Daly was doing as Ben Franklin that I am only ever like smiling at him. It had to have been coming through in my performance. And so I think that might have given you the impression that Pam secretly had a crush on Ben Franklin because I personally had a crush on Andy Daly's performance.
Well, I did not see it that way at all. I just saw it as like, listen, none of us are having to work. We're in this room together. We're drinking champagne. We're just like having a good time. So, you know,
They're
that's how I
still
saw
not.
it.
They would normally not.
I mean, I didn't want Ben Franklin to leave, so, you know, I was going to egg him on.
Yeah.
That was, I think, where Pam's coming
Keep
from.
him talking. The longer he's talking, the less time I'm sitting there answering phones, looking at the back of Jim's head. Wait, I just have to say, while this wink is happening in the conference room, in the warehouse, Michael has been grilling steaks. They're done. And he's like, hey, guys, who wants some man meat? And Dwight goes, I want some man meat.
And then Creed picks the steak up with his hands because Stanley tries to cut it with a plastic fork and it breaks, which made me laugh so hard. And then Creed just picks it up and starts eating it. We should have texted Creed to ask him how that steak tasted.
We should have. I have to tell you guys, you know, Creed lives down my street, right? He's at the end of my street. And he stopped by, front yard, social distance, hang out the other night. And he said to us, guys, you have got to watch this show Alone, where they drop people off in the Arctic and then they have to survive. It's like a survivalist show. Jenna, I thought of you. What one man can do, or whatever another one can, you know.
No, don't whatever. One of the greatest lines written by one of the great American playwrights, David Mamet, whatever. What one man has done, another can do.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, Jenna, you've got to watch this show. It's so freaking good. Creed has got us in it. We are so invested. It's the most intense survival series on television, and it's in the Arctic. I'm fascinated. It's so good. It's called Alone.
Do they have supplies?
They get to bring a few things, but they have to pick and choose. And so, like one guy, you could bring a fire starter thing, but one guy decided not to because he was like, I can make my own fire. But then the first day he spent all day trying to make fire, and he was like, damn it, I should have brought that thing. But anyway, when I saw Creed, who had just told me about this survivalist show, grab the steak with two hands and gnaw on it.
Yeah.
It just made me think of
It all came full circle in your brain.
You need to see it. You love survivalist stuff.
I do.
Okay, now we have to get into the very, very awkward scene that is Karen and Pam in the kitchen.
They're kind of joking about Ben Franklin. I feel like they're both like doing a bit about how did he become a Ben Franklin impersonator, and all of a sudden Karen takes a sharp left turn and she says, hey, you know, I just want you to know, Jim told me, you know, that you guys kissed. And, you know, and Pam's like, what the what? she's like, what is happening right now?
It's like her computer shut down.
Yes.
Now, pretty much none of what she says after this makes any sense.
No, and okay, so we had someone write in. Jackie Cortez said when Pam answers, "Oh yeah," to Karen when Karen asks if she still has feelings for Jim, do you think that was because Pam was feeling brave in the moment, that she was like trying to say her real feelings in that moment, and then she backs out when she sees Karen's face? And also, how much of this was scripted and how much of it was improvised? Okay, so first of all, this scene plays out exactly as it was scripted. All of those like awkward jumps in dialogue were all scripted. I just think it is such a great piece of writing, and I remember I felt being challenged as an actor to make all of those different turns that Pam has to make in the scene. And so when she says, "Oh yeah," that's because she heard the question, "You don't have feelings for Jim, right?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, I don't have feelings." But that's not what Karen said. Karen said, "You still have feelings for Jim?" And she's like, "Oh yeah." But like Pam is just like, she's not hearing everything, and she's just like, her mind is being blown right now by the fact that Jim told Karen this.
Yeah.
And you know what? Because now it's everything we were talking about. It's not a secret anymore. It's not Jim and Pam's secret anymore. That, I think, tells Pam that he's taking this relationship with Karen seriously because he's willing to tell her the real truth.
And now I think Pam is just in like a deer in headlights kind of mode. Well, I thought it was fantastic. I thought the two of you did such a great job with it. It was written so well and acted so well, and it made me so uncomfortable. So you guys know you did your job.
Rashida and I had a lot of fun shooting that scene. All right, should we go back down to the warehouse where Kevin is leading all of the guys in a card game?
Yeah, he says it's a no limit deuce to 7 low ball, which I think is the same one he did in Casino Night, right?
Yes, that is what he won in the World Series of Poker, he tells us, in Casino Night.
And then Michael shuffles the cards like a total idiot.
Yes, we had a fan catch from Katie who said in this episode around 12 minutes, 46 seconds, Kevin's wearing glasses again. There he is. He wears glasses when he plays poker, but not when he's working.
Not as an accountant, just when he plays cards.
And this is when Elizabeth enters. She comes out of Daryl's office. She has changed out of her sweatpants and sweatshirt, and she is now in a breakaway, sexy office attire. We had a huge fan catch from Kristen Trogel.
Kristen, what'd you catch?
Pam's shirt in the Dundies is the same shirt that Elizabeth the stripper rips off in Ben Franklin.
Oh my God! Did they recycle one of your shirts? Did wardrobe make it like a breakaway kind of blouse or something?
Yes, Elizabeth is wearing one of my old shirts. So I actually first wore it for basketball, and then I wear it again in Dundies, and I reached out to Carrie Bennett, our wardrobe supervisor, about this.
What'd she say?
She said that this was not in the script, this was not like any kind of direction she was given, because a lot of people did write in and ask, like, was this on purpose? Did you want us to notice that this was the identical shirt that Pam has worn? Was that a joke that was written in the script? It wasn't. She said that oftentimes when a guest actor is cast at the very last minute, she doesn't have time to go shopping for them. So what wardrobe designers do is they go into their quote-unquote retired wardrobe. And this is a stash of outfits that have been retired, but that used to belong to the main cast members. So she had to find a shirt that fit Elizabeth, and then it had to be converted into a rip-away shirt. And so they just didn't have time to go shopping and convert a shirt into a rip-away shirt because the timing of when Jackie was cast. They had to just go into Pam's old wardrobe, and that's what they did. And she said she can't believe that people noticed.
Well, listen, Elizabeth, the stripper, you're lucky you didn't get any of Angela Martin's retired wardrobe.
Oh no, that would have been very bad. It would have been
That's a
bad.
great catch, though.
I know. And Carrie also said that this happens all the time on TV shows. She said you will often spot retired clothing from the main cast being repurposed for guest actors. I feel like everybody, you can look for that along with the fakey bag.
Fakey bag. Well, now she starts her dance. It's to Bad Company's Feel Like Making Love. No one wanted the dance. Bob Vance didn't want it. Michael's like, okay. And this is so awkward. He doesn't know what to do with himself. He's so uncomfortable. He just starts muttering, you smell like Tide. Yep, smell like Tide. Do you use Tide?
We had a couple of people write in. Zuyi and Dan asked, when Elizabeth is dancing on Michael, how much of the dialogue was scripted? All of it. And you guys, we've talked a little bit about like scenes where someone has to slap someone, you know, and how we bring in a stunt coordinator. You do that kind of stuff in scenes like this too. Any scenes that have any kind of like touching, dancing up on someone, a sex scene, they are choreographed. They're not free.
Yeah, it's really no different than like a fight scene. It's like, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to put my arm here, then I'm going to stand here. It's all rehearsed.
You don't freestyle this stuff. Yeah, so where she sits on his leg, all of the dancing she's going to do, when she's going to rip open her shirt, very scripted. The dialogue was scripted. I wasn't surprised when I went back to the script because I thought, yeah, I don't think in a moment like this that they would have like freestyled that.
No, that was all scripted. And yes, Michael is just overwhelmed. He's like, this is wrong. I have a girlfriend. And he storms off. It was just all too much for him. And Dwight, being the frugal fella he is like, hey, I paid you for 3 hours. I'm going to get 3 hours of work out of you. So now you have to go answer phones. And because Oscar is nowhere to be seen, even though he has returned, did we shoot this out of order, Jenna? Why isn't Oscar there?
I don't know because the Traveling Salesman and The Return were shot in October.
Yeah.
And this was shot in January. So it doesn't make sense why Oscar isn't
It
there.
doesn't. So anyway, Dwight brings Elizabeth to accounting to sit in Oscar's seat. Elizabeth is very overwhelming for Angela, and she's like, like sort of like this very Elizabethan, like fanning myself.
Well, here's the thing. She compliments your baby poster.
It doesn't matter.
And it doesn't matter. I know. She really is. She's a fan of baby jazz like your character is. But a lot of people wrote in. Sierra, Tiffany, Camille, and Krista are like, what is the baby poster doing back up? Angela, did your character put it up when Oscar went on his sabbatical? That's what they want to know.
I love this theory. I fully support it. The minute Oscar left, she's like, my poster is going back up.
Meanwhile, Ben Franklin, aka Gordon, is hitting on Pam at reception. Andy said a little bit about this in his audio clip. So funny.
So funny. And now Michael doesn't know what to do. He feels like he's cheated on Jan. He talks to Ben Franklin, wants Ben Franklin's advice. Ben Franklin / Gordon basically says, I don't think she needs to know this information.
And Michael is like, Ben Franklin, you're kind of a sleazebag. And you guys, Ben Franklin was kind of a sleazebag with women. He like actually really was. If you look it up, he like literally slept with so many women. And there's one thing that's inaccurate in this episode though. In this episode, you know, he had a child with one woman who was not his wife. And in the episode, he says that like she didn't know that he had. He sort of says to Michael, like, I fathered a child and I never told my wife about it. But that's not true. Actually, his wife raised that child like her own.
My gosh.
His wife, Deborah, was a saint, I'm going to say, and she put up with Ben's bad behavior. Well, now Michael did not like his advice from Ben Franklin, so he's going to go ask Elizabeth for her advice instead. Here is her advice to Michael, quote, secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone. Angela, do you know what that is? Do you know what that quote is?
Please tell me you researched this quote. Is it from like a children's book? What is it from?
These are the opening lyrics to a song called No Secrets. by a girl band called No Secrets from their album
No Secrets?
No Secrets. And I asked Sam and Cody to pull a clip. Here it is, Angela.
Secrets, secrets are no fun. Secrets, secrets hurt someone.
No Secrets was a British American girl band, very reminiscent of Spice Girls. They had one hit, which was a cover of Kids in America, that song by Kim Wilde. We're the kids in America. Ah, we're the kids in America. Do you remember that song?
I kind of do.
They followed up with another hit single, That's What Girls Do, but they only ever made one album. They started on a second one, but it was never released. The band broke up over disagreements. And one member claims it was parent drama and interference. But here's the thing. Mindy Kaling wrote this episode. I have no doubt in my mind that she has the album No Secrets by No Secrets, and that's how she knew to quote this line.
I mean, it seems pretty specific.
We also had a fan catch in this scene from Corinna Liu, who says at 17 minutes 52 seconds, there is a flyer on the refrigerator behind Michael for silver on spruce. Corinna says, I did a small deep dive, and it looks like this is a real business with 2 different addresses, and the telephone number on the flyer is correct. I checked it out. Corinna is right. Yes, silver on spruce.
I wonder if this jewelry store has gotten like prank calls because you can see the phone number in our episode.
Well, I imagine Corinna is not the first person to freeze frame.
I wonder if the kids on the talk have called the number.
Lady, it is not called the talk, and you're not going to get them to call it the talk. Okay?
Gosh, everyone on the talk.
All right, guys, we're almost done. I promise, but we cannot leave this episode without talking about this scene where Dwight is interrogating Ben Franklin because Jim has convinced him that this is the real Ben Franklin who has time traveled to visit us at Dunder Mifflin. He's 99% sure it's not the real Ben Franklin, but he's going to interrogate him anyway.
The scene was so funny.
So funny. And Dwight is just like challenging him with questions about the time period when he lived. And Andy told us that this was one of his favorite to shoot, and this is what he had to say.
This is where my research into Ben Franklin came in handy. There were a bunch of scripted lines in that scene where Rainn Wilson is challenging this Ben Franklin impersonator, trying to trip him up to find the lapse in his knowledge about Ben Franklin. And so it's just throwing all these questions. But one that he improvised was, are you nearsighted or farsighted? That was not in the script. It was never discussed beforehand that he was going to say that. He just threw that out in the middle of a take. And because I had just read the Wikipedia page about Ben Franklin, knew that Ben Franklin invented the bifocals. And he invented the bifocals because he needed them, because his distance and sight was challenged, as was his reading sight. And so I was able to say, without having to think about it or hesitate, both. That's why I invented the bifocal. And that is an unusual kind of magical improvised moment. It's so strange that he asked me a question for which I was prepared with the perfect answer. It's very strange. And in fact, when they called cut, I remember Mindy Kaling saying, "Did you guys work that out beforehand?" And we were both like, "No," and we were all kind of stumped. It's very strange that that's an improvised moment. It ended up in the show, of course, because why wouldn't it? So yes, that's my answer.
Amazing. Lady, this is, my nerdy moment where I say it's the group mind.
Also, actors, this is why you need to do your prep work.
Always.
Guys, actors do not just show up on set and just make it up as they go. We study. It's a craft. We take it seriously.
I always try to flesh out my character, and if they've given me any kind of nugget, like, obviously he had Ben Franklin, I do a deep dive, so I have all this in my head in case I need it.
Lady, do you think that's why we do all these deep dives for the podcast? Is it our actor brains at work? Because that's the kind of stuff I would do for a scene.
Yeah. It's also, Jenna, a little bit of a glimpse into maybe the fact that we were kind of the dorks in college who hung out in the library.
Before we move on to the next scene, Angela, I have a very quick fan catch from Maggie Donner. I'm calling it Proof of Cold.
Oh.
We've talked a lot about how our set was really cold all the time. In the background of Dwight's talking head, where he's talking about Ben Franklin, you can see Karen sitting at her desk, and she has a blanket on her lap.
Oh, no way.
Maggie Donner caught that proof.
Oh, Maggie, that's such a great catch. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, we were always freezing. Well, Jenna, we can't wrap up without Pam having this moment in the break room where she tells Ryan in front of Jim, you know what, I'm ready for you to set me up.
Yeah. She is. She's like, yeah, I wanna go out with one of your business school friends. What's that about?
She's feeling it. She's had this conversation where Karen now knows. Jim has told her. Yeah. Jim is saying they're having all these really long, heartfelt talks. Pam's like, oh crap, I might as well get myself out there.
Well, and Jim's like, oh, maybe you should go out with Ben Franklin. And I think Pam's like, you know what? You need to, don't tell me who I should date, okay?
Just sit back, Jim, and watch me revenge date now.
Pretty much. Well, and then before we go, Angela, we have to discuss the fact that Michael calls Jan and confesses that he had a woman dancing up on him. And Jan's like, when? This weekend? Last night? When did this happen? He's like, no, it was at work in the warehouse. And she's like, Michael, I'm like, and he's like, I'm sorry, are you mad? And she's like, I'm close to firing you. And he's like, oh, what a relief.
I have the best GD girlfriend in the world.
Yeah.
And she's like,
yeah.
She couldn't believe that it happened in the afternoon at work. That was her concern.
And then Michael has the talking head where he says, Ben Franklin kind of turned out to be a creep, and Elizabeth the stripper gave great advice that rhymed. And it just really makes you wonder how Ben Franklin can become president, but someone like Elizabeth can't. It does make you effing wonder. It's called misogyny, everyone.
Here we go. I do love that he really appreciated that her advice rhymed, because I feel like this is just that callback to that giant owl that came and spoke at his school.
Yeah. Yes.
She had a costume. She talked in rhyme. She really got through to him.
Well, those are the two ways to get through to people. You either need to dress up in a costume or rhyme. These are very effective ways.
Okay, we are coming to the close of this episode, but Jenna, there were 2 deleted scenes that I thought were worth mentioning. Number 1, at the very beginning of the episode, Toby is like, Michael, you can't have strippers at work, right? Of course, human resources would not let this happen.
Oh, I've wondered where Toby was in all of this.
Yeah, and so how they got around this is that Michael just says, well, you know what, Toby, you can just go home. And then the other deleted scene that I thought was kind of funny, where Kevin has a talking head and he shares that he bought his girlfriend Stacy a stripper pole for her birthday, but he doesn't know how to install it.
Oh. So he has an uninstalled stripper pole in his house.
Yeah.
This is going to be a huge tangent, but the comedian Nicole Byer.
Oh, she has a stripper pole.
She has a stripper pole, and she's real good on it, and she posts videos all the time on Instagram, and they talk about it on their podcast. They're it's like an exercise now. The stripper pole as exercise.
Yeah. I don't know if it's been a while for you since you tried to crawl up a pole. Like shimmy up a pole?
In a while. And that implies I ever tried to shimmy up a stripper pole.
Not a stripper pole.
Stop.
Not a stripper pole. I just want you to know, when I watch Nicole's videos on Instagram, I am always amazed because at the playground with the kids, like a few years ago, there was like the pole that's like the fireman's pole. You know, you can climb up the play structure and then slide down it. And the kids were doing the thing where they scooch up it. And they were like, oh, come on, Jenna. I got like 2 feet off the ground. I was like, I can't. I'm so horrible at it.
I tried to climb a rope recently and I didn't get far. I also tried to do a cartwheel and I threw my back out. Oh, but the worst is when I tried to do a somersault and I really jacked my neck.
Well,
I don't think I'm stripper pole material.
you also,
It's not in my future.
also maybe couldn't have been Sydney.
Say it.
Jenna, I don't know. Listen, you are a phenomenal actress. I don't see you doing a handstand and like taking a grenade out of your back pocket and throwing it through a window as you flip off a table.
You clearly have strong feelings about my limitations.
You know what? I traveled with you with a guitar, and I saw what it was like, you navigating a guitar through an airport, getting it on a plane. It was very difficult for you.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will say this. I did recently purchase, I'm so excited to get it, a portable tap dancing floor.
This is who you are? Yes.
Is that really? It doesn't look
So
like
get
that.
ready for that. I've already started learning a tap dance to the song Footloose. And I'm going to send you a video I'm going to put on my overalls. And I'm going to dance in front of my barn on my portable
I will
floor
come and sit at the end of your driveway and play a few glasses.
of the glass harmonica. All right. And I'm going to tap dance my little heart out. Guys, that's Ben Franklin. Before we go, we have a final audio clip from Andy Daly. I was curious. I had to know, has he ever played any other historic figures or founding fathers? Here's what he had to say.
I did play Teddy Roosevelt in an episode of Drunk History that was very memorable. I got to ride a horse and wear a fake mustache, and that was great. But you know, a long time ago, back in I would say 2002, I put up a sketch show at the UCB Theater in New York, and one of the sketches was about Alexander Hamilton debating federalism with someone, which sounds like a terrible comedy sketch, and maybe it was, but I played Alexander Hamilton in that, and it is my opinion that Lin-Manuel Miranda saw that sketch and was inspired to write Hamilton, and I've always felt kind of ripped off. Like, it's, you know, it's nice that Ron Chernow, who wrote the Hamilton biography, gets credit for the extent to which he inspired that play, but I am not. You will never see my name in the playbill or in the credits of the movie. I am just very conveniently completely forgotten, and I can't prove that Lin-Manuel Miranda was in the audience or ever saw that sketch, but you know, common sense dictates that that's how Hamilton came about. But that's it. Teddy Roosevelt, Alexander Hamilton, and Ben Franklin are the only founding fathers I have ever played in my entire career.
Wow. 3 more founding fathers than I've played.
I love it. I love Andy Daly. You guys, if you want to keep listening to this very, very, very funny person, you can find him on his own Earwolf podcast called Bananas for Bonanza, which is a rewatch podcast of the classic Western TV show Bonanza. You can also find him on Twitter and Instagram at TV's Andy Daly. His last name is spelled D-A-L-Y.
I cannot wait to listen to that podcast. I used to watch Bonanza with my dad.
It's Andy Daly. That's all you need to know.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for sending in your questions, for listening to us ramble on about all of these deep dives we did. This was a lot of fun for us. We love this episode. And we hope you guys have a great week.
Yeah, we'll see you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bumco.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code
to
OFFICE.
donate laptops to 100 to 1,000 homeless kids in the schools in the U.S.
If you have rats in your attic or walls, don't make the mistake of for a one-time fee, rodent stop will identify and steal all rat infections, trap and remove all rats, sanitizer.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hey, lady. Hey, lady. How are you?
I'm good. I'm taking an Instagram video.
What?
They can't hear you, though, on my video. I can hear you in my headphones.
I was doing all these little dance moves.
Oh, I missed that.
Right before we record, Sam plays a little bit of Creed's song, our music, and Jenna and I kind of just bop around, and we kind of just helps us get into the episode.
Every week we dance to Creed's song.
Love it.
Well, what are we talking about this week, Angela?
Oh, Jenna, I am so excited because we are talking about Phyllis's wedding.
I love it so
I
much.
like this
It's so
one.
good. This is season 3, episode 15, written by Carolyn Williams and directed by Ken Whittingham. Summary.
Do it.
Phyllis and Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration are
Oh,
getting
boy, lucky.
married. Today is the
Hey,
day.
baby.
Phyllis has asked Michael to push her father's wheelchair down the aisle. But after getting upstaged when Phyllis's dad decides to walk down the aisle, Michael tries to steal the show and is eventually bounced from the reception by Dwight. In the meantime, Pam is sad and upset by Jim and Karen's relationship and the fact that Phyllis stole all of her wedding ideas, and she leaves the reception with Roy.
I forgot that Pam left with Roy. I forgot.
Me too, and I'm Pam.
It's so good, though. It's so good.
But doesn't that happen? Like if you've been with someone a really long time and then you break up, you get back together a couple times before you really break up, right? That's real.
Especially you're at a wedding and there's all these couples and the person you want to be with doesn't seem like they want to be with you. All of a sudden, the thing that you know is sitting right next to you. So you're like, okay, I feel like having some loving.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, listen. Fast fact number 1. A lot of people wrote in. Sovereign Hurley, Ellie Trevelyan, Winter Pulver, Leah Barbaro, Tia Minoski, and many more want to know where was the wedding filmed. But then Colby Linderman, Dana Hill, Christina, Carolyn, and Jennifer all wanted to know, is it the same church where Jim and Pam had their wedding because they look very similar? It is not the same church.
It's not the same church.
But listen, before I tell you where Phyllis's wedding was filmed, we got even more mail about it, okay? Charis wrote in to say, at some point, Phyllis and Pam both say they are Presbyterians. Was the wedding filmed at an actual Presbyterian church? I'm guessing the answer is yes, because the crew pays a lot of attention to detail and Presbyterian churches love maroon carpet. Chris Furr said, I am a pastor in the Christian Church Disciples of Christ, a small Protestant denomination, less than 1 million people, mostly in the US and Canada. In this episode, the Disciples logo is clearly visible around the 20-minute, 32-second mark as Phyllis and Bob are cutting their wedding cake. I was curious about the choice to leave that specific banner in the background from a prop point of view. It's lighted and it's pretty distinctive. So he goes on to say, the funny thing about it is that theologically,
This would be a perfect compromise choice for a Lutheran and a Unitarian who like to keep things quote unquote spicy. Any background on this would be cool as it is a big hit with our Little Disciples family. Yes, we filmed Phyllis's wedding at the First Christian Church of North Hollywood, which is located in Studio City, and they are a Disciples of Christ church.
Yes. So when I first moved to LA, I was looking for somewhere to go for Easter services. And I was driving around and I drove past this church, and it's such a beautiful church. You know, it's the red brick and it has a steeple. It looks very much like that is what a church looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I drove past it and they had a big sign about their Easter service. And I thought, oh, well, I'll go there for Easter services. And I did, and it was very nice.
Well, I'll give you another little fun fact about this church, Ange.
What?
This is where Kent Sabornak and his wife Shelley got married.
Oh, come on.
And guess what? They just celebrated their 30th wedding anniversary this past May.
Oh, that's so great. That's so lovely.
Congratulations, you guys. And then, guys, the reception took place in their social hall, which was on the second floor. So we were able to film everything at this one church.
Yes, they have a fellowship hall, and they had the rooms like where Phyllis gets ready.
Yeah.
You know, all of that was already at this church.
Well, incidentally, years later, we filmed a school recital scene for my TV show Splitting Up Together in that sort of hall. And our holding room for hair and makeup was that same room where Phyllis is getting ready before her wedding. And there's that famous scene with Michael.
Yeah.
And I was like texting everybody. I was like blowing up everyone's texts. I'm like, I'm in the room where the fart happened.
Here's another little thing about that church. I filmed there one day by myself because it's where Philip went to daycare.
Oh, well, are you ready for fast fact number 2?
I am.
We reached out to Phyllis. It's Phyllis's wedding.
I know. How could we not talk to Phyllis, you guys? We are so thrilled.
So Phyllis is back in St. Louis. She moved back there semi-permanently a couple of years ago, and she sent in some audio clips. So the first thing we asked Phyllis was just, what was it like to get this script and wear a wedding gown?
Here's the fun thing. Jenna, Phyllis, and I are the 3 cast members that had big weddings. And it's kind of like it is your wedding because it's all about you. It's kind of really fun.
Yes. All right, so Sam, play her clip.
Hi, ladies. It's Phyllis Smith, or soon to be known as Phyllis Lappin Vance of Vance Refrigeration, at least after this episode, right? I was so thrilled when I saw the script. Let's be truthful. Every time we had a table read, we'd all get to the table, look at the script, and see how many lines we had. So I was really excited and taken back when I saw that I was getting married to my love of my life. The whole episode, I really enjoyed it all. You ask about my dresses. Well, back in those days, it sounds like the dark ages, but it was early 2000. Plus size women didn't have a lot of choices. We either looked like the grandmother or the great grandmother or the bride. There were not a lot of choices to be made for heavyset brides. And so I was just glad that I had a dress that looked pretty and was pretty comfortable. I have to give a shout out to wardrobe. They really, really took care of me. Every time I had to go to the restroom or anything, you know, they were right there to help me out with everything. But yeah, back in those days, I didn't have a lot of choices. And so I just wanted to make sure that my arms were covered. I have a thing about my arms showing on camera and in public. As far as the dress was concerned, yeah, I was happy with it. It was fairly comfortable. And like I said, wardrobe really kept me. They were right there every second of the moment.
Aw, I thought she looked gorgeous in this episode. She looked so beautiful. That is the first time I've heard Phyllis's voice in a while. And Jenna, it really made me tear up when I listened to it the first time when she sent them over.
Yeah.
You can just hear Phyllis's she's just a pure soul. You know what I mean? And you just hear it when she talks.
Do you know what one of my favorite parts of that audio clip was, Ange? Was that she referred to herself as Phyllis Lappin Vance of Vance Refrigeration.
I know.
She added it to the end.
I know. I love it. Well, that was so fun to hear Phyllis, and she sent in several audio clips, you guys, so we're going to hear from her throughout this episode.
Oh, and she sent in some good stuff.
Yeah.
Fast fact number 3 is Ken Whittingham, the director of this episode, joined us for an interview.
Ken directed several episodes of The Office, and we just loved him. The cast loved Ken, and Sam played his interview. Ken Whittingham, thank you so much for stopping by. Hi, Ken.
Hey, thank you for having me.
It is so nice to see you.
Just so lovely.
I think about all the great times we had on the show, and I haven't seen you guys in so long, and it's so amazing to see your faces.
We look just the same, right, Ken?
Exactly the same. Maybe a little younger.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's what I would have said as well. Yes. Well, Ken, we always like to start by asking our guests a little bit about how they got their job on The Office. Can you tell us how you met Greg and how you came to be a part of the show?
Sure. I got a call from my agent, and he said they're going to redo The Office in America. NBC's going to do The Office, and I was already a big fan of the British version. I said, sure, I'll go for the interview. And so they actually sent me the DVD, and I didn't have a lot of hope for it. I said, oh man, I hope they don't mess this up, because it was such a brilliant show. And I watched it, and I was like, wow, this is really good. So I went in for the interview. I met with Terry Weinberg and Greg Daniels, and we talked about it. And we talked about if America was ready for this type of show. And and we really talked extensively about it, if America was going to get it. And I was very optimistic and saying that I think America's ready for something, something different, something new. And that's how we met. I guess it was right before the season started. Yeah.
So they had done the pilot, and then they were looking for directors for the series.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can definitely see Greg heating up that conversation, sort of like talking about the show and how it's going to hit America and how America's going to react to it. Like, that's all sort of like, he's so open to those kind of conversations,
Yeah, we talked a long time about it. That's basically all we talked about, because I remember referencing another show that really didn't work that well in America. I think it was called Absolutely Fabulous.
Oh, no.
They tried it in America, and it was funny because I was going down this road, and I really didn't want to go. I said, yeah, just like the show Absolutely Fabulous. They said, whoa, before you say too much, we did that show also. We produced this show. It wasn't great with Terry Weinberg. So they said, well, what did you like about that show? I said, I think everybody, which is true, I think everybody looked too pretty. Everybody was just really good looking, and it just didn't feel real,
Ken, you directed a lot of episodes on The Office, and 2 were on location. You had Michael's birthday that was at the ice skating rink, and now Phyllis's wedding. What was it like having us travel and be on location?
It was great. It was great being outside, because sometimes the office can get a little claustrophobic, and it's very safe. The challenge to moving outside and going on location is still give it that feel of Scranton, or someplace other than Studio City. So we didn't want to see palm trees, and so that was a real challenge. And so during prep, we really prepped heavily to make sure that it looked somewhat like Scranton or somewhere else, some place nondescript. So that was fun, and it was just fun to be in new spaces and try different things and kind of open the show up. I'm always a big fan of any show that I do, going outside, getting into the world a little bit.
I think something people don't realize is the prep process for an episode. How long would you get to prep an episode? Because we said we shoot for a week, but how long was your prep before shooting?
Our prep was, I believe that show was just 4 days.
That's it. That's not a lot to move a whole show.
No.
Cow.
And then don't you ride around in a little van and look at locations, like a bunch of you all cramped in a van?
I do. I have such a memory of you guys loading up and leaving set. And we're like, where did they go?
Yeah, it would really be the first day because they would lock down a couple, like the locations department would lock down a couple of options that we would have. And then I would go to those options, the director and producer. We'd go to those locations. There might be 2 or 3 different places, and then we'd make the decision then. And it was all about whether or not it was shootable, just backgrounds and just accessibility to the location. Could we load cameras in easily and load out easily? So there are a lot of things we had to be aware of or be conscious of. So yeah, that would be basically on that prep day. That would be the first thing we would do is go out and try to lock down locations because it would take a few days to get a permit to use specific locations.
Now, did you have a preference of shooting the episodes inside the office bullpen or outside?
I didn't really have a preference because, the writing was just so good. It was just, literally, I was reading Phyllis's wedding yesterday, reading the script again. And it was just so I don't know, it's written so well. It's just written so well. So it was just like wherever it was, it didn't matter because the words really kind of drove the comedy, So
yeah.
that's what was great about it, So
there were all of these great little moments in this episode. You had the Pam and Roy dancing, and then you had Angela and Dwight outside, and then all these little vignettes, like Michael's head bobbing up in the window. And what was that like to sort of figure out where those little moments would happen and how you captured them?
Well, what I would do is I'm a super prepper, so I think for this episode I made a shot list in the order in which we would go in. So what I would do is I would kind of hopscotch. I would set up something somewhere else and then take a camera and go shoot something else. And so I was always staying ahead a little bit to be able to capture all that stuff because that episode I was just looking at it a few days ago. There were so many moments that weren't in the episode that we shot, and so and I think typically we would be about 6, 7, 8 minutes over typically on every episode. So we'd shoot more than we really needed. But I would just stay ahead and just try to get it all in, and it was very, very planned. And some things, on the day we would do things that weren't planned, like when Uncle Al went outside. I think initially he was supposed to be sitting on a bench, and we got outside. It was nighttime. I said if he walked into the street, he was green, and then he went the opposite way against traffic, and cars came down, and literally cars were honking and everything. So we used all that stuff. It was written, so none of that was scripted. We just kind of came up with that, off the top of our heads, So
that created so much more tension.
Yes.
Than him just sitting on a bench. That was such a good idea.
You were really worried he was just going to be wandering off somewhere in the night.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think in the episode you see the light turn.
Yeah.
And everything. So we timed it and everything. So that was really a lot of fun. I'm glad that made it into the cut.
Yeah.
Well, Ken, I got so tickled just watching that moment when Angela Martin arrives and sees Dwight, and they have that brief exchange. But that was kind of it. And then we had to go into the church, and I remember playing with you about how do we then, like, we're like, break left, don't linger, left, and all of that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I just remember you letting us play a little bit with that, and it was so absurd and ridiculous.
Right.
And we just had so much fun.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun because I really wanted to create the awkwardness between the two of you, because I knew that you were supposed to be meeting Dennis later on.
Yes.
And so there had to be this little, this tension, especially when he gave you that compliment, And so I think that kind of, I don't know, in my mind, that kind of sealed it. Like you just became more attracted to him. And so it was easier for you to kind of blow this other guy off.
Who was so perfect for her.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how one of you guys that didn't make it in the episode. Phyllis sits Angela next to this guy named Dennis. She kind of tries to set her up at the reception. And Dennis is a vet. He loves cats and Jesus. I mean, but she chooses Dwight because he told her she looks like the Queen of England.
Exactly. So funny. I know. So yeah, I wish some of the stuff would have made it in, the stuff with Dennis, but I guess we we just didn't have time.
But there's so much good stuff in here,
Yeah. And we even had, I think it was, I don't think it made it into the episode as well. We had Mike going, there was a chair that kind of, those chairs for people who can't walk upstairs.
Yes.
That was going up and down. We didn't use any of that either. We were just, it was just so much. And that's the beauty about being on location, is that you have these spaces that, and you get these ideas that you can just do stuff that's not scripted at all, So that's one of the great things about being on location.
There are a lot of really great deleted scenes. So for people that have the DVDs, you have to go see all the other stuff that Ken shot.
People always want to know if the directors of episodes also have to shoot the flashback moments. Did you have to shoot that moment with little Michael at his mom's wedding to Jeff?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun because we knew that it needed to look a little vintage, and so we kind of moved the camera like it was an old VHS camera, and then we, of course, in post we kind of doctored it, but it was really fun. It was a lot of fun, and we shot it, and we just hoped that it would look great and look vintage, look older. So I think we achieved it.
It looked fantastic.
Do you do that on the first day so that then Michael can watch it later, or do you CGI it onto the TV?
Yes, we did. We shot it on the first day, and then we played it back. I believe that's how we did it.
Well, there were so many just fantastic big setups for this episode. Was there any moment that was the most challenging to shoot, or something really funny for you? Just one of these scenes that just hit you?
I don't think that there was really anything too challenging. There was one scene that was really hard to get through, and I would say that was kind of challenging because we could not stop laughing. And that's when Michael went into check on Phyllis to see how she was doing, and then he said, did you pass gas or break wind? Yeah. And the funny thing about that is, that was a joke that was put into the script that wasn't really supposed to stay in the script.
Really?
Yeah, that was never really supposed to. It was just like a joke that wouldn't it be funny if this happened, and then it just lived. And then the guy, I guess Carolyn was telling me, Carolyn Williams, the writer of the episode. So it just kind of stayed, and we just shot it. And Michael, Steve was so good. He could not stop laughing, and he could not stop laughing. I've never seen him break like that, and we all were just laughing. It took us about an hour to get through because we could not stop laughing.
Well, Phyllis always was able to have such this earnest expression, and whenever you had to be mean to her or just have some random line towards her, and she would look at you with these sweet eyes. So I can see Steve not being able to get through it, being like, that is really pungent. And she's just like,
Right, and then he started messing around with her hair.
Oh my God!
It was like, okay, you got it. Okay, you got it.
I feel like her whole interior monologue was just 6 weeks vacation, 6 weeks vacation.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
because that's what she was gonna get.
Right, exactly.
That's how she's gonna get through it.
Yeah. With Bob Vance, exactly.
And I loved at the wedding. I loved so much that they were like, "Do you, Phyllis, take Bob Vance, a Vance refrigeration?"
Yes.
Like you're taking the whole thing.
That's what was so great about it. I think it was in the merger when she told Rashida, you don't know who Bob Vance is, you got a lot to learn, Missy. And that's what was so funny about it, because Bob Vance was a big deal in that town.
Yeah.
So he was all it's all about Bob Vance and refrigeration. Everybody knew him. So.
Well, Phyllis is now the first lady of Vance Refrigeration. I mean, she's gonna play the part.
Right.
I'm sure she's gonna have to go to, I don't know, is there ribbon cutting involved in Vance Refrigeration when they install everything in a new restaurant or something?
Yeah, I feel like there's a shopping mall where there's little kind of stars like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and Bob Vance gets one. They all go to downtown Scranton.
That's right, and then there has to be a commercial, and she has to be in the commercial for Bob Vance.
I wish.
Why did we never shoot that?
Oh, Ken, that is brilliant.
Exactly.
Oh, that's the
missing. Ken, so we said before that you've directed 9 episodes of The Office. Do you have a favorite? Can you pick a favorite? That's hard.
You know what? It's a toss up. I think between Phyllis's wedding actually and healthcare.
Oh,
Yeah.
hot dog fingers.
Yeah, healthcare. Oh my God, I can watch that over and over and over. I mean, it was just, and it was so great about it. We were just, I think we definitely shot it within the first 6, but we were all trying to figure out what the show was about, and and trying to make it our own, and trying different stuff, and we were all getting used to each other. It was just great. I loved doing being in the beginning of it, because it was. Did we shoot it? Was that the 3rd episode we shot? Do you remember?
I think we shot that season a little out of order. So it might have been like, it was the 5th episode we shot, but it was the 3rd episode that aired.
It aired, that's what it was. Yeah.
Those were the early days. That was when we only got 6, and then they sent us home.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was a really magical time.
It really, really was, and everybody was so unsure about it, and I just remember walking away and just feeling so good about it. Just feeling so like, wow, that was really fun and different and great, and the cast was everybody was perfect, and I remember my agent saying the next season came around, and I saw all the attention that it was getting from iTunes, and so I made sure I called my agent and said, look, you got to get me back on that show. That show is, because I think it was up in the air. We didn't know if we were coming back or not.
Yeah.
I said, if they come back, I want to be involved in that show. So luckily, the college kids got us, got to put on the map.
The college kids and now the middle schoolers.
Exactly.
They're keeping us going.
What's funny is that I really lead with that. When people ask me what shows, if I explain to somebody that I'm a director, they say, what shows have you done? Anything I've known? I go, well, a show called The Office. I can brag about it. They're like, what? So I get a lot of props for that. I'm just so appreciative to be a part of that show. It's just such a great show. And it's the kind of show that you can just still watch over and over and over, and still, because there's all these little subtleties and just moments, like we talked about Michael jumping up and down in the window, and it looks like when Pam and Roy were dancing, and then Pam and Roy, and then Dwight, you and Dwight. It was just really sweet moments, and you just cherish those great moments.
Ken, this was so lovely.
Thank you so much. And what are you up to now? I know that you directed some Bless Your Mess, which is the show that replaced my show that was
I know. But it makes you feel like that we got canceled too. So.
I mean, I'm not saying I feel better.
But yeah, I'm doing a new show with Jamie Foxx for Netflix. It's called Dad Stop Embarrassing Me. It's loosely based on him and his daughter's relationship. and then in the fall, late fall now, I think after the election, I'm doing a show for NBC with Kenan Thompson. It's called Wake Up with Kenan, and it's Kenan Thompson and Don Johnson.
Oh my gosh.
Maya Rudolph was his wife, but it passed away. So I think so that's basically the storyline. Is he has a morning show, and then he's taking care of 2 kids, and Don Johnson is his father-in-law.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it seems like it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're really looking forward to that.
Well, Ken, you were so beloved by the Office cast. We have talked to so many of the cast members in doing this podcast. We reach out to people. Phyllis sent us in audio clips, and she was like, "Oh, and it was Ken Whittingham, and we always loved it when Ken was there." And just know that you have so much love for you from our cast, and Jenna and I would love for you to come back. So yeah, come on back.
Anytime. I would love it. anytime. I love you guys and I miss you guys. And I even still think about you, Jenna. I go, when I'm in Laguna, I go, Jenna moved out here. I want to see her around here.
Well, we would spend how much time just talking about Laguna, moving to Laguna, looking at houses in Laguna. I have this dream of like one day moving to a beach house, cashing out of LA.
Right.
Yeah, you were talking up Laguna.
You know, it's really funny because right after I get off, when I'm done with this, I'm going down there. My wife's down there now. So I'll be there.
Oh, man. Oh, well, all of our love to you. Thanks for coming on today. Thanks, Ken.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. How fun was that?
He's the best.
Well, let's get into this episode, Jenna. We start with a cold open. It's a classic Jim prank. Jim says he has to reboot his computer and it makes this chiming noise. And then he offers Dwight an Altoid. And then he keeps doing this over and over, sort of like that Pavlovian, sort of experiment with Dwight.
Yes, and Jim's prank works.
Yeah.
After several times of doing this, the ding goes off and Dwight immediately puts his hand out for a mint.
And he doesn't know why. Yes. He's just doing it on reflex.
Yes. So we got a lot of mail about this. Blakey, Emma, Kayla, Bethany, and Elise all wrote in to say, in the cold open of this episode, the scene is a montage of multiple days. Did John and Rain have to constantly change outfits just to get this one scene? Yes. They had a rack of clothes of all these different changes, and they would film, go change, film, go change, film, go change.
Yeah. Yeah. And all the while, wardrobe is keeping track, and Veda on set, she's like keeping track of when they're in what outfit, and so that they could just get it done.
But guys, it wasn't just John and Rain. All the rest of us were in the background.
Yes, anyone that the camera saw had to change as well.
Well, I remember getting to work to shoot this cold open, and there were like 7 outfits in my trailer, which never happened. We would have one outfit we would wear it every single day for 5 days.
I mean, they washed it, guys. They washed it. You know,
Well, yeah.
We wore the same thing every day.
Yeah. But to walk in and like my little closet was totally full of all these clothes, I had to go back and look and be like, wait, what? Oh yeah, it's the cold open with the dinging computer.
That's a great catch.
And then we just had this fun tidbit from Amanda Teague, who said, my psychology professor used the cold open of this episode to teach us about the Pavlovian theory.
Oh my gosh. Well, last night I read up a lot about Pavlov. I'm not going to go into it. Here's the first time I'm doing a deep dive, and I'm like, you know what, you guys? It was fascinating. It's a whole podcast in itself.
Well, now I'm intrigued.
Okay, I will read one thing that I discovered, okay?
You know what? It's a shallow dive. Give me a shallow dive.
Pavlov studied a lot about conditioning and how we react to things, how we can have involuntary reactions to stress or pain, or like the cues that Jim was doing to Dwight with the chime, and then you get a treat.
Okay.
This is the part I found really fascinating. They began to study transmarginal inhibitions, the body's natural response of shutting down when exposed to overwhelming stress or pain.
I mean, I guess like going into shock.
Yeah, like when your body just shuts down. Research showed that different temperaments move through the responses at different times. I thought this was fascinating because you know something might happen traumatic in your life, and you and the members of your family or your friends all experience it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And you travel through stress and pain differently. Pavlov commented that the most basic inherited difference of people as they travel through stress and pain was how soon they reach the shutdown point. And that people that are quick to shut down have a fundamentally different type of nervous system.
Like on a cellular level, they have a different nervous system?
I guess. This is why it needs a massive deep dive.
Well, that's a shallow dive that's making me want to dive into the deep end. I'm going to start ordering more books. I haven't gotten my books yet about Jan Levinson Gould's name psychology people yet, but I'm waiting.
You have a lot to read, lady. You're going to be very busy.
All right, well, should we move into the meat of this episode? The spam of this episode?
You reminded me when you said that. I'm like, Michael, like, who wants my meat?
Yes, let's get into the meat of this episode. We're at the church. Phyllis's wedding party is out on the steps being photographed. Michael is trying to squeeze himself into these pictures. The photographer does that great bit where he's like, you know what, just Phyllis and her parents. But then also the bridesmaids. And also you two. It's like basically everyone. Everyone but Michael. Well, people wrote in Sydney Pappas, Henry Wenger, Tara S., James G., and Emily Langsham all want to know who played Phyllis's bridesmaids and family. Were they all actors? Were any of them her real family members, like Mindy's parents and Diwali? No, they were all actors. Her main sister that we see throughout the episode was played by Maylee Flanagan, and the photographer in the scene was played by John F. Schaefer. So those are just a couple of the guest stars.
You know, Maylee Flanagan is a great improv sketch actress, and she performed with Wayne Wilderson and Nancy Walls before she was Nancy Carell.
OMG. Well, next up, Michael explains
that he is part of the wedding party because Phyllis has asked him to push her father down the aisle. So he's basically giving away the bride. And it's a big day for Phyllis, but it's also just a really big day for him.
He's employer of the bride.
Well, then Phyllis has a talking head explaining the reason why she asked Michael to be in the wedding.
She said she is going to get a 6-week vacation.
Yeah.
A 6-week honeymoon. And that's never been done. So she had her motives.
She did. And she's going to pay for it.
She will.
Decision.
Nothing
really
comes for
is.
free, guys. Nothing comes for free.
Well, then Pam has a talking head where she says Phyllis used the same invitations as her and Roy. There's a big P and a big R.
I have a question for you about this because you hold it up. Yeah, I took a screen grab. I looked at it. So you remember your save the date that you handed Angela Martin in conflict resolution?
Yeah.
That was like shades of purple.
That was a save the date. That's different from an invitation.
But didn't we say that Pam's bridesmaids were going to have like lilac dresses or something at one point? Like purple was her color. Purple's not here today, guys. There's orange, turquoise.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a big jump from whatever her save the date idea was to what her wedding was going to be.
Yeah, some changes were made. You're right. Yeah, it ends up being more bluey. But then in Pam's wedding to Jim, she goes back to lilac.
I know. I expected to see more purple people. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then Stanley, Jim, and Karen arrive. And we find out that they've both purchased toasters.
Yes, I called it the dueling toasters. Stanley's really, really annoyed.
Carissa, Caitlin, Nicole, Kimberly, and Angela all said Stanley bought Phyllis a toaster for her wedding present. Do you think it's the same toaster that he bought for Pam and Roy's wedding that he couldn't return and now he's regifting it?
100%.
Yes. I think that's part of the joke.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the same wrapping. He just put it on a shelf.
I feel like Karen and Jim checked the registry. They picked the toaster. Maybe Stanley checked the registry and he's like, oh, she wants a toaster. I've got a toaster over here. I need to unload.
Yeah.
So imagine, Jim and Karen's surprised. They're like, well, wait, it said it was still available on the registry. Look, I think that's why we get the dueling toasters.
I love it. Next, Dwight and Angela arrived separately, but they run into each other in the parking lot. He tells her she looks as beautiful as the Queen of England. This is apparently a very high compliment. Angela really loves it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she insists that they can't walk in the same. And she's like, don't linger, break left. And Jenna, part of that was improvised because I remember that on the day. And Rain and I had a lot of fun being so silly in that parking lot. But I have to talk a minute about my outfit.
Oh, well, you're going to make Hunter Sexton and Kennedy McAllister very happy because they want to know all about it.
I remember Wardrobe saying that this was vintage, that it was like a vintage suit that they found. It was very much like Jacqueline Kennedy, right?
Yes.
Jacqueline Kennedy, for her husband's inauguration, 1961, wore a pillbox hat and wore this cloth sort of wool coat. This was radical at the time. I looked it up because everyone would have been wearing mink coats, mink hats, and there's Jacqueline in like cloth and wool. I was like, what? And I forever in my brain thought that her pillbox hat and dress were a shade of blue on that day.
Are they not?
No. So this was so cool. I looked up to see who made her hat. It was made by Halston. And when I did, I found out all of this information. Most people think it was blue because at the time, I guess color film struggled to match real hues in photos. But this dress is actually at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library and Museum. That's where this outfit is stored. And it is, in fact, beige. Beige, not blue. She wore a beige pillbox hat and a beige coat.
Whoa.
Yes. And if you look up this image, in so many images it's blue, except if you look at the cover of Life magazine from the inauguration, it is beige.
I mean, I'm a little surprised she wore beige to an inauguration.
I know. I thought so too. She did have a mink, what what do you think? Call it that you put your hands in? Stole? A stole? Is that a stole? I don't know.
Little
Is it a muff? Is it a muff?
A muff? No, muffs are for your ears. It's a
It was like a mink, brown mink ball, and you put your hands in it. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I just, you can tell you and I are on the cutting edge of fashion.
a mink ball. She had a mink ball.
She had a mink ball. She put her hands in. And the collar of her coat was trimmed in the same color mink as the ball she put her hands in. But the whole outfit was beige, very bold. And then the thing that Halston, I think, would really want you to know, because he did an interview about it, is that he spent hours shaping that hat so it would have a perfect rounded dome top. And then when she went outside, the wind began to blow, and she had to put her hand on top to hold the hat, and it dented it in the middle.
Wait, the shape of the hat that I've become like that's burned in my brain was a mistake because she had to flatten it.
She had to hold it to her head. She didn't mean to. It was blowing off, so she grabbed it. And that action put a dent in it. And so it was photographed the whole entire day. This was right at the beginning as she walked out. So it was photographed the whole day with this dent in it. And I mean, within, several days, all across America, people were selling this dented hat to match Jackie's pillbox hat.
I cannot believe that her pillbox hat was supposed to be rounded.
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be like a little dome.
I have to say, I think God sent that wind that day because a domed hat would have just looked so silly.
But a dented hat,
I think the dent was the right move. I don't know.
All right, Halston, put on your earmuffs.
I'm just saying sometimes there are acts of serendipity.
Jenna thinks the dent was ordained. I don't know.
Well, after this scene, Angela, we have a Dwight talking head that will become so relevant and important later at the end of the series. He explains that the Schrutes have a tradition of getting married while standing in their own graves. And we are not going to forget this later when Dwight finally marries.
We'll get there, but people had to help me in that hole.
Well, so everyone's sort of filtering in. They're signing the guest book, yada, yada. In the meantime, Michael is checking in on Phyllis. He comes into the room. He wants to make sure she's all right.
Yeah, he's really taken his role seriously as employer of the bride.
This scene is absolutely fantastic. It's famous. Ken talked a little bit about how much they laughed while they were doing this scene. We had a lot of people write in. Kat, Marilee, Emily, Stephanie, and Dan all wanted to know if any of the Michael and Phyllis dialogue in this dressing room scene was improvised, specifically the word pungent. Well, guys, that was all in the script. They performed this almost exactly as scripted. I think that just tells you how well written this scene is. But we had to ask Phyllis what it was like to film this scene.
That scene was unbelievable. We had the best time. I don't know how many times we had to stop to start over because there was one word in particular that we just could not get through, and that was pungent. Every time Steve said the word pungent, he would break out into this high-pitched cackle, and then I would start laughing, and then all of a sudden we heard the video village and the sound people outside the door because we were in a small dressing room area with just the camera guy and a sound boom. I'm not even sure if the boom guy was in there. So we could hear them cackling and laughing on the outside. So we had to stop. They had to move. They had to go down to the bottom of the stairs and set up down there. I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. He was laughing so hard. And we took, I don't know how many times we started over, and it was all because of the word pungent. It's so pungent. It makes me laugh to think of it now. And the only way I found, because I didn't want to keep ruining the scene from laughing, and the only way I got through that scene was to hold my breath. And when I wasn't talking, I literally had to suck it up and hold my breath. Otherwise, we just couldn't get through it. It was, it's a very fond memory and one of the best that I can have in my entire life. It was a great few moments there. So when you hear the word pungent, know that all hell broke loose every time we said it.
Oh man, I love that so much. I know. This scene made us laugh at the table read, and then it made us fall apart when we watched it. What really got me was the word pungent, but it was the breath and Steve took before he said it. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall. I would have ruined the takes, even as a fly. Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, this scene was supposed to go on.
Yes.
Bob Vance is supposed to come to the door.
Yes, it's in the deleted scenes on the DVD.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess they couldn't get through that part either.
Bob comes to the door and he's like, Michael's there. And Michael's like, and he's like, oh, what is that smell? And Michael's like, oh, that was Phyllis. She has some nerves, some wedding jitters. And Phyllis is like, it is not me. And Bob was like, I'm gonna go. Oh my gosh. I wish that was still in the episode, I have to say. It's really funny. All right, well, now Michael has a talking head that, believe it or not, he's only ever been to one other wedding. Jenna, this made me sad.
Oh, that whole I can't deal with Michael's childhood.
I know. It rips you up.
It's too much for me.
Well, he's only been to one other wedding, and it was his mom getting married to Jeff.
Yeah.
And there's a flashback video. It looks like maybe he peed his pants,
Yes. Walking down the aisle as the ring
bearer, and he runs out and he says, I hate you. And anyway, it's clearly a traumatic experience for him, and Michael is carrying all of that in now to only the second wedding he's ever been to.
Yeah. There's so much. This scene is really important because it's meant to justify why Michael behaves the way he does all day. Michael's trying to heal an old wound here.
Yeah.
He's trying to make up for the one other horrible wedding he's ever been to. I feel like this is very relatable. If you had a horrible experience back in high school, but now you've made it big and you're going back to your reunion, you're trying to make up for all that lost time. And I think that's a little similar here with Michael.
I think the other thing going on here too is that once again, Michael sees his coworkers as his family. So he really thinks he has a bigger role in this wedding than he does.
Yes.
So now folks are entering the church, right? They're arriving for the ceremony, and Dwight and Jim have this exchange. Dwight's like, who are all these people?
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't like crowds.
He says, he has this line. He says, we need a new plague. There's too many people.
Did you say plague?
What? Plague.
Plague. There's an A. Have you said plague your whole life?
Yeah, plague. We need a new plague. Oh my God. I'm just saying plague.
Plague. It's a plague.
Plague. I'm saying plague.
I cannot believe I'm saying something correctly and you're not. Let's go buy a lottery ticket. Anything can happen.
All right. He says we need a new plague.
Thank you.
Well, we had a fan question from Brianna Everett who wants to know, because it's feeling very relevant now, did Dwight improvise that line about the plague? No, that was scripted.
I mean, this episode was really well written. It really is. So I feel like there's a lot of lines that feel like they're improvised, but they were written.
That was written.
So now Dwight has this in his head that people are crashing the wedding, and he's going to have to go find them, Jenna. He's a man on a mission. And everyone else is arriving, and they're sort of like mingling and talking.
Yes, Kevin introduces himself to Toby's date, who he does not believe Toby met at the gym. He's like basically implying she's a hired escort.
This is classic pervy Kevin.
We had some fan questions from Cassidy Hill, Allison Lolis, and Lisa Rice. Is Toby's date a hired escort? Or did Toby really meet this beautiful woman at a gym? And why don't we ever see her again? Well, I'll tell you, I don't know why we never see her again. Well, there was a talking head in the script. After she catches the bouquet at the end, Toby says that she's a pediatric nurse.
Yes, but that was cut out of the episode. That is in the DVD box set. There you go. So it was a deleted scene. I believe that she's a pediatric nurse. Yeah. Well, also we have a quick moment, a little joke that I really like, which is that Kelly has worn white to the wedding. It looks like a wedding dress with a tiara. I know. Yeah, tiara. I'm gonna let that one slide. All right. Well, now it is Michael's moment. He's about to walk Phyllis down the aisle. He's about to start pushing Albert. Yes, folks, did you hear that? Albert. I got into a big debate with my family. They were positive that he was saying Albert, and I said, no, it's Albert. I know I'm hearing Albert. It's weird because her father's name is Albert, and then there's Uncle Al, but it's Albert. Albert, correct. Thank you. Well, as the doors open, we reveal Phyllis in her wedding dress, and Pam turns to camera and says, "Oh my God, that's my dress." So she has stolen the invitations and now her wedding dress. We had a fan question, Angela, from Kaylee Connolly, and I'm going to need your input here. Okay. She says, throughout this episode, Pam realizes that Phyllis has stolen all of her wedding details. And then she's wearing the same dress. Well, in the season finale, Angela looks like she's wearing the same dress that Phyllis wore in her wedding to Dwight. Was this planned? Okay, so I wrote this down too. You guys, when we were watching it, I was watching it with the kids. I said, "Oh my gosh, that's my dress." And then the kids were like, "No, you mean it's Pam's dress?" I said, "No, it's my dress." And I have all these photos on my phone. I took a ton of photos for the finale, Jenna, of my wardrobe fitting, all of it. It is almost identical. I don't think this was planned, obviously. I don't think Angela Martin would try to emulate Phyllis's dress. I think it was by chance. But you guys, it is so similar. I had a little lace shawl jacket thing. It didn't come long sleeve. Like Phyllis's goes all the way to her wrists, you know? Mine went sort of just to the elbow area. And then we had a strapless kind of dress. I do not have a broad ribbon band on mine like hers. But it's super similar. I looked it up too. I had pictures side by side on my computer. They are so, it's like the cut of the dress is so similar. Crazy. I know. Okay, so they're walking down the aisle, and as they get about halfway down, Albert is sort of moved to stand up. He's like, he wants to try, right? It's his daughter's wedding. And Phyllis is so delighted. She just starts to smile, and everyone applauds. And Michael is like, no freaking way. He had one job. He had one job. And they just took it away from him. Yes, and he just reverts back to that little boy who didn't get to walk down the aisle with the rings, and the dog took his spot. So Michael is just watching Phyllis and her father walk down the aisle to all of this applause. What he does is just sort of awkwardly pushes/drags the wheelchair down the aisle behind them. Yeah, here's my question, Jenna, because you have the script. I sort of figured in the script it would say Michael awkwardly walks behind them. Was that dragging of the wheelchair? Was that Steve, or was that in the script? Oh, Angela, you are not the only person to wonder. So I did look this up because Camille, Sarah, Dylan, Megan, and Katie all asked the same question. Yes, it was scripted. Here's what it says in the script. It says, Michael can't figure out how to undo the lock on the wheelchair, so he drags it down while still doing a traditional wedding walk. Amazing. Yeah. So all of that, of him doing the step together, that was, a script note. Well, we asked Phyllis about this moment, and here's what she had to say.
One of the scenes that stood out in my mind was when I was walking down the aisle, and since I've never been married, to me that was a real thrill. And then Michael, when he started dragging the wheelchair after my dad had gotten up and was going to walk me down the aisle, and Michael was dragging the wheelchair, I could not keep a straight face. And I was so happy that the majority of the time my back was to that
reaction because it was just hard to keep it in. Just the sound of the wheelchair dragging down the aisle. I remember that. I remember it was very hard to get through. Jenna, I don't know if you remember, but I sat directly behind you. Oh, yes, and we were tickled because between scenes we could turn around and chat to each other. Well, it's funny because someone pointed out that it seemed like all of the Dunder Mifflin employees were on one side except for Pam. Yes, usually there's a bride side and a groom side, but I guess we sat on the groom side. But I do remember, I have such a memory of how beautiful the back of your hair looked. It looked so beautiful. I watched this episode and I just thought I looked fantastic. I did. I was like, oh my God, you did. My hair looks amazing. That dress, that color, that chocolatey colored dress, I've never seen you in that color before, personally. Why don't I wear that color more is what I thought. I don't know. I feel like that color inspired me because that was the color of the dress I wore to the Golden Globes. Remember that time when we met Ben Affleck? Yeah. Yes. I was like, if Pam can wear it, I can wear it. Well, I noticed something else about the wedding guests. What? No Gino and Leo. Bob Vance did not seem to invite any employees, so Phyllis invited all of her work friends, but I didn't see a big bunch of Vance refrigeration people. Well, you only know two of them, really, Gino and Leo. Maybe Phyllis was like, those two do something. They're always up to something. They're on my list now. They're on my no list. Yeah, well, I'm sure Bob was like, we're inviting Michael, but I can't bring Gino and Leo. I don't think Bob cared. Well, I don't know if you noticed in the line of groomsmen standing up there are a set of twins. Those are meant to be Bob's grown sons. Oh, it's in the script that Bob's twin sons are standing up for him. So he has his best friend and who gives a little bit of a speech later, and then his twin sons, and then I don't know who the other man is meant to be, but no Gino and Leo. So Phyllis is now a stepmom. Yeah. The minister is trying to finish the vows, but Michael jumps the gun and he pronounces Bob and Phyllis man and wife. He had to get something in there, and it's crickets, because the vows aren't finished, everyone. You know what the best job for Michael would have been? Is if he could have just been the DJ at the reception. Just be the person who announces them in. Yeah, for the first time, I'd like to introduce to you. Yes, that could have been it. Give him a microphone. It would be like at the Dundies for him all over again. He could be like, and now for the first dance, and all of that. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you should give Michael a microphone, as we will see soon. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what, Angela? I always like to give shout-outs to our guest actors. The minister was played by Rick Scary. And Michael does finally get it right. Everyone cheers. And he's a little happy with that moment. He's like, oh, good. And he should have just left it alone. He had his moment, Michael, but Michael can't leave it alone, you guys. No, and it's all going to blow up at the reception. All right, well, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk about what happened. All right, so we are back. We're about to go to Phyllis and Bob's reception. And Angela, it is really hitting me that we were on location this entire episode. Jenna, I wrote about it in my journal. I said we were on location all week, and we got to spend a lot of time in our trailers together because we had no, quote, office set to call home. Oscar and I played music and danced in my trailer. Oh, and John's trailer was Hangout Central. The guys were playing Madden football in there, and we went, us gals, and hung out in there too. Rain actually attempted to teach me how to play Madden. Oh, I was horrible, and he was so patient. At one point, our second AD was trying to find us all, and when he came to John's trailer, it was John, Rain, Jenna, Rashida, and me. Us gals took turns hosting lunch. Today, I hosted, and I realized I spent the morning sprucing up my trailer. Isn't that crazy? I cleaned it, and then I lit a candle like I was at home having people over for dinner. Of course you did. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. I think the thing that's striking me, Angela, is that it's true how little time we spent in our trailers when we were back on our Dunder Mifflin set, because we would just hang out at our desks. Yes, see,
I said we didn't have our office desk. So yeah. And I know a lot of these scenes, if we weren't in them, they really wanted us to go to our trailer because they didn't want, they did want to be looking for us all throughout the church. So when we weren't in scenes, they wanted us to go to our little base camp area. And we didn't do as much background work in this episode as you might think. They really crafted these shots, and Ken kind of talked about that. He had a very specific shot list, and he knew exactly what he wanted to see and when he wanted to see it. So if you weren't a part of that storytelling, you were back in the trailer. Yeah. Learning how to play Madden football from Rain Wilson. I guess so. Now that you bring it up, I have a vague memory of Rain very patiently trying to teach you all the buttons on that controller. I was horrible. Back at the reception, I guess on the way into the reception, they have a traditional receiving line. Everyone walks through. You have a nice little moment with Phyllis. Yes, I say that her dress is so white, it's almost blinding. I think I know what the implication is there. Yes, but did you notice that I have little lace gloves on? No. Yes, and I had to wear them the whole
I love
week,
Kelly's
and
lie.
they drove me
There was an emergency and I had to wear
you know,
white.
they would especially drive you crazy today because you cannot wear lace gloves and operate a smartphone.
She says.
Oh, right. I wouldn't be able to swipe up or
I
do
look amazing.
No. That was my first thought. My first thought when you told me that. But then my other thought is, were they itchy? They were a little too long for my fingers. So I had this little like floppy bit. And then that's what she said. I have a deleted talking head where I show up to the church, and it's one of the craziest shots. I meant to bring it up to Ken, dang it. It's like he put the camera on the ground, Jenna, and it's shooting up from the asphalt, like under my chin. It's not super flattering. And I'm looking down, and high above my head is the cross and the steeple of the church. It's a very dramatic talking head where I basically say, I like traditional weddings, so let's see what this one's going to be like. And as I'm doing it, I have black gloves on, and I'm taking them off slowly. And as I do, underneath are my lace gloves. I adore that detail. That is very funny. So people are milling about. People are kind of like, checking out the food. They're walking around. Kelly finds Pam. And she is like, oh my God, you must be so miserable right now. Yeah. And Pam's like, I don't know, I'm fine. I'm okay. And she's like, well, she would be freaking out and getting drunk and telling someone she's pregnant. Pam's like, it's a lot of good ideas. I feel like Kelly is a frenemy. I feel like she's one of those types of gals. Like, clearly Pam is noticing all of this. She really doesn't want anyone to then rub it in her face. But she's like, oh my God, are you so bummed out because they totally took your wedding and Roy's here and Jim's with someone else? I would be miserable. Yes, but it's all under the guise of are you okay? Yeah. She doesn't care. She doesn't care if you're okay. No. This is a gossip moment. Yeah. Dwight is determined to find the wedding crashers. Dwight finds an elderly guest at the buffet. He's putting a roll in his pocket. I respect that move. I have put bread in my purse before. I've done it too. Yeah. But many times. I've done it with you. I don't like to be without food. I want to have a snack on me at all times. Okay, so Dwight thinks he's a wedding crasher. He starts asking him all these questions, and the man is confused. Dwight's like, that's it, and kicks him out. He kicks him out. And that's when Michael checks in with Phyllis, who's like, is everything okay? He mentions he sent back the chicken because it was undercooked. Phyllis is like, it was fish. He's like, I'm on it. Well, we had a fan question from Ashley Brooks. She wanted to know, did either of you have a funny story or a wild card guest like Michael at your weddings? I didn't, but two people did have sex in the bushes at my wedding. I know one of them. It wasn't me. Well, I know both of them because they were guests at my wedding and they didn't come together. What? Oh, that sounded weird. I don't know that much. I don't know that many details about their rendezvous. You see, I was like deer in headlights. I was like, what? Oh dear. No. They didn't arrive to the wedding together. They hooked up at your wedding.
Yes. Okay. Well, I can tell you, at my wedding, we didn't have a random guest, but my husband really wanted to have a signature drink. He was like so excited about it. And
I love a signature drink.
I know, he did too. I was like, but he likes a Moscow Mule, so he wanted to have the Moscow Mule, but he wanted to use, is it bourbon? I'm gonna get this wrong. It's actually called a Kentucky Mule. They make it a little different, but he wanted everyone as their wedding favor to get a copper mug. Do you remember this, Jenna?
I love my copper mug.
Okay, you took yours home. Yeah, I told Josh, I was like, Josh, people are not going to realize they can take them home. They're not. And he's like, yes, they will. We'll say it's the party favor. They get to take a copper mug home. It engraved on it was like our wedding date. I was like, babe, this is really nice. People are not going to take them home. And we got into a little fight about it. It was planning the wedding. Guess what? What? We have 55 copper mugs.
I like this.
Well, Lee and I both took our mugs home. I knew that was your wedding favor, probably because you told me.
And also, we had a sign. It had your table where you went to get seated, tied in a ribbon with your name, and they said this copper mug is yours to take home.
Now, to be fair, Angela, if you had been a guest at your own wedding, would you have read the sign and taken home your mug?
Jenna, when it comes to getting free things, I read.
Okay, that's it.
You know what I wouldn't have read? The instructions on where to park.
That's correct.
I would have circled around until I figured it out, but I would have known to take the copper mug home.
Fair enough. All right. Well, now we have some big news. Scrantonicity is going to be playing at Phyllis's reception.
Yeah.
She hired Kevin's band, Scrantonicity. It's their third gig. Their previous 2 gigs were for members of their own band.
Mm-hmm.
But before they begin playing their set, Kevin asked the crowd, has anyone seen Uncle Al? He has dementia, and his family is really worried about him. And then he immediately launches into Roxia.
The timing of that is so perfect.
Well, Angela, we got a lot of questions about the band. Becky, Hadassah, Marie, Sam, and Sarah all wanted to know, was it really Brian Baumgartner singing at the wedding? And was he really playing the drums? Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. And he practiced, you guys. He took it really seriously. He worked so hard on that, and I thought he did such a great job.
Yeah.
Well, I have an observation, Jenna. Wasn't this also the band that was going to play at Pam's wedding?
Yep.
So put it on the list.
Put it on the list. And speaking of, Roy is about to find Pam, and he tells her he is so impressed by all the details at this wedding and that Phyllis has such great taste.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jenna, there is a deleted scene. It's fantastic. Phyllis comes up to Pam at the reception and it's like, hey, you might have noticed that Bob and I used the same after dinner mints, like party favor from your wedding that you had planned. I hope that's okay. And you're like, basically, Pam's like, just the mints? So wait, can you play it, Sam? I recorded it.
Are you enjoying yourself? Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. Good. You know, I don't know if you noticed, but Bob and I borrowed your idea for the after dinner mix that you were going to have at your wedding. Oh yeah, that and also everything. I mean, the dress and the flowers and the fish and the cake. You really sound like you're keeping track. Oh, I just, I couldn't make an announcement before you want us credit. No, maybe I should just.
Oh, that is amazing.
I mean, how passive aggressive is that? Would you like me to make an announcement so you can get credit? It's so amazing.
Well, we asked Phyllis about this particular storyline, and she actually had some thoughts on the matter. So, Sam, play the clip.
Pam said, that I'd stole her everything about her wedding, that I had stolen it, and that I think the writers kind of like to write Phyllis kind of snarky sometimes. Well, when I got to thinking about it, I don't think that Phyllis Lappin Vance, stole Pam's ideas and colors and flowers and stuff because she was being vindictive. I think that Phyllis had a an admiration for Pam. And I thought, if Pam likes those colors, then those must be pretty special. So that was always kind of a back story in my mind, that I wasn't being nasty, that I was being, kind of honoring Pam's wishes for her ill-fated wedding. But she ended up having a great wedding, didn't she?
Aw, that is just Phyllis being Phyllis.
Yeah.
Phyllis Smith is so sweet. I do think Phyllis Lapin was a little shady.
Yes, I think so too. But it also kind of explains that snarky comment. If that was where she was coming from, of like, well, I was just, I admired your choices, but I guess if you need a bunch of credit,
Yeah.
Well, I think it's sweet because it really speaks to how much Pam shared with Phyllis about her wedding planning. And you see little snippets of that where Phyllis is showing interest, like they're in the kitchen and then Jim walks in. But this is the person that Pam could share with at work, and was probably the only person who took an interest in her wedding. So I think that's why it was especially surprising to Pam, where she was like, oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Angela Martin didn't need to hear about your wedding. She probably judged you for doing work on it at work.
she did. I think you have a whole thing where you come down on me about it.
I know.
All right, so now it's time for the speeches, everyone. Bob's best man, Randy, finishes up his speech, and Michael jumps up. He has an amazing line. He's got a 40-minute speech planned.
Yeah.
All I'm going to be your host for the next 40 minutes.
And it's all like on napkins.
Well, a lot of people wanted to know how much of Michael's toast was improvised. Crystal, Sammy, Sarah, Aubrey, and Regan all asked, also, was it hard to keep a straight face? Well, almost all of that speech was scripted. And yes, it's always hard to keep a straight face. But Phyllis had a different take on this. Here's what she had to say.
Anytime Michael opened his mouth, it was hard to keep a straight face. And at that point in the script, he was kind of hurtful, but he didn't even know it. So I didn't really have to strain to keep a straight face on that particular scene, because I was so hurt that he was saying all those crummy things about me. Some true, but some not. No.
Yeah, I love that Phyllis is like, no, I was so in the moment playing being hurt. And this reminds me of her scene in the first Christmas episode when Michael was so rude to her about her homemade oven mitt. And all the rest of us were just cracking up, and Phyllis stayed in character. She was hurt, and she didn't break.
No, she's a total pro. I mean, she really took all of the different moments of the script that she was in. She really, really played it honest.
Well, I want to give a shout out here to Bob's best man. He was played by Brian Douglas Hatton, and he's been in a bunch of stuff, including a recurring role as a detective on Monk. Oh, it's another Monk person.
on, hit 'em up, move on, rawhide, cut 'em out, ride 'em in, cut 'em out, ride 'em in. And Adelaide's occurred on the Palisades side. The patrol and mountain operations teams, they say, are performing search at this time. Both sides of the mountain, both Palisades side and Alpine side, are going to be closed for the day. They said all of the lifts are closed. They're telling people not to come in. It is snowing very, very heavily up there right now, and we're waiting for an update. I think we'll probably get something, at least from some of those Sacramento television stations at the top of the hour. But they said that there were people, eyewitnesses said that there were multiple people buried in the snowslide.
Justin Burson is with us. We're talking to Karen King, of course, host of the Dad podcast. And what is the importance about teaching your kids to be angry? Is it not teaching them to be angry, but how to show their anger in a constructive way?
I think most statements are accurate, right? Like it's about walking them through the emotional process. And this article has these 5 suggestions. So I'll kind of bounce through them and kind of address them in what they're saying and also in what I've learned from other experts. So draw clear boundaries is the first kind of headline. And what they're talking about here is, and I think this is a common thing that people misunderstand about letting their kids express their emotions, is that doesn't mean that you get to throw a tantrum in a
Another Office Monk crossover. There you go. Well, I have to point out something that's so ridiculous, but you know, it is my way. Michael continues his speech and says that their couple's celebrity name would be Flob. Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, when did people start doing this? Like combining the names? And this is what the internet said, guys. The first time a celebrity couple's name was combined was Bennifer.
I was gonna say Bennifer. Yes, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez.
How does everyone know this? This is like a unanimous thought online that Bennifer started it all.
I knew it.
There you go.
The next one after Bennifer was Brangelina.
Yes, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. And then I guess there's one for Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, and it's Kim Yi.
Oh yeah, Kim Yi. I've heard that.
I haven't heard that.
That one is not quite in my vernacular as much as Bennifer and Brangelina.
Well,
but some people pointed out that, you know, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston would have also been a Bennifer. No, they would have been a Brennifer. Well, after he does their name mashup, he goes on to do what I think he thinks is like a fun, playful kind of roast of Phyllis, where he tells everyone that her nickname in high school was Easy Rider. Well, that's it for Bob. Bob's like, you're out of here, buddy. And he takes the microphone and he throws Michael out of the wedding as Michael screams, I hate you. This is the second time he screamed, I hate you at a wedding.
This is full circle for him now. He's the little boy all over again, not getting to be part of the wedding. Groomsmen out there, if Jenna and I can impart anything on you, don't roast the bride.
Yeah, good one.
It never goes well.
No, it's her day.
Yeah,
let her have her day.
Yeah. You can roast the groom, don't roast the bride.
All right, we've got a bunch of little moments, and we talked with Ken about this. We kind of move into like the rest of the storytelling here in this episode is done in these like little vignettes. We have Jim kind of comes up to Pam and is like, "Why aren't you gonna dance?" And it's a little bit of a flirty moment.
A little bit. He says you look cute. It's a total flirt moment.
Yeah.
And Pam knows it's a flirt moment. So now she's like, oh. But then, you know, he's off dancing with Karen.
This is a series of moments where Jim and Pam both kind of get their hopes up and then get their hopes dashed. Michael tries to sneak back in the wedding, but Dwight won't let him in.
Dwight's so pleased. So pleased.
Oh,
kicking him out.
And then Pam is sort of sulking in a corner, and you hear "You Were Meant for Me" by Jewel. And Roy comes up to Pam and is like, "Oh my gosh, they're playing our song." And she's like, "Yeah, it's so weird. I thought they only played The Police." And he's like, "Well, I gave him $20. Do you want to dance?"
Pam is very moved by this.
It's thoughtful.
It is thoughtful, and Roy is really making an effort. And they go and they dance together.
And then the camera pans, and we see Angela and Dwight have sneaked off, and they are dancing together.
Yes. So you guys, this shot was really fun to do. We had to do it at night. So we did it one evening. It was outside. And Ken, when he had scouted the whole church, found this back door that then had steps that led down, right? And so we decided to film it there. Those steps actually faced the street, which was a busy street, and we didn't have it blocked off. No one was crossing the street, so it was just people going about their evening. And as we slow danced in one take, a car drove by with the windows down, and they went, "Oh my God, Dwight! Dwight! Angela!" And we had to do the take over again.
That's amazing. Oh my gosh, I love that. After this dance, Roy is like, "Hey, do you want to get out of here?" And Pam says yes.
Oh. And they walk off and they're holding hands, and Jim sees it, and it just hits you like a ton of bricks when he watches her leave with him. And then he has a talking head where he's like, "You know what? I'm glad I'm here with Karen."
Yeah. Yeah. And then we have a few moments. Karen singing with the band. Rashida mentioned this when she came on the podcast, that she was so nervous to have to sing.
She could not have been more adorable in this moment. When he says, "I'm glad I'm with Karen," and then it cuts to her singing and dancing, she's the cutest person on the planet. She was so stinking cute.
Yes. And I think Rashida would be happy to know that Ariana November wrote in to say, "Is Rashida Jones a trained singer? Because she is really good."
Aww.
And I thought she had a great voice too.
I did too. I did too. And then I even thought, Jim's reaction, like waving his phone in the air. It was cute.
Yeah. So then Phyllis tosses her bouquet, and Ryan swats it away from Kelly. Kelly was clearly going to catch that bouquet, and Ryan swats it away. A lot of people wanted to know if that was a scripted moment. Yes. Yes, it was.
Yeah, Ryan can't let Kelly catch that. Do you know what that would do for their relationship? No. But who does catch it? Toby's date. And I loved so much, Jenna, that one-on-one of Toby to camera where he's like, "Toby, yeah.
Well, now we move outside, and Michael is sitting on a bench with Uncle Al, and they're having this big heart-to-heart.
How perfect is that?
It was such a great scene. We had some people write in. Christy Carroll, Connor Yakes, and Ashley Howell all asked, "Can you talk about the actors that played Uncle Al and Phyllis's dad, Elbert, because they were both fabulous?" Well, guys, George Ives played Uncle Al, and he was a longtime television actor. He appeared in Mr. Ed, The Andy Griffith Show, My Three Sons, Bewitched, and a bunch of movies. He passed away in 2013, and The Office was his last television show that he appeared in, according to IMDb. Yeah, and he was just absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
And then Hansford Rowe played Phyllis's father. He passed away in 2017. He was a very accomplished actor. Listen to the movies he's been in. He was in Dante's Peak, Baby Boom, 3 Days of the Condor. He's been in a ton of television shows. Modern Family, Will and Grace, Curb Your Enthusiasm, 6 Feet Under. But here's the one that got me. He was in this mini-series called V. Do you remember V?
Was it about aliens taking over?
Yes,
And then
it was from the 80s.
Yeah, people would do the sign, the V, the little sign with their
Yes,
fingers.
yeah. And the way you found out they were aliens is they would peel off their skin and they were like lizard people underneath.
Yeah, oh my God, I forgot about that show.
Remember how shocking it was when you saw their lizards?
Yeah.
Well, listen, we had a fan question from Sierra, Katie Regan, Katie Slemp, Allison, and Lexi. They all noticed that at 19 minutes 30 seconds, as Phyllis is leaving the church, she seems to have a black brace on her right knee. Well, guys, I asked Phyllis about this, and she does not remember. She was definitely not injured during the making of this episode, but, she said she went through a few injuries during her time on the show, and I guess this must have been when she was favoring that knee a little bit, but I stopped it, and sure enough, there is a little bit of a bandage there.
I did not catch that.
Yeah.
Oh man, we have really good background catchers that watch the show.
We do.
Well, now we have this tag, this little scene at the end, and it's Bob and Phyllis. They're doing that thing where you shove the wedding cake in the face kind of thing. And of course, Michael wants to get in on it. It's really awkward. I don't know if you noticed on this cake. It was so amazing. It was so well done. There was a full silver refrigerator made of fondant that sat on top of the cake as like the topper next to the little bride and groom figurine.
I did not notice that.
Yes.
That is brilliant. Of course, there was a Vance refrigerator on the top of the cake with them.
That was also cake. So you know how you take the top part of the cake and you save it and you have it on your 1-year anniversary?
Yeah.
They're gonna eat that refrigerator on their 1-year anniversary.
Did you do that? Did you save the top of your cake and eat it a year later?
No. Did you?
Oh no.
Did you?
You know what? It's weird. I can't remember. But this past year, we just celebrated our 10th wedding anniversary. Lee and I, 10 years this year.
That's amazing.
Well, and it happened during a pandemic. And we had these plans that for our 10th wedding anniversary, we wanted to take a big trip and take the kids to the spot where Lee proposed to me. And I wanted to have a family portrait taken in this spot.
Aww.
And that was, I mean, I've been had this in my head for like
Years.
since our 7th wedding anniversary. Yes, that this would be such a fun way to mark our 10th wedding anniversary. Well, you know, then we couldn't really go anywhere because our anniversary is in July. So we ended up having dinner outside underneath our fruit trees. And our original wedding planner, Beth Helmstetter, you know her, she set it all up for us. She came over, she wore a mask, she set this little table out under our trees. And do you know what she did for us?
What?
She had the records from our wedding, and she had a tiny replica of our wedding cake made for us for 4 people so that our
Stop
kids
it.
could eat our wedding cake on our 10th wedding anniversary.
That is so special. That is so sweet. I wanted to tell you though, we didn't eat the top of our cake. That wasn't the type of cake we had at our wedding. But I have to tell you our topper story, which is, you know, we're a blended family. We were 2 whole families coming together. So our children were a really big part of our wedding. They all wanted to speak at the ceremony. And then when it came time for the cake, instead of getting a traditional bride and groom figurine, we let the kids design this out of Legos.
Oh, that's
And
right.
so we had a little Lego, sort of like they made like a little archway out of Legos, and then they put little Lego flowers on the white archway, and then they made Legos of me and Josh, and then of each of them. So all 3 kids. So we had 5 little Legos under a Lego archway on top of our wedding cake.
So sweet.
So cute, right? And we saved it. It's on our mantle.
Well, lady, I just love all that. So we did get some questions about this cake scene. And guys, I want to let you know, so this was originally shot to be earlier in the episode, and then they just liked it, so they used it as the tag, but it was meant to go right before Dwight confronts Uncle Al for stealing the bread at the buffet and throws him out.
Okay.
There were some questions about why this was at the end of the episode. It was just, sometimes we do that. Sometimes, you know, we cut back to a moment that might have happened earlier as our tag.
Well, that's the fun thing about a cold open and a tag. Sometimes they don't have to be in sort of a time ordered manner.
Yes. Yes. Well, the original tag of this episode was supposed to be a series of photos where Michael is photobombing every single picture. I remember taking these pictures, and you can find some of them.
You can. Where are they? Office Tally, maybe?
Yeah, so for a while, NBC had these photos up on their website, and I don't think they're there anymore, but I'm going to do a little digging, and if we can find them, we'll put them up on the pod. But I remember shooting them. It was very, very fun.
Yeah, I remember those too. Well, you know, Jenna, we asked Phyllis about the cake and just about this episode, things she remembered and things that stood out to her, and here's what she had to say.
Yes, it was very good cake. And we didn't really
do that many takes of it. It was the end of the night. They didn't want to mess my face and hair up every time, so I think we just practiced it without messing it all over our faces, and then we did it just the one time. So no, we didn't do that multiple times where it had to be cleaned up and this and that. And then Michael went crazy, of course, smearing it all over his face. And you know, one of the funniest scenes that I think that tore me up when I saw it for the first time was when Michael was outside jumping at the window trying to look in after he'd been escorted out by Dwight. I don't know, for some reason that just really tore me up. I thought that whole wedding was of course I would, was a remarkable episode. Everybody had their shining moments in it. Kelly dressed in white, and the whole Pam and Jim, Karen, Roy triangle, that was all great. It was just pretty special. And I think Ken directed that. He was fantastic. I always enjoyed working with him. And we were so blessed on that show. We had so many great writers, directors, and the fact that we all got to grow up together on this show, basically. Not just this episode, the whole 9 seasons. And it was really a blessing then and continues to be to this day. I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. I'm assuming you did. And talk to you later.
Well, now we're wrapping up the episode, but Jenna, before we say goodbye, I have to talk about a few deleted scenes. One I talked about with Ken Whittingham about Angela's whole runner with Dennis. Yes, the veterinarian. She says, I'm sorry, but I'm with someone. She does end up turning Dennis down. But here are the 2 other deleted scenes that were so funny to me. Number 1, Kevin has a talking head. He says that he has proposed to 4 different girls. Oh my God. 4. But Stacy was the first one to say yes. And you know, if it couldn't be Melissa Riley, then he's glad it was Stacy. Wow. Who the heck is Melissa Riley? I don't know. Okay, I thought that was delicious. And this is the other one I loved. Wedding planners, listen up. There's a deleted scene where Meredith holds up a party favor, and it's a little tiny refrigerator magnet. And when you open the door to the refrigerator, there's a picture of Phyllis and Bob. Wow. Yeah.
Well, she didn't steal that from Pam's wedding.
She didn't steal that one, but don't you wish you had that magnet, that little refrigerator magnet?
So in the deleted scene, we see this item.
Yes, I took a screen grab of it. So
who has that now?
I don't know, but Meredith is the one who holds it up. She's like, did you guys get your little magnet? And it's a refrigerator. It's so cute.
Angela, I love this refrigerator magnet that goes on your refrigerator so much that I would like you, please, because you're in charge of our merch.
I am. I love it, you guys. If you ever have ideas, let me know.
Well, I have one, so I'm letting you know. Will you please make a refrigerator magnet with a little door that opens, and inside the refrigerator is me and you. I don't know why we're in the refrigerator. I just want to be in there. Okay?
Okay.
I can be holding a little jar of sourdough starter, and you can be holding something too.
A glass of wine.
Sure.
You open up the refrigerator to us, but you can put your own photo in there.
Or we can just be on your refrigerator. Be happy to be there.
To keep you company.
Sure.
Well, you guys, that was Phyllis's wedding. A huge thank you to Phyllis Smith for sending in those audio files. And of course, oh my gosh, thank you, Ken Whittingham.
Yes, guys, we love you. We'll see you next week.
Yeah. Bye. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubuko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
It was like, as a reporter, get in the car and go into danger where people
people have been
You're talking about flying off I-80 with chain control with other people who don't know what they're doing. I mean, it's a terrifying thing. So one of the TV stations, Channel 3 up there in Sacramento, posted their
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to another revisited deep dive episode of Office Ladies.
Yes, you guys, you heard my lady friend. Today, we are going back over the first half of season 3 of Office Ladies podcast. We're going to respond to your questions, your comments about all the things we missed. We might not get to all of them, guys, but we're going to try. So that's basically everything from Gay Witch Hunt to Benihana Christmas.
Yes. Now, Angela, we're calling it a revisited deep dive. We did one of these with Ken Quapis where we really focused on casino night only. You know, like you said, we're going to do multiple episodes today. We had some people write in with ideas for what we could call these.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
What?
So some people thought we could call it a remix. Some people thought we could call it a rerun. But Joel and Emma wrote in and said we should call these episodes Second Drinks.
Love it.
That is perfect. I love that. Is so good.
Love it.
Second drink.
Good for
So
them.
we are going to do a second drink
Love it.
of Gay Witch Hunt all the way to
Jenna
Benihana Christmas,
Fisher,
but we're
that's
also going to do a deep dive interview with our editor of 9 years, Dave Rogers.
I love it.
Yes. And Angela, I want you to listen to this sweet note that we got about Dave from Angela Newman. Okay, she wrote in. She said, I got to meet Dave Rogers. Once The Office was done filming, I went and waited outside the gate in hopes that someone would come out and let me go in and see the set. Sure enough, after a few hours, Dave came out and was beyond generous, gave me a full tour of the office and warehouse. It was the best day ever.
Oh my gosh. Well, that is just the Dave that we know, Jenna. He is just so lovely like that.
Yes.
Well, we're really excited to talk to him. You guys, no one knows the show like Dave. Truly. He watched us and edited us for 9 years. The guy knows every detail about the show, and we're super, super excited.
Yes, and you guys sent in a bunch of questions. Thank you for sending those in. Angela, I'd like to start this revisit second drink by addressing what is possibly my, I know what it is, biggest faux pas so far in this podcast. I want to get it over with.
Do it.
Okay. I am
This really
calling
made me
this,
laugh, by the way. All the comments really cracked me up. So you guys, thank you.
I am calling this revisited fast fact number 1. Jenna really shit the bed on the plot of Look Who's Talking. I got it totally wrong.
Well, and I was no help because I haven't seen it. So I was like, oh, no way.
You guys remember at the beginning of the merger, Michael is pretending to do a bit based on Look Who's Talking, this movie, and I very confidently did this whole explanation of the plot. So many of you wrote in. I mean, too many to name. Truly.
There were a lot.
But Sarah Elliott, Leanne O'Brien, Rebecca Gurnett, Katie Humphreys, and Melissa all said, Jenna, John Travolta is not the father of the talking Bruce Willis baby.
So.
It's actually Kirstie Alley's boss. And yeah, I mean, yes, it all came back to me once I
So they didn't have a one-night stand. He wasn't the dad. No, he got her to the hospital and then just somehow hung around.
Well, I'm afraid now. I'm afraid because I don't want to get it wrong again. But somehow I believe he goes in the hospital with her. I know. I should have checked. Why didn't I check?
Lady, this is such a drink. You gotta follow up. Here's the thing. I think clearly you and I were meant to watch this together, even if we have to do it over Zoom. I will bring the rosé for myself, I guess, because it's over Zoom. And you and I are gonna watch this movie together. It's a BFF date.
Oh, lady, I'm so excited for it. We will watch Look Who's Talking together, and we will bring you our discoveries.
Yes,
I love it.
okay, well, Jenna, if that was your revisited fast fact number 1, are you ready for my fast fact number 2?
Yes.
I said we've never been on a boat before. Oh, of course we've been on a boat. We've been on a big old honking boat. Booze cruise.
Yeah.
Booze cruise, lady.
I mean, we were on a boat for 3 days together.
Yeah,
We got the news that you were going to be a series regular
I know.
while on a boat together.
While on a boat. Now listen, it was docked for 2 days. We only went out and about on it one day. I think, Jenna, in my brain, I thought of it as like work and not like recreational. You know, I think that's why it went in my brain like that.
We've never been recreational boating.
Yes, that's it. Exactly.
That is absolutely true. And we will have to do that. You know what would be amazing is if we could go recreational boating while watching Look Who's Talking. Because then that would just check all the boxes.
Well, then one of our husbands better be driving. So,
Oh dear.
oh dear. Yes. Well, we have been on a boat. Lots and lots and lots of you wrote in to tell us, and you were right. You were right.
All right. Well, revisited fast fact number 3 is good news. This is not a mess up. This is a triumph.
Oh, yes.
And that triumph is heartbreak in the break room.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
We discussed Pam's hunchy posture, her sexy hand-knit sweater from her mom, and her rejection by Jim in the break room scene of the merger. We thought it would make the perfect inspiration for a country song. We asked you guys to send in your songs, and oh my God.
Holy guacamole. Did you ever take that call to action? It has been such a delight and joy for Jenna and I. There are so many. We haven't even made a dent. And so we've been posting them on Office Ladies Pod, you know, our Instagram. And I just want you guys to know, side note, I saw one time someone commented like, oh, you know, maybe your team posts these things. No team, it's just me and Jenna.
Oh yeah, there's no team behind our Instagram, guys. It's us.
We are a two-lady show here. So that's why sometimes, well, we're not super active on it, guys, because, you know, we're moms and we're busy. And anyway, we are going to try to keep posting these every week because they are just such a joy. And you guys, they have meant so much to us. Thank you.
Well, lady, I have a surprise.
What?
Okay. You know Rhett Miller from the old 97s is a good friend of mine.
I do, and I'm like really jealous. And it's just like, Jenna, I always think of you as like sort of the same level of dorkiness, but then every once in a while you have this like really cool friend, and I'm like, what the heck?
You have way cool friends, Angela.
I have one or two, but Rhett is definitely one of yours.
He is. Yes, I own it. He's one of my cool friends. Well, he sent in a version of Heartbreak in the Break Room.
Yes, and you guys, it is fan-flippin-tastic. Sam, can you play the song?
Heartbreak in the break room, tears on your cheeks. This was not the reunion you've been dreaming of for weeks. You heard the bell toll, you did not know for heartbreak, break. Don't pull your heart out to coffee machine. Discard your dreams in the recycling. You should have known better than to wear your sexier sweater. Heartbreak in the break room, lump in your throat. Well, you floated it out there, but it didn't quite float. The music was playing, the world set its tune. Heartbreak in the break room. Maybe that's why they call it a break. Maybe that's why they call it a break. Maybe that's why they call it a break. Heartbreak in the break room, tears on your cheeks. This was not the reunion you've been dreaming of for weeks. Well, you heard the bell toll. You did not know for
Not been dreaming of it. You've dreamed of for weeks.
heartbreak
Yeah.
in the break.
West Side.
Heartbreak in the break.
West Side in the crank. Why? Why do you do this? So sick.
I mean, we were rocking out in our perspective closet the whole time. It's so dang good.
I love it so much. So here's how I met Rhett. Rhett knew Rain somehow, and Rain brought Rhett to set.
Well, Ray loves music. I feel like he's like a real active.
Oh yeah, Rain's a whole music guy. He knows all the cool music people. So he brought Rhett to set, and they wanted to make this funny video. And Rain pulled me aside and said, "Will you do this video in Michael's office with me and Rhett Miller?" And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Wait, is it some guy named Rhett Miller or like Rhett Miller from the old 97s that I'm a huge fan of?" He was like, "It's that one." And I was like, "That's cool. Yeah, I'll play it cool. I'll go do this video with Rhett in Michael's office." It was so fun. And afterwards, Rhett said, "Hey, if you ever want to come to a concert, just let me know and you can come." Well, Lee and his brother Tyler are huge fans, so we all went. And this kind of started our friendship. You guys, Rhett is literally the nicest guy. Then I ended up doing a music video for his song Good With God with Fred Armisen. I just love him. And also, I found that video that we made on the set of The Office. Yes, and I'm going to post it.
Can we post it? Oh my gosh.
So here's what we'll do. We will post his song in Office Ladies Pod, and then in our stories, I'll post a link to this YouTube video. Oh my God.
Amazing. I cannot wait to see that. Lady, I feel like there's something you and I have never spoken about is that I guess we've both been in music videos.
Wait, what?
Yes. I didn't realize, I mean, I sort of remember you doing a music video, but I don't know. I guess I forgot. I, in the 90s, was in a country music video for Clay Walker. Clay Walker? Oh, anyone? I wore, remember the construction boots that like girls wore them with like jean shorts and like a top?
I remember this look.
Yeah, and he was like singing on a stage, but like on a ranch, and then there was a bunch of people around, just kind of like, I was sitting kind of slapping my leg to the music. I'm like, I'm a blur, I'm a blip. It's like you barely can see me. Guess what the song was?
What?
It's very catchy. It went a little something like this. If I could make $1 million out of loving you, I'd be a millionaire in a week or two. I'd be doing what I love and loving what I do. If I could make $1 million out of loving you.
I love this.
It's a great song. Yes. So we were
Back
in the music video. I mean, you're a little bit more
money.
legitimately in the music video. I mean, I was like an extra. It might still.
It all counts.
It all counts. All right. Well, you guys, you can see Rhett perform 4 days a week on Stage It. So that's Stage and IT, Stage It. And there's information on his Twitter at Rhett Miller, RHETTMILLER. And you can probably request Heartbreak in the Break Room. Rhett,
Oh, please do.
please request it.
Please do. Also, the old 97s just released their new album called 12th, which features the song Turn Off the TV. And guess what? Speaking of music videos, I make a little cameo in that too.
Holy cow, Rhett. I think you might need a few more office ladies in your videos.
Oh, I hope so. I filmed it at my house and I sent in the footage. It's really cool. You have to look for me. I'm on one of the TVs. It's like a little Easter egg, but we love you, Rhett. Thank you so much, Rhett. Well, Jenna, I think we should take a little break and then come back and play our interview with Dave Rogers. I love it. And then after our interview with Dave, we will break down all those things that we missed, all of our second drinks. Dave Rogers, thank you so much. We are so delighted to see you.
I'm so excited to see you guys. It's been a little while. I feel like I just saw you yesterday because I watch the show constantly, and I've spent probably more time watching you guys than anybody else in the universe. So.
Wait, Dave, you still watch the show even though you edited the show and had to watch the show in great detail for like 10 years of your life? You can still stomach watching it?
Yeah, there's still I watch a lot of it in syndication because it's on, like I don't seek it out, but like, even when you're scrolling on the guide on your TV, it's like, oh, Office, I click to see what episode it is, and inevitably I just get sucked in. It's amazing though how so many kids watch the show now. My nephews are 10 and 8, and they watch the show. They love it, and they came to visit the set. They have no recollection of visiting the set or anything. I'm like, I have pictures of you guys. I had to throw you off the set. You were running around and diving on the floor, and yeah.
Dave, I stole the show Bible when the show wrapped. But I think you are a walking show Bible. I think you are the show Bible in human form. I don't think there's anyone who knows more about the details of our show than you. So we're really excited you're here.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure. I gotta say, at one point, I did know the show better than anybody, but it's been a few years, and I see now like trivia questions and just what fans write, and I'm like, oh god, yeah, I don't remember that. I better check on that and stuff like that.
Well, the fans are super excited you're here, Dave, and they send in tons and tons of questions for you, and we cannot wait to just dive into it.
I'm excited.
Should we do a deep dive with Dave Rogers?
Deep dive.
Well, Dave, the first thing we always like to ask people is, how did they come to get their job on the Office?
I worked as an assistant editor in television for a long time. I started on Seinfeld, and then after that, I did a show called News Radio.
I love News Radio.
I love News Radio.
I cut the clip show for Seinfeld, so if you ever watched the hour-long clip show that aired right before the series finale, that was my first solo editing credit. And then at News Radio, I was an assistant editor, but I started editing as well. But the line producer was a man by the name of Kent Zabornak.
Whoa, Kentopedia.
Yeah. So Kent was a line producer, and we always stayed in touch. And I worked on other projects with him. And then at some point, I was back at Seinfeld. I was working on all the extras for the DVDs. Kent sent me an email and said, hey, I've got a series for you. Take a look. Here's the pilot. I think it'd be a good fit for the showrunner, Greg Daniels. So I said, okay. And I watched the pilot. And I was like, and I hadn't seen the British version of the show. I hadn't watched the British version or anything like that. I was coming in completely fresh. And I watched the pilot, and I was like, oh my God. Just the way his relationship was so, cringy, and just his relationship, especially with you, Jenna, at the beginning with, messages and just the way he would talk to you and everything like that. And how he could turn on a dime. You're like, just even in that scene with the salary, like, yeah, we can only use a raise. And he's like, not today, Pam, not today. And I was like, oh my God. So I met with Greg. I think I met him at the set. I think they were writing there. They had offices there. So I was at, the original building down off La Cienega in Jefferson, the season 1 location.
Yeah.
We just sat outside and talked just about our philosophies, how Greg is, just our philosophies on editing and shows and things like that. And I think I really understood the characters right away. And I said, I could see Dwight having a Battlestar Galactica Viper on his desk. Like Star Trek was too mainstream and cool for Dwight. Like,
Wait,
yeah,
did you plant the seed for Battlestar Galactica for Dwight as a character?
I do take that. I have been credited with that.
That's amazing! Oh my gosh.
And then at about the time, like season 1, I think actually probably season 2, I think the new Galactica had started airing. So that really kind of came together, for the final episode that I directed, the penultimate episode. Dwight hangs a Galactica model in his office, and he even says things about little Philip. He's like, he looks at the Galactica the same way I do, and it's great. It just all it all kind of came together. Then I got to deal with Battlestar Galactica.
Wow.
This is a deep dive.
Oh man, I didn't even know there was an old versus new Galactica. That's how out of the loop I am. I'm disappointed.
Jenna, I'm really sad. You're embarrassing yourself right now. Oh my god.
And I was just gonna say, so I met with Greg, and that was it. We just hit it off, and he's like, "All right, come on board." So that was it. And then I started. My first day there was the first day of shooting Diversity Day. And that was it. I started, editing on Diversity Day, and I tweaked the pilot a little bit, but it was Catherine Himoff who edited the pilot, and she did an amazing job on that. And so I just came in, we changed a couple things for broadcast very slightly, but I started from Diversity Day to the finale.
Wow. Okay, well listen, a lot of fans wanted to know about your process, Dave. Like, when do you sit down to start editing an episode? What's the first thing you do? When you get all of the footage from an episode, how many hours of footage do you get? How do you organize the footage? I mean, how do you begin to build an episode?
There's a couple different ways that I would, start attacking an episode, as we would say. One way is to just start watching dailies, just start watching the footage, and I'll just watch takes, and I may write down notes, and sometimes I'll just scribble little things like, oh, I like this Pam reaction, or oh, this was great. We got the shot on Angela or Kevin or whatever it was. And then other times, as I'm watching, if I see something like a take, a lot of times it takes a few takes to really get in, but sometimes you get that magic of the first take too, little things. But then I'll just throw it into the timeline, and I'll lay it in, and then it's a question of like, okay, what beats this? What part is better? Because you can lay in a whole take and then say, all right, now I'm going to take it even line by line and just see what beats this. Are there any takes that are better? And then you're looking for reactions, and you're looking for even alt jokes, things like that. But a lot of times there's a natural flow to a take, so you get it, you lay it in, and large portions we don't cross takes, and it's just like, oh, this is it. They hit it and they're rolling it, And sometimes some of the things we would do is if there's a reaction that's slow or something like that on we're on one angle, then we go to the other, we can pull stuff up. Or if there was a pause in dialogue, I can cut to a reaction and I can bring the audio in a little earlier, just to pace things up a little bit. But overall, it's just looking what are the what's the best take, what's funny, what makes me laugh, and that's what I go with.
I remember being on set, and we would do a take that felt fantastic, like we were in the groove, and then whoever the director was or would say, oh, circle that one, Veda. So you would get those from Veda, right? Like you would get all of those documents that were like, oh, this was Greg's favorite take of this scene. And did you use that?
Yeah. A lot of times, it was tough. Sometimes the director would say, oh, circle that, circle this. But it's like a 7-minute take, and you don't know. They might have said, like, circle this, like, Dwight said this here in this line, and, the director was, oh, that was good. So, you don't know. You use it as a guide and see, well, what did they like? But sometimes we didn't get the specific information of, what exactly did they like in that take? Because, listen, one of the hardest things of cutting the show, and I say this with all honesty, was we had an embarrassment of riches. Like, a lot of times you're like, God, what's better? And sometimes it was like performance, like this performance is great, this one's great, it's a little different. Sometimes, this joke is great, or sometimes, this joke is great. And then, different jokes, we had the candy bag where we would have all these alts and things like that,
I know that we would spend 1 week shooting the episode. How long did you have to edit an episode?
Editors don't have production hours. We wouldn't come in at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. to get makeup and hair and all that. We roll in at like 10, 10:30, maybe settle in with a good game of Call of Duty, and then we start attacking the dailies.
But then you're there until like midnight or 10 o'clock at night. Yeah.
As we would get deeper into the series, and if we needed to lock an episode or get a network cut out, there were some late nights, and a lot of times, after we finish shooting on a Friday, it might be done the next Thursday or Friday, but then as the season would build up, like you're doing assemblies, but you're also doing network cuts, you're doing producers cuts, and you're locking things, so it would build up. You were working on multiple episodes, and everything would kind of slow down a little bit. Just like, okay, it's going to be a little bit of a delay on this assembly here or this director's cut. But we managed to get everything done on time, so that was a good thing.
I feel like our sound engineer, Sam Keeper, right now is listening to me like, oh, I know. Because we chat for a bit, and Sam has to go through all of it.
Well, I think something people don't realize, Dave, is it's not like you just would get footage and then you edit it and it's done. You edit it and you give it to the director who gives you notes, and then you re-edit it and give it to the producer who gives you notes, and then you guys would have to turn it into the studio and into the network, and people are constantly giving you notes on these different cuts. How many different cuts would an episode go through?
It would probably take about 5 cuts per episode, but sometimes more. Sometimes we work scenes, but basically we would build the assembly, and that means we would build everything. That was it. And a lot of times we would have I would say somewhere like 60 hours of footage. I mean, you guys would shoot for shoot a week, so it was like 5 days, like 12 hours, of footage. And, the assistant editors were great because they would, we would shoot on video. And a lot of times, remember how we would roll in between takes, the camera would still be rolling. We wouldn't call cut and action because that would take longer. And so the assistants would cut that stuff out. They would consolidate the footage, get it ready for us. But it was still a lot of hours of footage to go through. And then it would go to the director. The director would swap takes, and they would change some things, timing, and they may make some trims and make it a little tighter and shorter. Then it would go to the producers. A lot of times it would go to the writers, or Greg would look at it right away. And a lot of times Greg would say, why don't you do your own cut now? So I would take the best things from the assembly and the best things from the director's cut, make my own cut, take some time out a little bit too. Sometimes the writers would have some notes. They would say, hey, why don't you try this or do this? And I would say if I liked it, I would do it and put it in the cut. If I didn't like it, I might do it and just have it as an alt, just to show them and to show Greg. And I could say, hey, this is why I didn't do this. I felt like this was better, but here it is. It's easy to swap in or out. Then we would go to Greg. We would do what was called the network cut. Send it to the network. They would give notes, and then it would go back again, and we would lock the show. But it was very collaborative with everybody. I'll have to say, from the directors, the producers, the writers, the studio, and the network, we were all just trying to make the best show.
I remember being on set, and there'd be times where Greg would say, hey, can we get Dave Rogers on set? Because they were shooting a scene, and they needed your editor's eye on the set, because they wanted your opinion about, okay, we're shooting it this way. Is it going to work in editing? And you would come down to set, and I always found that really fascinating.
Greg always talks about how he brought all the worlds together. Like he brought writers onto, writers were actors, and it was nice that he brought editors onto the set. So I knew the cast and the crew very well. It was great that we were all filming in the same area. Greg would say, hey, can you come and look at this? Sometimes it was about continuity. Will things track in editing? Sometimes it was just about will this shot cut? If we do this and we shoot from this angle, will this cut to something that we're going to shoot later? So it wasn't that often that he would need me. Sometimes it was just to confirm something that he already had a thought on, and I'd say yeah, that'll work. I mean that was it. But everybody kind of knew what they were doing. I mean, we had I can't say enough about Randall Einhorn and Matt Zone. I mean, we had fantastic camera guys, and I mean the whole crew was just really. I think everybody just loved being there, loved the show. That everybody was just working really hard to make everything work really well.
It really did.
It really did.
Well, I wanted to say, Dave, not on a single one of my other projects since I left the office have I ever met the editors.
Exactly.
I've never met them. I don't know them. I've tried to kind of pop in to the edit bays the way we used to come and pop into yours, and they seem confused. The producers of the shows that I've done that have been not warm to that. It's like they don't want the actor to see the editing process. They don't want the actors. I don't know. It's like as if we're going to go in there and lose our shit because we saw a scene too, uncut in its finished version. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is just that the relationship that we had, I mean, I have never seen a showrunner facilitate that kind of warmth and inclusion with a crew and cast and writing staff the way Greg did.
I think a lot of editors and producers are afraid of actors coming into the edit bay for what you said, like, oh, if something's uncut or not ready, and then they complain or do we have to, and there's that fear of like, well, we have to reshoot because some diva actor, says we have to do this or something. For us, I think it's important to say where our edit bays were. First of all, we were right there on the first floor, like where Michael Scott's, parking spot is. My edit bay was on the other side of that sign.
Pretzel day. They were all down your hallway.
Michael Scott Paper Company was our bathroom, and that doorway there. Those were.
Yeah.
We were right down the hall from Caffeine Corner. So, and anytime we shot like at the warehouse or in the parking lot, the cast would come and hang out, and we always listen. I always loved going to set, but it was always great when having you guys come in, and I loved showing you guys things too. It was like, oh, take a look at this and see this. And I think also, listen, I think editors, Greg said something. He's like, you're really like the gatekeeper, because I would see stuff before anybody else would. And so I could communicate, especially, we have actors that are, if they're, hey, did this work? Or, when you have things, everybody had different things that their character was doing too. Like you could see the evolution of Pam or the evolution of Angela. So if I could communicate, hey, this romantic scene that you played today was really good. It was really romantic and really funny. I can say like, oh, this was, I can communicate that to you. There's no secrets. I'm not trying to hide anything. And I think it's good to let the cast know. So I think that was kind of the relationship that we had, and we were always welcoming. I love when you guys would hang out like in between takes and just sit on the couch, and we would just chat away.
I know Jen and I have talked about this. We have so many fond memories of like multiple members of the cast just piling in on you had that black leather sofa. Just pile in on it, and you would show us all these different takes, and we'd be howling with laughter. And Greg would sometimes be like, hey, which one did you like? We're trying to decide between these two, which I think is really unheard of, right?
That actually brings up a good point. People have asked, the mythology of Greg Daniels, does he A/B things a lot? Does he have different versions? And it's like, yes, he does. And A/Bing is kind of like, it's kind of like going to the eye doctor, or when you have those things on your eyes, and he's like, okay, is this better or is this better? Is this better or is this better?
So minimal. It's such a minimal difference.
And so Greg, we would always like have, especially like in the early seasons, the pilot, season 1, he would always, want to see things like different versions of things, and he'd want to show these to people. So, first it'd be like, oh, let's bring in the writers, but then he wanted like a wider array of people. So he would talk to the cast, he would show them things. He would bring in the real accounting department for the show. He wanted like people who were like non, creatives, so to speak, to look at it. And I remember we were editing season 1. We were out of the stages where we were at, out of that building, and we were like editing in some office suite, and there were just other people in the building working. And he brought like a cleaning lady, a shoe salesman, and someone else to watch Diversity Day. Like, what do you think of this? What do you think of it? Like, yeah, good. He didn't know if the slap, and when Mindy slapped Steve was too harsh. He didn't know, like, certain jokes were playing and things like that. So
yeah, he would always want to see, what was the better version, and really get a sense of, he wanted to poll people and find out what people thought. And now, I don't know if you guys remember the main title music, but he went out to the cast. He's like, hey, pitch songs. So everybody pitched songs, and then it got narrowed down. I had to cut like 21 different versions of the main title.
Oh
like,
my gosh.
you had a song, This was, because I had to cut the picture. It wasn't like I could just lay the song in. I had to cut the picture to the song. Yeah.
Sorry, Dave.
John Krasinski, I remember he had a good song by Sloan that was almost, that was a contender. I mean, there were a lot of good songs, but of course, ultimately, we went with the first song that we got submitted to us from a composer, which was the theme, as we all know it, to The Office, and that was,
I pitched Modest Mouse, like we'll all float on. Okay, do you remember that song?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it was being used by like the CW or something like that.
It was. Oh my gosh, Dave, you are just like a walking treasure.
Do you remember any other scenes that you tried multiple versions of? Well, for example, I know that there was the parking lot proposal between Jim and Pam, for example. There was a big debate about whether or not we should hear the audio or not hear the audio. Did you have to cut two versions of that?
Dean Holland cut that. Dean cut that scene. We cut two versions of that scene. One where you would hear the audio and one where you didn't. And we left the mix that night. And the one that was going in was the one without audio.
Okay.
And Craig woke up the next morning and changed his mind. And that was, and that's the one that went in. Ultimately, and so McDowell it might have been a bolder choice to not hear it. But again, I think there's something with the satisfaction of the audience of, wanting to hear this. And, with all you still get a sense of with all the noise and the chaos of the trucks going by and the rain and things like that, that it still feels, distant and dirty. It's not, this, perfectly cinematic moment. Although, ultimately, I think that's what it is. It turned out to be that with all of the chaos going on. There was actually, they were supposed to destroy the lab. The house was supposed to destroy the version without the sound. Like, we didn't want it accidentally ending up anywhere. And they didn't. And it almost ended up on the DVDs.
Oh!
And Jake Oust, who was our associate producer at the time, was like, wait a minute, and that was almost a huge problem, that it almost made it onto the DVD as the official episode, because someone grabbed the wrong, master. But that was one of those things that where we had different versions. Listen, there were different versions of the shows that we've locked. There was one episode, Likes, was one of these episodes where I think I started editing it, and then Claire Scanlon was finishing it, and I think I was directing, and that's why I didn't lock the episode. And then I went to the mix, and I realized the show just ended at the end of the episode with Meredith, bald Meredith, asking Pam to go get a drink, and I was like, wait, what happened to the bar? Them going to the bar and sharing a moment and singing. And so and after the mix, I came back to work, and I said, hey, Greg, what happened to the end of the episode? He goes, oh, did you miss that? I go, yeah, I kind of did. He goes, yeah, some other people did too. He's like, well, why don't you take a look and see? I just felt like there was some stuff that was too long, and I said, I think I can make some tiny trims and still be able to squeeze that in and not really lose too much. And that's what I did. This was a locked episode ready to be delivered, and we changed it. I was, I did a new version, kept the ending. I'd have to look to see exactly where I took out a little bit of air or what pieces I lost, but I felt like ultimately it was a better episode to see Meredith and Pam bonding at this bar.
Dave, thank you. From me personally, doing that scene with Kate in the bar was one of my favorite moments on the show, and I just think I would have been so heartbroken if that had not made it.
Well, you're welcome. Listen, it was not. Again, it was just a choice originally. Like, oh, I think we can. It was still a nice ending before, but I think that this really brought it to even a nice, a better place at the end. I remember the writer Nikki Schwartz had she was homesick and she got a DVD that said locked, episode. She's like, wait a minute, I already got the locked episode, and she watched it. She was so happy to see that scene back in there too. She didn't realize what had happened. And I was like, yeah, that was like the one time where I really unlocked something and made a change like that.
Well, I want to ask you about improvisation. What was it like for you to deal with all of our improvisation as an editor?
It was great. There's no difference to me between improvisation or scripted stuff. And whatever was funniest won. I mean, that was it. If someone said something funny, I never cared who wrote a joke. There was never anything like, oh, this person wrote this or this wrote this. Like I didn't. So whatever was, whether it was a line that was written in the script, whether it was something a writer pitched on the set, or whether it was something an actor just came up with, whatever was the funniest is what we would end up putting into the cut.
Who improvised the most, Dave? Or who are some of the people who improvise most often?
All of you guys. I think, once we got comfortable with, especially once we shot the takes that we needed, I felt like all of you guys were the best improvisers. And you can see when we get guest cast come in who could improvise and who was not quite as quick, to do it. But I was always impressed. I mean, anybody would, just the way you could react to someone else throwing something new at you was always impressive. I felt like everybody just had the chops. They were all ready to go. I think, if anything, sometimes people would crack up. Listen, I have the audition tapes and the screen tests. And there's a screen test. I don't even think this is on the DVDs, but there's one of Steve Carell and Rainn Wilson, and it's so funny. It's like an improv about Dwight. Michael is saying, Dwight, have you been using my office when I'm not there? And Dwight's like, no, I haven't. He's like, because someone used my coffee mug. He's like, I don't think it was me. He's like, because there was chocolate milk in it, and just that he's like, and you're the only one who drinks chocolate milk. And Rainn is cracking. Like Steve managed to break Rainn for a couple seconds, and it's
during the audition,
just the chemistry test, and it's just beautiful. But you can see like they're so good right away. Like just the way Steve is giving glances to the camera. And just the way he's like, look, we have a good relationship. We're friendly. And Rainn goes, best friends. And Michael's, well, friendly. And it's just, I was like, wow, just right out of the get-go, these guys just have it. There's something special there.
We have a fan question that I think people are going to be really excited to hear about.
Okay.
They wanted to know if you had any go-to cast members when you needed a reaction.
I love going to Leslie anytime I can get Stanley, giving an eye roll. That was always fantastic. Phyllis, I'm a fan of everybody. So it was like whoever was appropriate. Kevin, there were times actually. This is kind of an interesting thing, which isn't so much going to reaction shot, but we would do this kind of thing that started. We wouldn't do it too often at first, where somebody would say something, the camera would push in a little, then they'd say something again, the camera would push in a lot. And I feel like the cameras love this like kind of trick we would do, but they started doing it a lot very early and often, and it was like, wait, nothing has substantiated it, like it hasn't earned this like in this scene. And I remember one time Kevin was saying something, and you were standing next to him, and I can't remember exactly now what it was, but he said something offensive, and the camera pushes in, but it like cropped Angela out, and I was like, whoa. And luckily there was another take where it didn't. And it's like, yeah, because you want to see Angela's reaction. She's standing there reacting. It wasn't even so much a payoff as a bonus. Do you know what I mean? Like, his line was funny, but to see her actually cringe from it in real time, like, that's what's, like, we don't want to lose that kind of thing on the show. So I said, guys, I just showed some examples. I was like, just be aware of this. A lot of times when you have two people on the same plane, we don't want to lose, what other people are doing, because reacting is acting. Like, we're getting some gold here. Like, this is what's, he's saying something funny, but her reaction is equally as funny, if not even funnier, and it enhances the whole scene.
Well, to be fair, Angela's very tiny, and it must be hard to hold her in a shot with some of these very tall actors on our show.
We did have a lot of tall actors. Like all these, I'd go on set, and, Rain was super tall. Creed, John was like a giant,
Yeah, Brian's so tall. A lot of the Dwight and Angela big moments, he's seated and I'm standing.
Yeah.
So, Dave, another thing that we got a lot of mail about, people are very curious to know, what were the most challenging aspects of editing The Office?
The challenging things for editing was just always, getting a lot of footage. Sometimes the cameras are moving all over the place, and because they're just zipping around. It's like when you have a big bullpen scene, and it's like, okay, we're catching this person and this person. It's not, the cameras aren't static. I mean, that was part of the joy of our show, is that they would move around and find things, and sometimes they would be intentionally late, and to really feel like that they were working like a documentary. I mean, that was challenging. The chaos of stress relief. The opening for that, Dean and I both cut the episode, but he cut the fire. People always love the fire and stress relief, and to me, like, that's a tour de force, just seeing all the stuff, all the action, and see, there's Michael trying to throw a chair out the window, there's Kevin throwing a chair at the vending machines, and just the fireworks going off and things like that, and just the pacing of it, like, that's an exciting thing. The finale was tough to cut. I mean, there was so much pressure on the finale. Claire Scanlon and I split cutting the finale, and she cut the first half, and I cut the second half. And then Greg did something very radical after he saw the assembly. He's like, all right, you guys switch. And he put me on the first half and then Claire on the second half. So I did like a polish pass with Greg on the first half, and Claire did the second half. And then we combined them, and I still worked on stuff in the end. She worked on stuff in the beginning. But it was really interesting. We were like, what? This is crazy. Like, I'm so familiar with this footage, and she's so familiar with this. But it actually made a lot of sense. And especially having Claire, I think, really do a pass on some of the more sentimental stuff in the end. Like her sensibilities, like to really find some stuff there that maybe I didn't see. And for me to attack some of the more, bachelor party male bonding stuff, I think Greg was smart.
Did you take anything from the set when we wrapped?
So I have two things that I took. This is the Galactica that Dwight hung up. As I said, I'm a huge Galactica fan, and I chose the original model when I got to choose, as the director of ARM, I got to choose which version of the Galactica we would use. And Rain signed it for me. He said, David, Galactica loves you. Rain Wilson, White. And so I have this Galactica. This is the one that Philip looks at the Galactica the same way I do. So I have that, and I have something. I think you said that somebody took the sign from the lobby. I have the backup one.
Oh, that is awesome! Oh my God, that's fantastic!
Yeah, so this is the backup one that would hang up. I guess sometimes, if we did any kind of stunts, or if we had something that could potentially get the sign messy, or if we needed to do anything on the fly where we had to build a wall, that was the backup one.
Fantastic.
Listen, I can gush. I mean, I love you guys. I love you guys. I love the cast. I hope that was. I think that was known on the set. I was just such a fan, and I always, wanted your best stuff to come out and to protect you guys and to make you look funny whenever you guys did something, to always show your best. Not to make you look funny, but to always show your best, funniest performances, and also your most heartfelt. I mean, I loved anybody who came on the show. I was a fan of when Rashida came on, when Ed Helms came on, with Zach Woods. I mean, anybody, even the new guys when they came on, Clark and Jake when they came on. Anybody who became a part of the family, I always just wanted their best stuff to come out and to let them know when they, to reassure them, hey, you guys are doing good work. You're doing good work. It's really funny. It's working.
No, Dave, we loved you so much. Oh, Dave, thank you so much for coming today to talk to us. This was so great.
Thanks.
Dave,
Yeah.
you have to come back.
I would love to come back anytime.
All right, Dave. Bye, Dave.
Bye, guys.
All right, we are back. Thank you, Dave. Again, thank you. I mean, amazing.
Amazing. And we can't wait for you to come back. I mean, I know we said that too, but we are going to hold you to it.
Well, Angela, where should we begin? I know where you want to begin.
I need to desperately begin with Clementine Paddleford.
Yes, we called her Clementine Paddleford, but we have come to learn that her name is pronounced Clementine.
Yes, and her close friends called her Clem. That was her nickname.
But guys, I hate to tell you, this is not all we've learned about her.
We both listened to a podcast about her life. It's an amazing podcast, Jenna, called Fierce.
Yeah, it tells the stories of forgotten women in history that changed the world, and Clementine Paddleford was their first episode.
Yes, you can find it. I think it's on iHeart. Fierce. Fantastic podcast series. So we listened to that, and then I read some fantastic articles about her. One of the ones I loved was by Linda Rodriguez McRoby, and it's featured on mentalfloss.com. It is so good. I might have to do a swipe up to it in Insta story, Jenna. It's really great.
Tell us what you learned, Angela.
Oh, I don't even know where to start, Jenna. I don't even know where to start. I'm so excited to talk about this woman. First of all, when you think about every sort of food blogger or someone who writes about food in the world today, she was the first. She was the pioneer.
Yes, because she talked about the process of making food, not just how the food tasted when she ate it, but she made it a point to go into the kitchens, to go into people's homes and watch how they cook. And then she wrote about this in this like beautiful, poetic storytelling kind of way that made it like just riveting. And it is 100% the basis of food writing today.
Yes, if you think of someone like Anthony Bourdain, yes, Clementine started that type of genre. And what I love about her too, Jenna, is that she never ever let anyone identify who she could be or how she could do it. She was born in Manhattan, Kansas. She ended up in Manhattan, New York. She never took no for an answer. She was traveling all over, like writing about food, and she couldn't get to all the places she wanted to fast enough, so she learned how to fly a plane.
Yes.
She could fly herself around.
I thought that was so badass.
She went back to school when she was 50. She went on a nuclear submarine to see how you feed that many sailors when she was 61 years old.
Incredible.
Such a passion.
She's an incredible woman, you guys. And by the way, her article on Benihana is why Benihana blew up.
Yes, it's why that restaurant became what it is. And you guys, she wrote a book. It took her 12 years to compile it all from all her travels and all her food experiences. It's called How America Eats. I found one. My husband bought it for me, and I'm getting it. I'm getting it!
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I'm so excited. You guys, thank you for indulging me on that whole Clementine tangent. But since we discussed her during Benihana Christmas, we need to go over a few things we missed, Jenna. First off, when Michael enters riding the bike, Christy G, Lauren S, Colin C, Sophia M, Justin L, and many, many more wanted to know, in the cold open, Michael is riding a bike. However, in a future episode, there is a cold open where we learn that Michael never learned how to ride a bike. Is this a continuity error? Does the show Bible say anything about Michael's bike riding abilities?
Well, Angela, I went to look this up in the show Bible. And guess what?
I think Suzanne Hawks is so hot.
My show Bible only goes through season 6.
Oh no!
I didn't know this. I'm flipping, and I have an incomplete show Bible. I'm so disappointed in myself for stealing an incomplete show Bible.
So what? We gotta hit up Greg.
I did a little digging.
Okay.
And it's true. In season 7, episode 5, The Sting, Michael says he can't ride a bike. I think this was just a mistake. It is a continuity error, but it is an error. This catch is also part of an article on Screen Rant called 25 Mistakes in the Office That Only True Fans Noticed.
We have discussed some of them, like some of the other ones they talk about is who really started it, Dunder Mifflin first, was it Jim or Pam, or the fact that Pam's mom changes. It also mentions what we did talk about in Benihana, Angela, the thing about your sisters, like how many sisters do you really have, right? All that kind of stuff. Basically, guys, I just have to say good catch. Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a few things. One of my favorites, which we'll get to, is that, you know, the senator has a son. When I meet him, he has the son, and we never see that kid again. What happened?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Out in the hay.
Hay place.
Yeah. Well, we also forgot to mention the whole runner with the bathrobes in Benihana Christmas. Remember, in this episode, corporate gives everybody a bathrobe, but Toby doesn't get one. Michael takes it away. So Toby spends the whole episode sort of pining away for a bathrobe. Finally, in the end, Pam gives him one. But Angela, a lot of people wrote in and wanted to know more about these robes. For example, everyone wanted to know if we got one in real life.
We did not get that robe. That robe was a prop. We did, however, get a gift from our producers one year of a bathrobe, Jenna.
Yes, like a blue terry cloth bathrobe that said The Office on it.
I still wear it. My dog ate a hole in the sleeve, but I won't give it up. I still wear it.
So cozy. I still have mine too.
It's like really wearing a blanket.
Well, one of my favorite scenes from this plotline is the scene where Toby is in the kitchen and he's talking to Kevin, and he's sort of just like stroking Kevin's robe,
like longingly wishing he had one.
Yes, exactly. Well, we had a fan catch from Brooke Beagle. In Benihana Christmas at 14 minutes 32 seconds, you can see a poster for Happenings magazine right behind Kevin. Is that a real local Scranton magazine? Yes! Happenings magazine was founded in 1969, and its purpose was to encourage people to travel between Scranton and Wilkes-Barre for different cultural events. And in 2004, they even created an online version. Guys, both the print version and online version exist today. You can find them today at happeningsmagazinepa.com.
See, now I would love that. I would check that out to see what was happening. You know, maybe there's like a pumpkin patch, or there's apple picking, or you don't know. You don't know what's happening.
I love local newsletters. I subscribe to my town's local newsletter.
My grandmother wrote a column for the newspaper called Around the Town.
It was just stuff happening around the town.
It was just what was happening, you know, around the town.
Yeah, sounds very similar to Happenings magazine.
Yes, my grandmother probably would have loved Happenings magazine. Okay, well, Jenna, I would like to discuss a few deleted scenes that I think really give us some fun information about some characters.
Oh, go.
You know I love Creed, so I'm going to start with Creed. So in The Convict, there is a deleted talking head where Creed says that he's been to prison, and in fact, that's where he got his name. Creed was in prison.
Meaning that, like, Creed is not his given name. It's just the name he got in prison.
He doesn't go into it. We don't know why. And then he goes on to say that he used to make a type of wine called Pruno in the toilets, and it's made of fruit, sugar, and ketchup. And he really misses that wine.
Oh my god. Pruno. That actually made my stomach turn. I just said ketchup.
It's so disgusting.
I mean, it started with toilet, and then it went full circle when you said ketchup.
Creed making Pruno.
Well, this is interesting because that would be at odds with the Booze Cruise deleted talking head, in which Creed admits to being himself, Creed Bratton from the Grassroots. But both of those talking heads were deleted, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I think with Creed, nothing matters. All bets are off. He lives under a desk. He lives in Toronto. We don't know where he lives. He's got multiple names, identities. And you know what's great about Creed, I think from the writer's standpoint, is that it didn't matter.
Yes.
Because you never know if Creed's telling the truth or not.
It's such a fun character to write for.
So the other deleted scene, which is so good, Jenna. You know, Jenna, you keep saying you have a new appreciation for the character of Ryan.
Yes.
Well, for me, it's Phyllis. I can't get enough of her. So there is this deleted moment between Pam and Phyllis in the convict. Michael has locked everyone in the conference room. And in the deleted scenes, there's a real passage of time that doesn't happen in the episode. I guess we just didn't have enough time, in the 21 minutes and 30 seconds that we get.
Like what Dave was saying.
Yeah, so they have to really truncate it. But there's this great scene where Phyllis is showing Pam her engagement ring, and Jenna, it's not a cluster.
It's not a cluster?
We knew it. We called it. It's not a cluster. It is an enormous marquee engagement ring, huge marquee diamond. And in fact, she brags to Pam. She's like, this is the most expensive type of diamond. And Bob wanted to get me even a bigger one.
This makes so much more sense. In that very first scene, when she tells Michael that she's engaged, she had that little cluster on her finger.
They did not have her ring yet. That is
clearly.
And it makes sense that she would have a big old diamond from Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration.
Yes. Oh, I wish they'd kept that in.
Yeah, and it's really fun. It's really cute. She's so proud of it.
All right, well, Angela, now people have a gripe with us.
What do we do?
It's about our assessment of wishy-washy Jim.
Oh, well, I thought that might be coming.
Crystal Nichols wrote in to say, I don't think Jim is wishy-washy, nor does he owe Pam an explanation about Karen. Amy Durham agrees. Pam flirted with Jim and established intimacy with him for seasons 1 through 3, but then always went home to Roy.
Oh, well, there's some truth there.
Bronte thinks that there are times when Jim is downright mean or disrespectful and doesn't think that he should always be called a nice guy. But Emily Hubbard defends Jim by saying he is making an effort to be friends with Pam while not crossing the line into flirtation. He likewise doesn't lay it on thick with Karen in front of Pam out of respect. But since Pam kept Jim on the hook for so long, he's right not to do the same thing to Pam in return. I think it's just people are pointing out Pam started the wishy-washy.
Pam, her wishy-washiness to me was like another level because she was engaged and living with someone. And I know her heart was like falling for Jim, and she was having sort of almost like this emotional affair.
But she was 100% having an emotional affair.
Yeah, exactly. And then also trying to figure out, like, well, I've put so much time in with Roy. So she was definitely doing all this waffling. And then, I don't know, it's really hard. This is the star-crossed lover's story.
Well, we have a final thought, okay, from Randall Robertson, who wrote this. I'm coming to the defense of Jim being wishy-washy. Don't you ladies remember Young Love? Pam was Jim's everything. He told her he loved her and then kissed her, and she kissed him back. She then told him she was going to still marry Roy. Pam tore Jim's heart into a million pieces, then put those pieces in a shredder behind her desk. Karen is a rebound, and now he has to be in the same space as the woman who put him in his heartbroken state. When you have no heart to give anyone, all you get is wishy-washy.
Randall Robertson, that was amazing.
And it's true. We were too hard on Jim.
Randall, that last line, when you have no heart to give anyone, all you get is wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Well, there was a little bit of debate, Jenna, about whether or not Toby outed Oscar or if he had Oscar's permission to disclose he was gay in the Gay Witch Hunt episode. We were giving Toby a lot of grief about this, remember?
Yes.
Emily Saloom says 100% Oscar outed Oscar, to which Caitlin Workman and Annie Dave both point out, at the end of Toby and Michael's conversation, Toby says, Oscar obviously hopes he can count on your discretion, which they think sort of implies that Oscar gave Toby permission to tell Michael.
So Toby saying, Oscar hopes he can count on you
to be discreet
means, I guess, that maybe filling in the blanks, Toby said to Oscar, do you mind if I share this information with Michael? To which Oscar said, Yes, but please ask him. I would appreciate his discretion.
I don't buy it. I don't think Oscar would trust Michael with anything about his personal life.
You know what? Even more, I think Toby has to be like, okay, let's say I do have Oscar's permission. Is this still the conversation I should have with Michael? I mean, he kind of has to have the conversation, right? Because he has to speak to Michael about his behavior.
Well, gosh, now I think they're right. Like the more you're talking, now I'm like,
Pizza math is huge.
oh yeah, Toby had to say something. And Oscar was like, okay, well, if you tell him it's okay. Okay, guys, I see it. I see it.
Well, listen, I wanted to throw out a couple of tidbits that people sent in that I found really fun and interesting. These are both references to the convention episode. So first off, Joe Sorbera told us the president of the University of Scranton used "Ain't No Party Like a Scranton Party" in his commencement addresses, and that it has become the unofficial motto of the University of Scranton. And of course, the convention is the episode where we first hear that.
That's fantastic.
Okay, so second, you remember the scene where Michael meets Jerome Bettis, the football player?
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks that he has the nickname the Bus because he always traveled by bus and he's afraid to fly.
Right.
But of course, the reason he has that nickname is because people would pile on top of him and he would just keep moving.
Right.
He could carry a bunch of people.
Right, on the football field. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So a bunch of people wrote in. Carly Mitchell, Kyle Gensler, and Paul Marshall all said Michael got his NFL members mixed up. John Madden was known for being afraid to fly and only took the bus to games, but did not have the nickname the Bus. But that is a true thing about John Madden.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, so I looked this up and I found an article from the LA Times. It's from July of 1988. But this is what it says. It says there are 3,750 buses in the Greyhound Line Trailways fleet, but only one is famous. That one is called the Madden Cruiser. It is the vehicle in which John Madden, one of the nation's best-known football analysts and broadcasters, rides around the country from game to game. It says that he's no longer willing to fly because he suffers from claustrophobia, and he has not boarded a plane since 1979.
Wow, I wonder if that's still the case.
I don't know. It said he used to travel by train, but he had more freedom traveling by bus. So, yeah.
So this is classic Michael, where he had one sort of like story from one football player mixing with another one.
Yes, exactly. Well, here's something crazy, Angela. I don't know how he gets around today, but this bus was on display at the Pro Football Hall of Fame as recently as 2018. Like you could tour it.
This is like the Lisa Marie plane at Graceland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to Graceland.
I have too. Yeah, well, I didn't go inside. I just saw it from
you went
outside.
inside.
Well, there was a really long line.
Were you thinking there wouldn't be?
Jenna, I was in my 20s. I was driving cross country. I was like, oh my God, wait, Elvis Presley lives near here. Let's go see.
Oh, yeah. This was when I was a kid. My mom would find all these vacations for us to go on that were in driving distance of St. Louis. So one year we drove to Memphis and we toured all kinds of stuff. I remember we went to a museum and we saw this very interesting exhibit on King Tut. And then the other thing we did was we toured Graceland. So we planned it all out.
Well, I was driving with a girlfriend of mine because we were driving cross country and she was moving and we pulled in. There was a huge line, but in the parking lot was the plane. So I saw the plane, but I haven't been inside Graceland. Oh, in your 20s when you plan nothing, you guys. All right.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Jenna, I saw that we got a lot of mail about grief counseling and our bird tragedies we talked about.
Yes, so many people witnessed terrible bird tragedies the same week as our podcast.
I know. It was kind of wild, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's pretty wild. So this one really got me. Kayla Lawless wrote in and said she hit a bird with her car while listening to the podcast for grief counseling. Oh my God. That's the first time she's ever hit a bird in her life, and she was listening to us. talk about a bird funeral, and then she hit a bird. Oh my God, I don't know how to feel about that. Kayla, I'm so sorry.
You know what's weird? I am not seeing any more bird deaths. Are you?
No, it's like it's too hot. They're just like,
Yeah, my problem now is mosquitoes.
Jenna, I got eaten up the other night. Like the kids and I are sitting and like comparing notes. Like, oh, I have 4 on this leg. Oh, I have 2 over here.
I got this amazing candle that's like all natural.
Are you gonna get me one? Are you gonna get your BFF one? Does it keep the mosquitoes away?
Yes, and it's in a little bucket with a handle. So like, you know, because you move around outside, so I just move it with us and keep it nearby, and it seems to be working.
Okay, I want one.
All right, I'll send you one.
My friends growing up, my Aussie friends growing up would always say, oh, the mozzies are out. So many mozzies. The mozzies.
Do they sound authentic? Were you like, wait a second, Gemma, are you from Australia?
Holy crap.
Yeah, the mozzies are out.
Oh, the mozzies. Well, before we go, you guys, I want you to know that since my BFF, Jenna, did not know what Frisbee golf was, otherwise known as frolf. Would you like to go frolfing?
Yeah.
Guess what I'm excited to do? I am gonna have an office ladies Frisbee. Oh no. Yeah, and you know, because I love to chunk it, I'm gonna have them put chunk it on it.
What? This isn't double trolling.
This is double trolling.
It's a chunk it Frisbee.
And then we've got to go frolfing. Okay. We can socially distance frolf, lady.
We can, and I would love to. We have a lot of assignments. We have to drink rosé and watch Look Who's Talking.
Yes.
We have to go on a boat at some point, and we have to
frolf.
We have to frolf with our chunket office ladies Frisbee. Okay, I like it. Baba wobble bobby sabo faban abe kaban wabe.
How can you do that, but you can't like even attempt an Australian accent? Oh, I don't know what she's saying. She's talking about some kind of obby lobbies.
How do you say mosquito again?
Oh, mozzies.
Mobile zombies.
How about that? How about them apples?
Well, thank you guys for sending in all your questions. We had a really fun time going through those. We hope you liked the episode today.
And thank you so much to Dave Rogers. That was such a fun interview.
And we will keep posting your heartbreaks in the break room. Look for them over on Office Ladies Pod on Instagram.
Yes, you guys, we're going to try to post more because you're also sending in really fun fan art and all kinds of things. So we're going to step it up.
Yes, we will step it up. And next week is business school, aka Pam's Art Show. Pam's Art Show. Talk about a heartbreaker. Well, as we leave you today, I really want to play this song. You know I love bluegrass.
Yes.
The bluegrass version of Heartbreak in the Break Room from Jay Zare from Harrisonburg, Virginia. Thank you, Jay.
Damn,
See you
lady.
guys next week. See you next week.
Oh,
Okay, kids, suspend your disbelief and pretend this is being sung by the vivacious Jenna Fisher, or as the Amish say, Miss Jobby Nobby Fobby Shobber. Mama's sexy sweater can't make my man love me. He found a hussy on the slow train from Philadelphia. I'm feeling mighty hunchy, just like Creed on LSD. Heartbreak in the break room, my Dunder Mifflin destiny. Heartbreak in the break room, a pimple everyone can see. I'll drown my sorrows in mixed berry yogurt, and it's all gonna be on TV. I wish that Matt would please come back and end my misery. Heartbreak in the break room, it's as hard as hard can be. That's what she said. Heartbreak in the break room. 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 Heartbreak in the break room.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Oh, coin collectors were big.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hey!
We are going to business school today.
Oh, you guys, it's going to be so fun. We might get our frizz on.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
You're going to know everything about it because you and I have a frolfing date. I can't wait to frolf with you. I'm going to chunk it at you, lady.
Oh, boy. Guys, this is season 3, episode 16, written by Brent Forrester and directed by Joss Whedon. I'm going to hit you with a summary.
Do it.
I wrote my summary really succinct today.
Oh, it's so succinct that you had to call it out.
I did.
Hey, guys, get ready for some succinct summary.
Ooh, say that 5 times fast.
No.
Ryan brings Michael to be a guest speaker at his business school. A bat causes mayhem at the office. Jim pretends to be turning into Dracula to prank Dwight. Pam shows her art at an art exhibition. It sounds so simple, right? 4 simple sentences, and yet it is not simple at all.
It's simple, but there's so much. I have one little thing to add. Brent says in the DVD commentary, he was handed 2 cards off the wall. You know, we've talked about how on the wall the writers have all these cards.
Yeah.
He was just handed 2 3x5 cards. One said business school, and the other said bat in the office.
Well, look at that. A succinct note card give.
Yes.
To go along with my succinct summary.
And I guess business school was Greg's idea. He always knew at some point down the road he wanted to go to Ryan's business school. And I guess that card had been on the wall for a while.
Well, Angela, speaking of bat storylines, fast fact number 1, Joss Whedon directed this episode. So, Joss is famous for creating Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the series starring Sarah Michelle Gellar. This was a huge hit on the WB network, which was run at the time by Suzanne Daniels. Suzanne's husband is Greg Daniels, and that is how Joss kind of got his in to direct an episode of the show. But I guess it is just a pure coincidence that he got assigned the episode with a bat and a vampire storyline.
I remember he was like, come on guys, you gave me the bat vampire story, and we're like, and everyone was like, it is pure coincidence.
Well, guys, we reached out to writer Brent Forrester. Remember, he sent in so many amazing audio clips for our grief counseling episode. He did it again this week, and here's what he had to say about this.
This episode was directed by Joss Whedon, who was a big, successful television creator at the time and happened to be a big fan of The Office. And he approached us asking if he could direct an episode. He ended up directing 2, and this was the first one that he did. And it's just a total coincidence that the first episode that he directed happens to have a vampire subplot in it, and he was the creator of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What you notice in that vampire subplot that I remember most is this visual detail that Joss added that was not in the script. If you notice at the end of the Jim Dwight vampire subplot, Jim says goodbye and leaves the office at the end of the day. And when he does, he turns and he flips up his collar and sort of looks over his shoulder. And it's the perfect image of Dracula looking over the corner of his cape. And it just works wonderfully as a visual gag, not in the script, totally the contribution of a guy who has worked a long time in the vampire genre. That was pure Joss Whedon.
I did not know that. I didn't know it either. And you remember at this time, because I asked Kent Zabornak about this as well, he said that after season 2, after we won the Emmy, we had a bunch of directors reaching out about directing our show. Remember, like Harold Ramis, J.J. Abrams, Jason Reitman? Yes, so crazy. And Kent would just assign scripts according to director availability. And that is, he confirms, how Joss got this episode. So now, fast fact number 2, location breakdown with Kentopedia. Ooh, we need a jingle for location breakdown with Kentopedia. Location breakdown with Kentopedia. Do you like it? It's okay. I was trying to do like a Schoolhouse Rock thing. Yeah, I like it. Okay.
Okay, location breakdown with Kentopedia. Is this about Northridge?
Yes. We had a fan question. B. Smith, Major Tarwater, Julia Lee, Megan Meeker, Rose Cosette, and Tess Schmidt. Where were the business school scenes shot in real life? Was it a real classroom on a campus? Were those real students or were they actors? Well, as Angela said, Ryan's business school and the scenes with Pam's art school were all shot at Cal State Northridge. How did you know it was Cal State Northridge, Ange?
Because I listened to the DVD commentary.
Oh, yes. Well, Kent said all of the students in the classroom were hired extras, that we used a total of 122 background actors that day for the classroom scenes and the exterior campus scenes. He said that the business school and the exterior scenes were filmed on day 1, and on day 2, we filmed the scenes for Pam's art show, which was held in the Cal State Northridge Design Center.
One of the things I liked that they talked about in the DVD commentary was Brent said they asked all the people playing students if they would please bring their own personal laptop.
Oh,
And when I watched the scene, Jenna, I noticed that all the laptops were different.
that is such a good detail. All right, fast fact number 3.
Yeah.
9 days after this episode aired, Rainn Wilson hosted Saturday Night Live.
Oh,
do you remember this?
Yes, we were so excited for him.
So we had to kind of move around our shooting schedule to make this happen for Rainn. And I just remember we were all so excited for him. And during his opening monologue, he did this bit. It's so funny, where he says, oh, he's just so excited to be at Saturday Night Live because it's just way more exciting than shooting The Office, which is basically just sitting at a desk under fluorescent lights all day.
He was like, on the set of SNL, there's like scaffolding and there's props and there's costumes and wigs. You know, it feels like a real show.
And he's like, let me show you. And he takes the audience on like this backstage tour to show how exciting it is, only to find the cast of Saturday Night Live kind of dressed up doing impersonations of all of our characters from The Office.
Yes, well, Kristen Wiig is Pam, and she's answering phones.
Yes. And he's like, hey, Kristen. And she's like, SNL. Hi, can I help you?
Like, she's like, I'm just answering phones. And he's like, what are you doing? She's like, I do this all the time. I do a lot of things.
He's like, don't you do anything else? And she's like, well, I also like to paint. And then she holds up a watercolor painting of 30 Rockefeller Center. That's where they film SNL. And that is a callback to this episode that had just aired of Pam's watercolor of Dunder Mifflin. And I was freaking out excited when I saw it.
Amy Poehler played me.
Oh, it's so funny.
And like had this like sort of like snarl and like kind of flirted with Rainn as Dwight. And if you remember, Jenna, Rashida was there that weekend and she's friends with a lot of the SNL cast members. So they were like, just hop in as Karen. So she did.
He walks down the hall.
Yeah. And they took all these pictures and Rashida emailed them to me. She was like, and look, it's Amy, it's you. And I have all of these great pictures of them from the set that day.
Amazing. Are you going to put those on the pod? On Office Link?
Yes, I'll put one. I have a great one. I think I have a group shot I'll put on the pod.
Well, listen to what Kristen Wiig did after that episode aired.
What?
So she and I shared a manager and we met a few times. We were both really struggling actresses at the same time. And kind of when I got on The Office, she got on Saturday Night Live. So this was really thrilling to us. I get a package in the mail. It is the watercolor that she held up on the show. She signed the back of it And then she wrote me the nicest note that was just like, I just know what it would mean to me if I were ever parodied on this television show. And I thought you might like to have a prop from the moment. So I asked if I could send this to you, and they said yes. That is so lovely. Yeah, and I have it framed, and it's in my family room. That is so great, Jenna. I never knew that. I've been in your family room a gazillion times. Yeah, it's up on the shelf with the Simpsons cartoon that Greg made of us. It's like my 2 treasured items. I'm gonna look for it next time I'm at your house. She's the best, guys. That is so sweet. Well, listen, that's all I got. I think we should go to a break, and then we'll come back and talk all about business school with a bunch of great audio clips from Brent and a little special surprise from Kate Flannery. Yes. We'll see ya. Okay, we are back, and let's get into this episode. You guys, we start with Kevin arriving a little late to work, and he says he almost died because his tire blew out. Michael doesn't care. He doesn't care. He just keeps saying, why is today a special day? And Jenna, when he said pop quiz, all I could think about was Keanu Reeves.
Pop quiz, asshole.
Why? Because of speed,
baby.
Oh, yeah. Pop quiz, asshole. You have a hair trigger aimed at your head. What do you do? What do you do? When's the last time you watched this movie? 3 days ago. Well, I see now why you made the connection. I know. I'm really sad Michael didn't do a Keanu Reeves impression in this moment. Oh, well, that's a missed opportunity. I know. That would have been full circle for me. It would have made me very happy. But yeah. I remember shooting this scene. Yeah. And here's my problem. Whenever they would put Brian Baumgartner by reception to do anything Kevin, especially Kevin with like hurt feelings, I can't keep it together. I can't look at him when he is doing sad Kevin. I can't. It's so funny. Well, Michael's excited because he gets to go to Ryan's business school. And he's so happy. And we have a Ryan talking head where he's like, look, I get to go a whole letter grade if I bring my boss in. I should, I should do it, right? No, you shouldn't, Ryan. Yeah, well, we're gonna see. Maybe no, you shouldn't. But Michael is just thrilled. We have a scene where Dwight is helping him pack, and this leads us to one of my favorite Dwight talking heads, which is a famous talking head. It is one of my favorite. My kids love this talking head so much, Jenna. Michael's asking him, what is the best advice I ever gave you? And Dwight's like, the best advice you ever gave me, Michael, is don't be an idiot. It changed my life. And then it cuts to this famous, amazing talking head where Dwight looks at camera and says, whenever I'm about to do something, I think, would an idiot do that? And if they would, I do not do that thing. I love it. Yeah. I just wrote out a birthday card to a young woman who was turning 21, and I put this in her card. I said, listen, that's brilliant. As you move on to this next phase of adulthood, remember these wise words from Dwight Schrute. Yes, that is so good. So I use this all the time. So then Michael's in the car with Ryan, and he's like, man, do you think people are going to throw their hats in the air after my speech? You know, because they do that sometimes at graduations.
According to I get this guy's name right, the chairman of the committee is Brad Webster, the Republican from Ohio, and he's also a physician. And he said
Gesundheit, you almost lost your phone. You're so good looking. Most famous sneeze of all time. One of the most famous sneezes of all time. Come on, mouse.
America's response must be guided by scientific facts and exclusive data. Apparently, Fauci claimed he couldn't remember a lot of the information from the COVID-19 era. He just kept saying, I don't recall. And another Republican, Michael Scott, was really upset. He goes, they washed their hands of any sort of responsibility, saying, oh, those decisions were made by school districts. But the school districts were following the guidance of the federal government, specifically Fauci and the CDC. And this is the game they play. Fauci goes, well, I propose to do this. Well, the school districts decided it. It was their policy. Well, it was the federal government. And Fauci was the lead cheerleader. He was telling everybody, walk it 6 feet apart. And now he's saying, well, we didn't really have any scientific evidence for it. And it was the teachers' union. Because the teachers, and I'm talking about the teachers, not the teachers themselves, decided, wow, we could get a year and a half off with pay. So, yeah, 6 feet apart, that sounds right, sure. Mask? Yeah, sure, mask, 6 feet apart? No, just forget the mask, stay home. We'll stay home too. We'll stay in our pajamas and fuzzy slippers and our robes. So, he's been getting grilled for 2 days. And the Republicans on the committee are bringing up all his public statements that he hopes everybody forgets. Because in 2021, Fauci said it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological beliefs and they get vaccinated. There was a lot of ideological beliefs on the side of the people insisting on masks and vaccines, that everything be mandated. And now they're saying, oh, did you ever do it? Did masks work? The masks work? No. Everything is supposed to be 6 feet apart? No. Dr. Ashish Jha, the dean of Brown University School of Public Health, and he was Biden's COVID response coordinator, had said a couple of years ago, it never struck me that 6 feet was particularly sensible in the context of education. I wish the CDC would come out and say this is not a major issue. So remember how crazy people were? Everybody was nervous and uptight over sitting at a table. You got to be 6 feet apart, sitting on a park bench. You remember walking on the beach, you're supposed to stay 6 feet apart, even though the wind is blowing at 25 miles an hour. Boy, was that insanity. And the only reason I bring this up again is now it's coming out that this is all crazy land. We had another guy who was one of the directors of the NIH come out the other day and said, you know what, we were just focusing on trying to keep people from catching the virus. We didn't consider all the damage they've done to the kids in the schools. We didn't consider the damage they've done to the economy. We didn't consider the damage they've done to people's psyche. They locked up for 2 and 3 years. Because the politicians were supposed to take the input from the epidemiologists and make them involved in other realities of what was going on, like the economy. It needs still children to have human contact, to have regular in-person teaching. So it turns out we were all locked up, wearing masks, staying 6 feet apart, and there really wasn't any good scientific reason for it. Apparently places that didn't have those kind of strict rules didn't end up with any different COVID situation. Again, most of the deaths, the severe illnesses were elderly people, and people were already sick, and their immune system was fine. And Rick. Well, we know how he got his life. Yeah, he was terrible. Yeah. I don't know, how do you destroy your own immune system? Right. He's expert. Worst immune system of any middle-aged adult. But I'll say, I have a flu one time in my life, and it was horrendous. It was worse than when I had COVID. It was nasty. Did we get flu shot after that? These people. I got it so quick. I asked
person because I was scared. Because it's not a guarantee you're not going to get a flu if you get a flu vaccine, right? You know that.
No, it's not. Those things are 30% effective from here.
Right, but I'd still rather get one just in case. But I don't think it's so cheap. Hey, look, the flu is awful. I don't want to get that.
That's the phrase only mothers use. Mothers only use the phrase just in case. More coming up. Denver Mark Live with KFI 24-hour day show.
An avalanche has closed Palisades Tahoe Ski Resort in Northern California. 13 have been destroyed. Palisades Tahoe, both sides of the mountain will be closed for the day. State lawmakers are set to consider whether to ban tackle football for kids under 12. Supporters say it would protect kids from brain damage. Coaches say the kids would miss out on an important source of physical activity. The bill has to clear the state assembly by the end of the month. That was chance of becoming law this year. President Biden's son Hunter will face tax charges in a courtroom in LA tomorrow. He's accused of failing to pay nearly $1.5 million in taxes from 2016 to 2020. We're heading over to the 405 next.
You have to diversify all your retirement savings because you have everything in the stock market. You see real life a couple of times where the stock market just cut in half real fast. And same thing with real estate. You get a real estate crashes. You need to diversify, put some of your retirement savings into precious metals like gold and silver. And that's what I did with gold. Silver with gold tone, gold with gold tone. They walk you through the process and make sure I have all the information so I can make the best decision. There are 7 times 8,5,000 there, and they help people like you, like me, like over $2 billion in gold and silver. Listen to this deal. Right now, you got to call down. They're offering, why listeners? $10,000 in gold.
What? Could have been a deep fake.
Gold IRA.
That's why I'm showing that story.
Football sent you, and see if you qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Call 855 Gold IRA. 855 Gold IRA.
Weather can stand by. Wind advisory in effect from 6 tonight until noon tomorrow. Turning windy and some spots on the 50s, 60s. This is your brought to you by Dino Light. We're going to a crash on the 405 over the pass. Some cool for southbound Atlantic Turbo Brady and Rancho left lane is blocked. Then northbound Sunset from the bridge across the lane southern soul in there. In Torrance, 405 southbound Crenshaw, they reported a massive to the middle lane and southbound western from the woods debris in the left lane. In the region, cars on 5 southbound before Stadium Lane. Look up on western block of the left lane or the right lane. It's going to be close on West Felix Boulevard and it's near middle lanes and 5 southbound for Smoker Road. Still got that crash. The 2 right lanes are taken out. KFI is showing up Sydney, their fastest times in Harmon. 70% of their dogs' immune system begins in the gut. Good nutrition is vital. You sure your dog is getting what they need with Dynamite. The supplement has helped over 1 million dogs boost their immune system. Try it for free. Just take the inhaling. Visit DINOVICE.com/radio.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, Adler Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out Adler Media to work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Why choose the 300 format? Because no 2 people think the same. Only the 300 format lets you each choose your individual permit and comfort your 300 settings. The Climate 360 format is so smart, active and cool to warm to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Green Sleep Number C2 format is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
That should be anything. In the United States, it should be a lot. Everything should have to be the same.
The point where I'm like, I can't just wake up and know my knee's going to be bothering me and push through this on a daily basis. Old football injuries can't keep former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter down. So he decided to check out the all-natural natural regenerative pain treatment that QC Connect.
Yo, dog. How you doing?
Concentrate your body's own healing agents in the painful hips, shoulders, knees, or back. Everyone could say, well, you need to replace this or replace that, but no surprise to see people being willing to try this first, especially when it has such great results. QC Kinetic treatments take place the same day right in the office. No downtime. Call today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetic 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8.
Imagine the substance is overnight. Now, what would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? So it always works out. Every day we're working to get that person in. Then you close it. Because that's how it works. Wildcat. Rose Hill, California.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like 70s Rock Ride, a commercial-free station featuring the best in 70s rock. Just search 70s Rock Ride and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Starbucks will set for a small cost. Yeah. Customers just at the top of the list says that they have their own mug. Do the drivers also to tell you whether they have COVID or not? The cup looks clean. Are we going to rely on baristas to make that determination whether that cup is clean or not? The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Let's not save the world at Starbucks. Let's all choose some other way to do it. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Just pulled up your KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 2 o'clock news, we're going to have Luke Shapiro, an attorney, and he's going to try to explain what the chaos and all the circus behavior was in Washington, D.C. Today. Hunter Biden, was subpoenaed to testify to explain things to congressional committee, and he will do that, and so they want to charge him with contempt of Congress. He suddenly showed up at the beginning of a meeting of the House Committee on Oversight just to sit and watch. This is the committee that wants his testimony. Now, he's supposed to be in Los Angeles for an arraignment on tax charges tomorrow. But he was in Washington today, and he was there for a while, and then he got up and left. He created this drama. And the members of the committee started to yell at him. We're going to talk to Luke Shapiro right after this talk, but I thought I'd play a couple of clips to get a sense of what this craziness was about. This is a Congresswoman, Nancy Mace, who's on the committee from South Carolina, and she starts yelling about Hunter Biden's boss.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Comer, first of all, my first question is, who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question. Second question, you're the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, sitting in our face, ignoring the congressional subpoena to use the code. What are you afraid of? You have no balls. Come up here.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman,
If the gentle lady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's put the phone and hear from Hunter Biden. What is going on now? Hold on. Order. This is funny. The gentle lady. I don't know if you're a gentle lady if you're yelling about somebody's phone. I'm going to hear that sentence. And then we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, and this is when Biden ups and leaves the room. Play it. Get us time to start. Share it as a screen from Georgia.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Hunter. Apparently you're afraid of my word. Whoa! I like to reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman. Wow, that's too bad. I think it's clear and obvious for everyone watching this hearing today that Hunter Biden is terrified of strong conservative Republican women because he can't even spaced my words as I was about to speak to him. What a coward.
That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that was Congress this morning. They want Biden to answer for all his tax charge issues and everything else. They're giving impeachment for Joe Biden and all his business dealings with China, Ukraine, all the millions of dollars that came in that was funded into various accounts, various LLCs. It's really quite a maze. I guess a lot of people have figured it out. It's hard to keep track of. But there was millions of dollars floating around amongst the Biden family members with Hunter apparently selling access to Joe Biden. And you know, he's definitely in danger of going to prison faster. And he's going to be out here in L.A. for the rain tomorrow. And he shows up out of the blue in front of this committee. He does not want to testify in private. He wants to do it in public. He said, no, we're going to set the limit. So Louis Shapiro, the attorney, is going to come on and explain what this is all about. That's coming up next. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. No attitude right here. Really, we are lumberjacks. I need to be blind and act anyway. KFI. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the NR Radio app. All it is quick. I'm Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Associated Press has sources say former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie will announce at his town hall in New Hampshire that he is ending his presidential bid. That town hall is scheduled to happen in just a few minutes. Governor Newsom says he wants new laws in California to combat retail theft, calling on the legislature to increase punishment and take other action against those who steal from you to resell. Last week, the governor said the state is making progress on fighting retail theft. And the prosecution. We're starting to see more and more prosecution. The governor credited investment in the prosecution and the creation of the THC Retail Crime Task Force with progress. The California Retailers Association says Newsom's law proposals are a huge step in the right direction. The Extended Stay America Hotel in Carson is expected to be converted into housing for homeless people. The Weingarten Center Association is leading the project that will turn the hotel into 107-studio apartments. The complex will include on-site services, a community patio, a street area, and security. The LA County Homeless Initiative will also expand hotel renovations in Palmdale and Lancaster. For the 3 cities, there will be a combined 309 apartments available. The state has set aside more than $90 million to support the project. A date on when the project will begin has not yet been released. In Carson, that's KFI News. A new homeless prevention test program approved by Orange County supervisors is meant to pull people from the brink of homelessness. OC Care Coordination Director Doug Metz says the $3 million program provides rental and other cash assistance for 200 households. Prevention can be difficult because it's something that hasn't happened yet. So we did our best to look at criteria to assess whether or not someone don't belong to homelessness.
The cash assistance will be capped at $11,000. Supervisors say the most important part of the program is to study the criteria and results and efficiency of cash prevents homelessness. Officials in San Clemente have expressed concerns about the quality stands and spread for a punishment project.
There's been complaint about rocky cobble being dumped on the beach instead of the strict green sand and beach goals expected from the $14 billion project. Army Corps of Engineers LA District spokesman Gina Odell says the dredging site near Oceanside appears to have a layer of cobble on top. After a character planning is after a tree he said that plan can't be reached. The project will stop. His crews will move on to the next replenishment project in Solana Beach. In San Clemente, Gordon Carson, KFI News.
A judge in New York has rescinded former President Trump's permission to make his own closing argument in a civil fraud trial, trying to cost Trump hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties and take away his ability to conduct business in the state. New York Attorney General claims Trump deflated his net worth by billions on financial statements that helped him secure business loans. The judge already ruled Trump was liable for fraud. The parents of the school shooter who are also charged in that shooting have appeared in court in Michigan. ABC Fair Tennis says the parents' lawyers were asking the judge to because their story could sway the jury.
The criminals are charged with involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 Oscar high school shooting at 214 and was carried out by their 16-year-old son Ethan.
Ethan Crumbley has already been sentenced to life without parole. The Crumbleys are accused of buying and selling a gun, refused and failing to secure it. They're the first parents in the country to stand trial in connection with the school shooting. The KFI financial update, Dow closed at 171, S&P 500 up 27, NASDAQ up 112. Southland weather for KFI, windy tonight, sunny and windy again tomorrow. High below 60s for Metro LA, the beaches, mid-50s for 60s in Valley, and windows and mid-40s for Raptors in the high desert. Right now it's 61 in Costa Mesa, 63 in Fountain Valley, 54 in Fontana, and 62 in Van Nuys. We're going back to the 5 in Ocean Park.
Sometime before you get to Stadium Way. There's a big high school up in the right way. It is going to be heading from Multifield Boulevard. In Pyramid Way, still trouble there on 5 southbound at Smoky Bear Road. Earlier this morning, couple of semi-stable. The 2 right lanes are still blocked because of it. It is heavy from the 138. It's over the path. 405 southbound before Gatorson Drive. Then that's trying to clear from the left lane. You'll be on the break from East Valley Vista. West LA, 405 southbound before Sunset Boulevard. Then we see some debris scattered across all the lanes over Florida there. Carson, 110 southbound before Carson Street. Had a brand new accident in Florida lane heading from the 405. KFI in the sky, and I'll get you there after I'm pretty much. If you're honest, if you feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, you can post a person from blog, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Kelly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Kelly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers are posting jobs on ZipRecruiter and a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family and something would happen to me. I had heard about life insurance with ethos and help with what's get covered. It was like in 10 minutes I was covered. Boom, totally protected.
Ethos can't believe the online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies get below $1 a day. Here's for a few health questions. Visit your free quote at TexasHealth.com. That's TexasHealth.com.
You can listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on from 1 to 4, then after 4 o'clock, John Colbert Show on demand, and you can listen to whatever you miss. And I did an hour-long interview this morning with my wife on her TV, her video podcast. It's called Never Come Out Live. She's been doing it for years. And I was the honored guest this morning. It's an hour-long interview on the history of the Johnny Cash. A lot of stuff about the very early days back in New Jersey. So if you're interested in it, look for Never Come Out Live on YouTube or Facebook and enjoy it. And it'll be up there forever. So watch it tonight. It's especially a little nerve-wracking to me. But trying to hold hostage on camera.
How did you nerve-wracking? I mean, it's so light that
I don't know, but I thought you might want to make me feel uncomfortable. Just to play around with me. At first, she wanted to maybe describe how I would describe myself at home. And then she described what she thought I was like at home.
you're traveling alone. It's enough people to want to watch.
I was going to say, I'm doing it just for that. Yeah, okay. Well, there's a little bit of disagreement on that. So what am I going to do? You can't walk off.
I guess you'd be sleeping on the couch tonight.
That's right. So I just had to agree with her then. Anyway, you can watch it. Never Come Out Live on YouTube and on Facebook. And we are going to talk now with Louis Shapiro, the attorney, right before the news, just played you some clips of Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's a Republican, who are on this House committee, oversight committee, and Hunter Biden is under many investigations, not only for his tax evasion charges, and he's facing an arraignment bar in Los Angeles over that, but also what he's been doing all these years, collecting money from mysterious Ukrainians, mysterious Chinese businessmen, money that's funneled through a myriad of LLCs, business deals, multiple Bidens, getting money from these businessmen in these countries, selling access to Joe Biden. You know these guys are not like stories. We're going to have Rich Shapiro. He's going to explain what was going on today. Because Hunter Biden showed up at the committee hearing and he refused to testify. And it caused some chaos and mayhem. Lou, how are you? Good to hear from you. Look, you need to tell me you're not collecting millions of dollars while being on a foreign company. Will it be in the show? I wish I was. I know that it's some influence for it. What did it? Give us an outline of why show up in front of the committee to sit in the audience when he didn't testify before the committee in private. The background is
Movie spotlight will be back.
the House Oversight Committee was deciding whether or not to hold him in contempt of Congress because he is refusing to submit to a private deposition. His demand is, I'll submit to a deposition, but I want to be public. I want everybody to be able to hear it. I'm not doing anything in private. And there's no meeting of the mind there. So, as I hit that, they have to decide whether they're going to hold him in contempt or not. And that was what the discussion was for today. Nothing to do with how they testify today. So the surprise is, now they're deciding basically how to punish someone who punished the student that misbehaved. This comes into the room as students who just forgive it. And there's a strong problem that is, and that's why they say it's civil. How can you, on one hand, not respond properly to the definition that you've been invited to an actual test to do it your way? And at the same time, teacher was accepting what to do when students show up to it. And that's what all I want that. So this was a stage stunt that he told me. I have to send a message that, hey, I'm willing to testify, but it has to be in public. Yeah, and he did it also the previous time not too long ago. Also, when he instead of entering into the room that he was supposed to be there, he was going to speak outside of the area, explaining how he is, wrongfully treated and so forth.
No.
And they want to question him about his business dealings and possibly selling access to the public. So I think there is an idea that potentially this was all the way up to what is following the vice president and have you hear the president during that time is Hunter Biden basically telling people around the world, hey, if you want access to the president or my father, help me out and I'll help you out. So that was the overall. And it's sort of seems obvious to me because it wasn't too long ago he was a crack addict living in a tent on Skid Row here in Los Angeles. And suddenly he arises from the dead and he's pulling millions of dollars from countries that we're doing high-end business, political business with. And his dad's the vice president. I mean, and you look at all those LLCs and you look at all the checks distributed to so many family members. Obviously, there was some security going on. I don't think that's going out on a limb. And just to take what you're saying one step further, if you remember at that time, the famous Trump phone call for the Ukrainian president, right? You do me a favor. And that led to a whole impeachment uproar. At the same time, Hunter Biden and this Ukrainian company collecting millions of dollars, I don't even know if the guy can still go anywhere. So, is this going to go anywhere? I mean, the case can get incredibly complicated. I mean, they had so much money moving around in so many different directions with all these big shell corporations and LLCs distributing checks to like 9 different family members. Is there any way to pull it together so the average person would understand? At the end of the day, the president himself is no say he's not, but he is in charge of the DOJ. The DOJ, the president has the party out at the end of the day, right? The DOJ or Congress to help. They can do whatever they want to say. We're going to hold Hunter Biden to 10 and he's just some sort of a punishment. But it's going to go nowhere because his father is the president of the United States. And he can pardon him. And of course he said, I'm not going to pardon my son. But there's a big difference between what he says and what he actually does. He can always say, well, I see I wasn't going to pardon him for the most traditions, but then it's when he says, well, this time got out of control and I have to step in. For the benefit of the country, it's good to sometimes keep that way. Yeah, now the tax charges getting a raise here in Los Angeles tomorrow, is that right? But getting a raise on the tax charges. And this kind of thing cuts both ways because you're not going to make anybody happy. One side can say, we're only making these tax charges and other more severe charges out from others because the three-part deal was there out in the last 4 days after everybody unhappy with an election year. So obviously the DOJ has to appear more tough on things. And the other side will say, well, he's being targeted because of problem. That normally you never see a prosecution like this on somebody like a Hunter Biden. The government will never put too many resources into it. And it's just one crazy story after another in the news. There's a lot of tax money these days, all right? So this is significant amount. It wasn't $100. Right, this is a significant amount of money, but at the same time, most people speak to the IRS specialist. Most times they don't speak first with the IRS oftentimes. They look at some kind of payment sign going back over a few years. And see if it can be rectified that way. Administratively, you don't see in the criminal context many tax cases being filed. Just only out of package. Often you'll see it as a part of another bigger scheme, of a drug trafficking scheme or something like that. Because according to CNN and the source of the law, prosecutors said in court that Hunter Biden didn't pay between
Is this the best computer? Yeah. Or combo? Yeah.
I think the average person would say, hey, if I didn't pay $1.5 billion